Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hidden Hockey Podcast live stream of the 2024 NHL Draft. We're going to be going pretty heavy here with some, interesting content and some different stuff going on. So I'm waiting for a few more to come on here, but excited to get the stream going and get excited for this round two of what will be the NHL Draft. And I'll give you pick-by-pick analysis, rounds 2 through 7 of the entire draft. So excited to talk more about the overall prospects and excited to get into this with you guys. So tune in, and we're excited to get it going here. Let's get going here to watch. Hello, everyone, and welcome. We got another person on here. We're waiting a few minutes here before we get more people on, and I will get into a recap of last night and go into tomorrow night's draft stuff as well. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining on today. I'm going to get started here talking about, first off, if you're new here, welcome to the Hidden Hockey Podcast. My name's Matt Gordon. I'm going to talk a lot about, I'm going to go pick by pick today over the 2024 NHL Draft from start to finish. So I will be on and, giving my pick by pick analysis and everything on here. And so if you're interested in learning more and excited to talk more, I'm willing to have you on here. So we'll answer any questions in the chat if possible. Excited to get talking about the 2022 draft. 2024 draft. Sorry, early morning. Not used to getting up on a Saturday this early, but excited to be on here and excited to talk more about hockey. So. Hello. So let's get into last night's draft. So last night's draft, obviously, we knew Macklin Celebrini was going to get picked, but the mystery began after pick number 2. So pick number 2, obviously, with Artem Levshunov. With Artem Levshunov, you got yourself a really high-end defenseman. The nice thing about this is, they have Sam Rinzel, they have a couple other guys in their system, but having Artem Levshunov gives them a real true one that can, bring the puck up and bring it up to guys like Frank Nazar, guys like, Connor Bedard, and some various other players that they have in their system. It's going to be a really good move for them. I think, it's the perfect fit. And to me, he was the second best player available in the draft. The real shock came at number 3 with Beckett Seneke. Beckett Seneke was, a really, a lot of people had him probably closer to like 15, 16. Even saw some people starting to put him towards the top 10, but he was a guy who rose late in the draft. He himself was shocked. If you haven't seen that, there's plenty of clips on YouTube of it. Completely blown away by the pick there. I don't agree with it necessarily. I think there was better talent left on the board, but that's up to Beckett Seneke to prove me wrong. Number 4 goes to Caden Lindstrom. He goes to Columbus. They went and got their power forward type. They wanted to get somebody to fit with Adam Fantilli, and it's going to work perfectly with them. And they got a ton of young core with Kent Johnson, and they just traded away Alex Texier. They got a few others that are, different people that are in their system that are going to really help out, along with David Jiricek and a few others. Then you go to Montreal at 5. Ivan Demidov is going to be combining with the likes of Yurov Slavkovsky. He's going to be, a great partner for Nick Suzuki. As a future offensive guy, really high-octane guy, like the pick there. Tija Ginla is the first prospect picked for the Utah Hockey Club. Great example of a person to have, a true role model to start in their system. Obviously, with Jerome Ginla, the pedigree there. Tej is a really good prospect on his own accord. Very excited to see where he goes in his game and find where he's going to come out here. And then obviously we get into 7, Carter Yakimchuk, another guy who kind of went higher off the board than we were expecting. A guy who, he could have shot up into the top 10, but, more than likely a lot of people had him in the mid to late first round. Good player. I just kind of question where the pick would be. I'm surprised they didn't trade down and get more assets. Number 8, Berkeley Catton. I thought this was a money spot for them. Perfect, down the center away. They're going to have, Shane Wright, Matt Beniers, and then now Berkeley Catton, which is going to be loaded at the center position. Excited to see where he goes with his game, get some high-octane offense, and falls into a system with Seattle that's going to really benefit his game. Number 9, I thought this was a great pick here with Zane Parekh from the Saginaw Spirit. I look at Zane Parekh similar to, he's of that Makar, Dahlin, Sam Girard, the Adam Fox. He's in that young puck mover stage of his career. Unbelievable talent on his own. Great skater. I think his defensive issues are quite overblown. I think he's able to really cover and do a lot of different things. The first time I saw him, the person who I saw that looked the most like him as a 16-year-old was Jamie Drysdale. And then I saw him again this year and saw him at the Memorial Cup, and he really grew into his own game and played really well as well. Number 10, Anton Silyev. I'm of the belief that, Anton Silyev to me reminds me a lot of Nikita Triamkin, who played for Vancouver a few years ago. Big body, good skater, but not much else to his game. I'm surprised a lot of people had him ranked. I think he got this pick based off of early hype. The back half of his KHL season was not impressive at all. Probably should have been playing in juniors. And as a result, he drops a little bit lower than, the hype had preceded him to have. Number 11, Sam Dickinson. This is a good value pick here. I thought Sam Dickinson might slip into the top 10, but it was a good pick for San Jose, and they get their top 4 defensemen, right? They get a puck rushing, moving defenseman that really can, come into the zone and really generate a lot of plays. And, they'll be able to feed, Macklin Celebrini, feed Will Smith, feed William Eklund, and they'll have plenty of offense. And they're starting to build that structure that's going to allow them to be a pretty good team going forward. Minnesota comes up and trades up into 12, switching one spot with Philly. They get Zeev Buium. Zeev Buium obviously is a puck-breaking defenseman. He can get the pucks out, really do a great job in his own zone. This was an interesting pick. He's rated around here. I personally had him rated a little later, but he as his own accord. He had a really dominant season. He's got an awesome pedigree. Minnesota went and traded up for him for that reason. And 13, they get down and Jet Luchenko gets picked. Another shocking kind of pick. He was expected to be probably like 25 to 40. Jet Luchenko on his own, though, is a good player. I think the offense lacks a little bit for him. I don't think he's got that like high-end first-line offense. But that's okay because they got Matvei Michkov now for next season and beyond. So, Jet Luchenko might fit in nicely into that middle six. One of the picks of the draft for me was Konsta Helenius at 14. I personally had Konsta Helenius at 3. I was super high on him. I've watched a lot of games of his. He's proven it at a pro level. He's continuing to do this over and over again, and he's just been impressive. He's going to go into a Buffalo system already loaded with a ton of forward talent, and he's going to come in and he's going to be a really good player. I think he'll be there in 2 years. Really like his overall potential. 15, you got Brandzeg Nygaard, the first Norwegian first rounder ever in the draft. A player that to me fits Detroit's upside. There's a lot of, they have a certain profile of player they like. I liken him to a Casper. I liken him to a Danielson. All around guys who can bring offense, but who can also be defensively responsible. I think his upside is a little bit limited. I don't see top line offense with him. I see him as a middle six forward. We'll see what he ends up with, but he's got a ton of different situations, and obviously Håkan Andersson really liked him in order to pick him here at 15. 16 is Adam Jiricek. Adam Jiricek, he only had a point this year, but obviously dealt with a lot of injuries. He's the brother of David Jiricek, who plays for Columbus. Should be really interesting to see how he develops as well. He's actually even needs more physically built, than David is, being only 6'3" and about 170 pounds. He's going to need to build himself up, and he's going to need probably 3 or 4 years before he's ready to become a National Leaguer. Number 17, we got Tarek Parashak. This was a surprise pick. I had him very high at 10. I didn't think other people valued him as highly, but obviously Washington did. Tarek Parashak, to me, you're looking at a kid who at 16 played at U18 hockey, and then he came from that level to play in the major junior loop and had 105 points. Other players who've done that, you got Brad Richards, you got Alex DeBrincat. Those two alone are very talented players. Plus, there's many more who have made the jump. You look at Blake Wheeler has done the jump. Nick Bukestad also made kind of a jump before going to college. Interesting talents that you can assess with that, and Tarek Parashak to me is of that ability. 18, Sasha Boiver, safe pick here. He's a middle six guy. At the very least, he's going to be a fourth liner for Chicago. Another talented player that's going to prove that he can play in all zones. He can be responsible in all zones. He's a good skater. His offense is a little limited, but I like what he brings to the table. 19, one of the more controversial picks in the draft, Trevor Connolly. For those who don't know, Trevor Connolly, when he was 16, he was on Snapchat with a couple of his AAA teammates, and he had Legos built on one of his teammates in the shape of a swastika. Obviously, he went through training. He went through diversity training. He seems to be remorseful for what he did, but there's also other character issues that have come up since and doing the due diligence for this pick. He's been routinely called out by coaches. He's had different issues going on in terms of disrespecting officials, things like that. There's character flaws within the kid, but I think if he's willing to work on them, this kid's a top 5, top 10 talent. He's an unbelievable player, great skill, super elusive, very fluid skater, really impressive there. Another steal for me is Cole Eiserman. You score 58 goals in 57 games. You're obviously doing something right on the ice. Whether he's a victim of over-scouting or what, I'm not sure. 24 months ago, if you asked the majority of these scouts, they would have had him at number 1 overall. Now he fell all the way to 20. Lou Lamoriello bets on the upside. If you can score, you can score. I think it's a home run pick for the New York Islanders. And if you think about almost 10 years ago, they picked Matthew Barzal very late in the draft as well. And look at what he's turned out to be. I think Cole Eiserman's got that upside to where he can get there as well. 21, Michael Hage. Unbelievable pick here. Michael Hage, to me, was a top 10 talent. I think, in dealing with the circumstances he had with his father, dealing with a labrum injury, he's in a new area of the world. Instead of being in Ontario, he's in the U.S. in Chicago by himself, working with people, trying to get himself back to what he could, and he dealt with all this adversity and still produced at a really high end level to earn himself a first round pick. I think that's a super impressive characteristic about him. I think he's to me, it's a great fit in Montreal. They did a great job in selecting him there. 22, Egor Surin. This is a kid who's creative. He's definitely got a flair to him. I like his game. I think all around he's got a pretty decent game. I was surprised to see him go at 22. I'm happy that he went at 22 because I think he's in that tier. Very impressive player though. I like what he brings to the table. It's a good fit stylistically in Nashville for him, and I think they'll really use him and develop in ways that are going to really make sense for him. 23 is Stian Solberg. This pick didn't really surprise me because I figured Stian Solberg plays a very physical game. He loves to hit. He loves to play defensive. He's a defensive defenseman, true and true. Those guys are dime a dozen. They're not dime a dozen, I should say. They're very rare to find nowadays. I think he's just an excellent player all around. It's a great stylistic fit, and I think a lot of people are going to liken him to a proper hitting Radko Gudas here in a few years. I think he's got that ability to get better and get stronger, and he's been in Norway. He hasn't been in North American professional systems. He hasn't even really been in elite European training systems. There's a lot of upside you can bet on with Stian Solberg, and I would not be surprised if he came out and was a way better NHL than people are expecting. 24, you got Cole Baudouin, plays for the Barrie Colts. This guy blew up the combine. I think he was finished 7. He was the top person for 7 out of the 10 combine exercises and things like that. Just an absolute beast in the gym. Really a hardworking forward, more of a power forward style type of person, likes to wear you down in the corner, very physical, good shot as well. Skating is pretty average, but it's good enough for the NHL. I think there's a lot to like there with Cole Baudouin. Plus you got bloodlines as well. His dad Eric played for Florida for a few years in the National Hockey League. 25, you have the real unicorn of the draft here in Dean Letourneau. Dean Letourneau played instead of going to Owen Sound and playing in the OHL, he went and played for St. Andrews College at the prep level. Absolutely dominated this year. This is a massive human being, 6'11" wingspan, 6'7", 234, absolute unit of a human. Should be exciting to watch him grow and develop. I think he's, obviously his height may not grow, but, getting him into his final form as a player, I think, you're looking at a guy who could be a higher scoring Brian Boyle. There's a lot to like there, and I'm sure Boston loves the fact that they could get a big ramming forward like him as late as they did in the first round. 26, a guy who I think fell a little bit too far is Liam Greentree for Windsor. Obviously had an amazing season with Windsor this year. 90 points in 64 games. Really, a great puck pursuiter, really tough on pucks, really tough on people in general. Just overall really smart hockey player. Fits really well in the LA style. You look at a guy like Dustin Brown. I think he's of that ilk. Impressive player in his own right. It should be interesting to watch him grow and develop. And then, we'll just see where he goes from here. But I think there's a great pick there at 26. 27, you got Merrick Van Acker. Merrick Van Acker is a guy who's really come on to the forefront here in the last the last 3 or 4 months. Really showed a lot of, tenacity, pro attributes. Looks like everything you hear about him is he's a high character guy, willing to work it anywhere and any way. He'll get to the dirty areas. He'll get to scrums. He'll fight for you, but he's also got some offense too. So great pick up there by Chicago. Their third and final pick in the first round last night. And then we go to 28 with Matvei Gradin going to the University of Michigan, just like Michael Hayes as well. Another forward, a little bit slippery, a little more elusive, but similar player to Michael Hayes. Just has that Russian style. He's really good skater. I like what he brings offensively. I think there's still more room to grow in his offensive game, actually. That's a really nice bet there by Calgary at 28 to go after Matvei Gradin. 29, you got Emil Hemming. Emil Hemming fell a little bit lower than I expected in the draft. I expected him at around the 20 to 25 range. But, once you get past 20, it's hard to say where some of these guys would fall. But Emil Hemming has gone in. This kid's got a huge shot, big time shooter. He loves to go and, he can still play make, but he definitely likes to, throw the shot out where he can. Smart player in terms of his positioning. You never see him get caught too much. Defensively, he's okay. I think he's got some room to grow there too, though. Overall, his game, every little thing in his game has some room to grow, and that's important for a lot of these guys. If you're betting on upside, this is a guy to get at 29. 30, you got EJ Emery. Good bloodlines with his dad being a CFL player. Another guy who had a really good combine. Had the highest vertical jump actually in the history, or highest horizontal jump, I should say, in the history of the combine, as well as a very good vertical jump he was like 26 inches, which is actually comparable to some NBA guys. Really just, explosiveness is really impressive. He's a good fluid skater, really good accelerator as well. I don't think he closes well enough on guys defensively, and I think his offensive game is a lot of work. But if you're looking at a guy like Keandre Miller probably had this, Keandre Miller is a similar build and had a little bit of a different play style, but you're looking at him to fill that kind of mold, and he may look at him to be a role model and maybe change his game towards that style. 31, obviously, Ben Danford, playing for the OHL. I thought this was kind of a stretch. Danford to me was more of a third-round guy, but, for him to sneak in the first round, good on him. Obviously they got a lot of viewings of him in Oshawa, not terribly far from Toronto. Still in the same province, obviously. But Ben Danford, is just kind of your meat and potatoes defenseman. He can give you some offense. He's a decently stable defenseman. I don't think there's anything overly impressive to make him, to me, a first-round quality defenseman. He doesn't have that, outstanding pro attribute. But, that was what Toronto wanted in their draft. So, and then 32, the last pick, I've watched probably 9 or 10 games of this kid, throughout the years, playing in the GOJ and the OHL, is Sam O'Reilly for the London Knights. I've seen him, in the Memorial Cup. I've seen him in regular season OHL play, and I've seen him in the GOJHL in regular season and playoff play, actually. I love this kid's tenacity. I love the effort he gives you on every single shift. He's a tough, in-your-face kind of guy. He likes to go out and rough it up. But he's also got some scoring touch. He likes to sit in front of the net. He's very good with pucks in tight. He can provide some offense for you as well. And it's not, whether it's in the dirty areas or if he's tipping pucks, he's a valuable player and he can find himself in a lot of different situations. So I just did a huge, run through of everything, with last night's draft. Obviously, I went from having 4 to 22 of you on here. So if you don't know me, my name is Hidden Hockey, Matt Gordon. I'm on the Hidden Hockey podcast. If you like what I just did there, then you're going to really like a lot of the content I put on the channel. So please subscribe if you like the content. I'm trying to get to about 100 subscribers by the end of the weekend. It would be awesome. And very excited to see where we go from here. So I'm going to go into some questions now that I see off to the side. If you're wondering, I'm not going to do a live stream, but I will do live reaction, and I'll update elite prospects as the picks are going on. That probably will be likely quicker and better than the coverage you're going to get on ESPN. So I'll do that, and leave any comments you can in the chat below. So hello to 2001 Lex Stalonis. He's been a subscriber for a while, so I appreciate you being on here. Thank you for being on. Mama G 9598, let's go. Darn straight. Thanks for supporting. And then obviously we got a comment here from Red asking, what is Hage's upside in comparison? For me, Michael Hage is it's hard to give him a player comparable. If I were to guess, I give him kind of a Ryan O'Reilly style build in terms of how he looks physically. He works really hard. I don't think he's much of a gym rat as Ryan O'Reilly is, but a talented player in his own right. I think there's, some game. I think, in terms of what he can bring to an NHL level, I think at his peak in his prime, to me, he's at least a 25 or 30 goal scorer with about 40 or 50 assists. I think there's 80-point upside within him, probably, a few years down the line, obviously, but we'll be curious to see what happens here and kind of see where we go for the rest of the, way here for Hage. But obviously with all those circumstances and he was able to still produce what he did, that in itself is really impressive and goes to show the character and the development that he's going to have here. Simon just So Simon Germain commented on here. Some compared him to some kind of Nick Suzuki. Good vision, good two-way game that needs to develop. I'm assuming you're talking. Reply back. I'm assuming you're talking about Hayes. I don't disagree with that comparison. Actually, I think he's a little bigger, obviously, build wise, but play style isn't too terribly different either. I don't disagree with that. Victor now has a question here. So, which right shot D would you have drafted for the Leafs? Oh, okay. Thank you, Simon, for the confirmation. So he said yes. Michael Hage to Suzuki. I think that's a fair comparison too. So I'm going to go to Victor now. Which right shot D would you have drafted for the Leafs? I don't know if he's a right shot D, but Henry Muse would have been an interesting guy. Good skater, obviously in the Ottawa area as well. Really good on, I think he's more of a power play threat. I think, he's even got that, translatability to where he's played even some forward. So you're looking at a guy like a Boyd Devereaux style player. To me, I think there's just more offensive upside with him. I think there's more ability to produce in different ways than a Ben Danford would bring. That's just my personal opinion. Obviously, you're going to get a viewing, different views from different people. I wouldn't have minded that at all. And I tend to favor more puck rushing defensemen anyway, at least in terms of my personal viewing habits and watching a guys. But that's who I would think, Victor, that I would have tried to look at. So thank you for that question, Victor. Appreciate you on here. Red wants me to talk about Demidov and his upside. Demidov's another guy. I think to me, he's one of the most dynamic players in the draft. Demidov to me, he obviously really dominated Russian juniors for 2 years now. It hasn't really even been competitive for him. But then once he stepped up into the pro level, whether it was, the usage or the ice time he had, he really struggled. So obviously there's some sort of gap within, the KHL and the NHL that he is struggling to divide in. But, he's obviously SKA St. Petersburg is one of the top teams in the KHL. It is really hard to get ice time there. And probably should have been loaned maybe to a weaker team just to get him more ice time. But I think he's a guy who once he gets comfortable in a setting, once he gets his game translated, he's a super talented player. I look at him similar to an Alex Kovalev. I think he's got that type of straight line speed, but also the skill to get around you and be creative. Really liking, that kind of mindset in terms of why he should have been picked as high as he was. And obviously it was a great pick for him in Montreal at five. So thank you for that question as well. So who could Montreal pick at pick 78? It's hard to say. I'll probably answer that question a little bit later once I see more of the team, more of the guys that are available, and kind of figure out where exactly they're gonna fit. I think there's a few guys I think might be a little lower at. One guy I like in the tier 2 loop is Logan Sawyer, who plays for the Brooks Bandits. A guy with some offense, similar to obviously Aiden Fink was drafted last year. Those who have known the draft for a long time knows that, Kel McCarr was drafted by the Brooks, out of the Brooks Bandits. It's a really good tier 2 program, but probably, I don't know if he's playing another year there, or if he's going to go on to play college, but should be interesting to watch where, he can go, from here. And I think there's a lot to like there with Logan Sawyer. He's still got some upside, that really grow. He hasn't really played at any high-end level. He played at Stansted Prep, similar to like a Dean Letourneau before, going to the Brooks Bandits. So really like the player. I think there's a lot of vision there. I've seen a couple of viewings of him where he's really, he's very much a puck hound. He likes to get on pucks. He likes to get on people. He's not necessarily as physical as you would like him to be, but that's something you can teach and learn to grow with him. So there's a lot to like there, but I'm excited to, hear more about, see him more, and then also just hear more about what his progression has been, especially at higher levels. Paired, where can I watch the NHL Draft free stream? I don't have a stream necessarily, but I'm going to be doing this. So I'm going to be updating Elite Prospects. Honestly, the Elite Prospects is going to be quicker, and me talking about it is going to be better than watching anything that ESPN is going to produce. I'm just going to be honest. It's not me being narcissistic. People that have watched draft coverage for a while know the coverage stinks. That's why I'm able, to even do this in the first place, because, we're looking here. We got 32 people on here. I'm hoping we can grow this even more. But, there's not a lot of coverage, unfortunately, for rounds 2 through 7. So that's why I'm trying to fill the gap as much as I can, and appreciate you coming on here, and hopefully you stay on and enjoy the content. Simon Germain again. People talked a lot about John Mustard. Do you think he'll be picked in the second round, early or late? I think he could be a mid-second round pick. Obviously, he played for Waterloo this year. Really talented player in terms of I don't think his offense is as good as you would like it to be, but he also came from a massive jump in his development scale. He went from playing 2 years ago, he was playing under 16 AAA hockey, and then moved to the USHL level, which is a massive jump. People I think underestimate how much the jump is from high-end junior from AAA. It is a big jump, and for him to come into the USHL and play really well for Waterloo is very impressive. Personally, yeah, I think he'll probably be somewhere in like the 45-50 range is my guess. Would it surprise me if he's picked early in the second round? Not at all, because you're betting on upside. I look at him similar to like Theodore Niederbach, who the Wings picked a couple years ago. I think that, he made a big jump as well. Obviously, Theodore Niederbach struggled a little bit, but John Mustard, to me, I think being in the North American game, knowing North American ranks and their different style players, I can see a translatability to the NHL for John Mustard. So thank you for the question, Simon. Is it live stream, Kevin? No, I'm not live streaming it, but what I will do is I will be going through Elite Prospects and just ripping through the picks, one by one, giving my analysis and what I know and what I've watched through the year. That's going to probably be better than trying to watch on ESPN, because, ESPN is going to have their coverage, but they're going to miss half the picks and they're not going to talk about half the prospects. So if you want to know exactly who your team is getting and the prospects and everything, you're going to want to stay here. So it is on TV. Yeah, it's on ESPN. But like I said, I don't think you're not going to be happy with the coverage. And I have a feeling I'll give you about 20 minutes and you'll be right back on here. So thanks for the questions, though, Kevin. Appreciate you guys being on here. And if you like I said, if you like the content, please subscribe. I got my best available here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat on the right. Very excited to talk more about the overall prospects and, see what your guys' opinions are. But as well, we can talk about even guys that aren't this draft. If you guys want to talk about 25, 26, any of the future drafts or anybody that that's in the hockey world in general that you want to learn more about, I'm open to any of the questions. If I don't know, obviously I'll get back and I'll probably do a little research as I'm on here, but more than likely I'll have some knowledge on the player. So yeah, if we're about 30 minutes in here, so I pick started in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna go load. I'm also gonna have the ESPN Plus. Like, you might hear a little bit of sound from my feed. If you do, that's cool, I guess, if you want to stay on and listen to the sound. I'm going to try and keep it pretty low, though, so that way I can at least see and hear you guys and also have myself the ability to think as well. But I'm excited to talk more about the draft, more about these prospects, and, get to talk to you guys and see who you guys are. If you guys can also put in the chat where you guys are from, that'd be cool as well. I'd just like to know. We had a couple people last night. I did a stream, and we had a couple people. We had one from Finland last year. I had a guy from UK, and a few others. So feel free to leave that in the chat below. I just like to know. I think it's fun to learn from you guys and find out more. So yeah, feel free to leave those comments in the chat, and I'll be excited to go more into it. Back here, one sec. Sorry, guys. I'm just doing this real quick to flip on here, and I'll talk more about any prospect questions you guys have, or I'll get more into what's going on. So we got about 10 minutes before they start picks. So Obviously, if you guys didn't know, Alex Texier was also traded last night, either last night or the night before. He went for, I think he went to St. Louis. I don't know what the return was, but an interesting move there. Obviously, he dealt with some mental health issues, and that's why he didn't play a lot the last couple of years. But it's interesting to see where that goes from here, and we'll see what happens with him and his career. But I think he's a guy who's really talented from a non-traditional country that really needs their talents to hit well. So again, for those that have just joined, my name's Matt Gordon. This is the Hidden Hockey Podcast. If you like the content and you like what I got going on here, feel free to subscribe. I'm excited to have more people that have subscribed to the channel. I'm going to be putting up a lot more content on 2025, 2026, and the rest of the drafts. I might even do a stream for the CHL Import Draft. That'll be maybe next week. If I have time, I'm going to try and do that as well. Considering nobody really covers it. And then, excited to talk more about prospects with you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat on the right-hand side. I will answer any and all of them. And, hopefully we'll have more discussions and things like that as the picks go on. You have my best available listed on there. I think there's, obviously have more. I ranked about, I think I have a list of about 60 kids who I have drafted, but who I think will get drafted. Out of the 60, it's probably more than likely like 45 of them are actually going to get drafted. So that's where the numbers are coming in for 12 in front of that. So I had Camille Bednarik as being a really high-end player. I still think he's a really high-end player. I compare him to a Dylan Larkin light. I think he's really tenacious on pucks, super quick, really hard-nosed kind of guy. Brings a lot of nice upside in terms of his overall game and what he can bring to you in the offensive zone, and defensively he's actually really responsible. I thought he was a very underrated part of the national development team in his 2 years there, and for me, I think he'll be a guy who's going to be picked very early here in the second round, along with Ryder Ritchie. Ryder Ritchie is another guy. He came from the Western Hockey League. He's got NHL bloodlines. I think his relative is Brian Ritchie, who also played for the Florida Panthers at one point in time and played for a few other teams in the National Hockey League. Like his overall skill set too. I think he's obviously more talented than Byron was. Not that Byron was a bad talent, but I think there's just more upside with Ryder Ritchie. And he'll be a guy who I think will be picked really early here in the second round. So for new viewers, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. Excited to learn more, about prospects with you guys and, be able to talk to you guys about different things, with the draft. So up to 42 now, which is awesome. Very excited about, talking more about prospects with you guys and getting more into some different guys here. So Alex Zetterberg, Red's got a question here. What is Alex Zetterberg's upside? Alex Zetterberg, I think the sky's the limit with this kid. He's the thing that's holding him back from being a first rounder is size. He's 5'8" and about 160 pounds. But every level he's played at, the under 20 level, he's a point per game in Sweden. U18s, he was over a point per game. Every level he's played at, he's been over a point per game. And he's small, but my God, is he talented. I look at him like a Johnny Gaudreau style player. Really skilled in terms of he's very good at finding lanes for pucks. He can make unbelievable passes. He's just super cerebral. Skating is good for his size as well. I just think the smarts are something you just can't ignore. I think he's got, in terms of his brain and the way he processes the game, he's a top 15 pick, no questions asked. It's just the fact that he's small. And he, to me, is the best Swedish prospect available. I think he fits far and away a lot better than a lot of these prospects coming up out of Sweden will, for the next little bit. So I think he, to me, is going to go in the second. If he doesn't go in the second, it's purely because of size. Really good player, though. Johnny Gaudreau size players disappear in the playoffs. Not if they have some offensive upside there, remote. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it's not necessarily due to the physical game. I think it's due to the fact that, guys don't provide lanes either. Everybody's looking for the next hit sometimes. It's not always that those guys can't produce. It's that they're not given the room by people, that they need to have. Can he be a Montreal? So that's my thoughts there. Red, can he be a Montreal pick? I'm assuming you're talking about Zetterberg. It's possible. I mean, me being a Wings guy, I'm selfishly kind of hoping that he's a Detroit Red Wing pick. If you're wondering, also, he is, I think, related to Zetterberg. I think they're cousins, actually. They're from Najernda, which is the same city that Zetterberg was born in, and they play for the same youth team. So I have a hard time believing that, they're both Zetterbergs who play hockey from the same hometown and the same team, that, there isn't some sort of confirmed relation there. So obviously they're, I think I want to say I read they were first cousins. So you got that as well. Remote viewer, Johnny Gaudreau had offensive upside and disappeared in the playoffs. Well, their team disappeared in the playoffs too, so got to think of that too. I'm done with small players in Calgary, hopefully. I think you guys are going to like Ryder Ritchie. I have a feeling you guys are going to pick him. I just think he fits the Flames style really well. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of a player who on Calgary who he really reminds me of. I kind of look at him like a more physical Matt Lombardi. I think he's a little bit bigger than Matt Lombardi was, though. And, a good player. I like his overall, approach to the game. He fits very, he's a very north-south guy. He makes a lot of sense for Calgary, in my opinion. That's the guy I think they're going to look to draft. But we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of guys available as well. Trying to think of some other guys right now that, are more physical, that play more of a Calgary style of game. Let me think offhand. They're available in the draft. Another guy you might like is I like Ryder, but I hope somebody else takes him. Lombardi did nothing in Calgary. All right, to each their own. Wow, 60 viewers. That's awesome. Very cool that there's that many people on here. Again, thank you so much, guys, for being on here. I greatly appreciate you guys. It's awesome to talk hockey with a lot of you. And if you like the content, feel free to subscribe. Obviously, I'm trying to grow this to where I can, have a couple hundred subscribers. So if you can help me in that journey, it'd be greatly appreciated. The picks are going to be going here in a couple minutes. I'll be updating as we go on, and I'll be hitting refresh quite often on these elite prospects and getting you guys the latest and greatest as it goes on. And giving you my instant feedback on some of the players here. We got an appearance from Cam from Elite Prospects on there. That should be interesting. So remote viewer here, another comment. I really wanted Cole Baudouin and Sam Dickinson, but for Perek to fall that far is great. Matt Maverick-Gradin looks great. Yeah, I thought Calgary was a home run last night. I thought they were fantastic in the way they picked. To me, they're the early. I don't like to declare winners and losers, but I really like what they did last night. I think, their drafting strategy, Perek is a perfect guy, to be that puck moving player that they're going to rely on the power play and be able to really move pucks around. I love his game. And Gradin, I think, is a guy he's very underrated. A lot to like there. There's a lot to like. I don't disagree. I think Cobalt Duran would have made a lot of sense too, and I think Sam Dickinson would have for Calgary. But like I said, I think you guys did very well last night. Rob Osgood here, Carolina Hurricanes fan here with 3 second-round picks. What's your thoughts on which direction they will go? I would say that it's hard to say. I mean, I think Carolina's system is actually really impressive. Their whole strategy, I think, for this draft is going best player available. You got to like what they have in terms of their system. More than likely, I mean, I know Carolina likes to lead towards the Finns. I could see them going after Aaron Kiviharhu. They have the ability to take the chance on a guy like him. Smaller defenseman, but a guy who I really like, and I like what he brings to the table in terms of, fitting their system and fitting what the needs are for, their overall mindset. So I think, Kiviharhu is a guy to watch out for. I think, they might go after, somebody from the Tier 1 loop. I think Logan Sawyer makes a lot of sense there too. It just really depends. I'll probably update as we go here, but thank you for that question, Rob. Very appreciated. Remote viewer here. Great job by Connie talking about Calgary and their picks. I agree. Yeah, they did a good job. Montreal aced it except for Celine Dion. Yeah, the Celine Dion thing was kind of tough. Somebody joked last night, what team did she play for? I thought that was kind of funny. But should be interesting to watch and see. I thought Montreal did a good job last night too. Not a botter said, what should Buffalo do with their back-to-back second-round picks? I gotta remind myself of where exactly they're picking. So they're picking at 42 and 43. I think it depends on who's available. I like Camille Bednarik. I think fits well in a Buffalo system. A hard-nosed guy, really good nose front. Really good nose front, I should say. Good in front of the puck. Good in front of the net. Really just almost like a Dylan Larkin light is what I like to compare him to. Just a really defensively responsible guy, but also brings the offense too. Wouldn't mind that. And I think there's some other guys. Maybe they look at Alex Zetterberg if they're looking for more offensive creativity. I think there's a lot to like there with him as well. So thanks for the question, not a botter. Hansa says, where can I watch? ESPN has it on TV, but like I said, I think you're going to want to stay on here because I'm going to give pick-by-pick analysis as it goes on. We'll see what happens, though. But I'm going to try and update as fast as I can, and I'll be talking a lot about each prospect, and you're not going to get that on TV. So I'm going to do as best as I can to get as much coverage as I can and get it on here. So R. Anderson, more prospects to the Sharks this evening. You can bet. I'm assuming you're from Sweden if you're saying that you're this evening, because it's definitely 9 a.m. here. It's 11:30 over here, so I'm in the Eastern time zone. But it's 8:30 over there in Vegas, so it's exciting there. But and then remote viewer, Carolina looking at longer term projects. They have a game ready lineup, best players available. Exactly. They always go BPA, and I actually think they're incredibly smart in terms of how they view their prospects. Love how they go about their business here. Remote viewers, Celine plays for Sainstein. Celine plays for Sainstein. That's aggressive. And then not a botter. I don't have ESPN Plus or NHL Network, so I'll be watching here. Appreciate it, man. Like I said, if you really like the content, you like what I got going today, please subscribe. I'm going to be doing a lot more in terms of this year's content, this year's draft content. And then I'm going to talk a lot about the future drafts too, like 2025 draft, 2026 draft. I have a wealth of knowledge in those type of things. Super excited to talk more about prospects with you guys. If you guys are looking for prospect analysis on a channel where you can ask these questions directly, please subscribe. I'm going to be doing a lot here in terms of, talking about the prospects. If you want more information with it, I'm going to put out more videos. You guys can recommend topics to me. It'd be greatly appreciated. So I'm super, super excited to give you guys the draft today. So they look like they're gonna start here shortly. I don't think any of the picks have been made. At least I can't tell on TV, but they're definitely talking about different guys. A couple other guys to think about. Um, that might be picks as well as Cole Hudson from the National Development Program. I think he could be a guy who might go early in the first year. He is related to Lane Hudson. Like his game as well. I think he's an impressive player in his own right. And then you look at we'll see what happens here, but I think there's a lot to like in terms of the overall talent and stuff. So he could be one guy. I think Aaron Keeby Hart, who's a guy who could go pretty early. There's some other guys that have a lot of potential that could go early as well. Like I said, I got the best available for me right there, and we'll see what happens. So it looks like let me see what the picks are rolling here. I'll look right now. Nothing yet. Bill Daly just got on stage though, so it looks like they're going to start any minute. Let's go through here. R. Anderson, damn right, I'm from Sweden. It's 5:34, like 17:34, like we say here. It's good old military time, Anderson. I love it. Thanks for commenting, guys. This is awesome. Greatly appreciate it. Okay, San Jose is on the clock now. I'll let you guys know as things happen. We'll see, where it goes from here, though. Dija and Tendu, Rangers possibly trading Trouba to Detroit. That's been the rumor. I'm so busy on here, I haven't been able to check Twitter or anything like that. So if you guys could update me on any trades, it'd be greatly appreciated. You guys will probably find them a little bit quicker than I will, just because I'm providing pick-by-pick analysis, and I'm only one person. So greatly appreciate you guys being able to provide anything you can provide in here. We've got 148 people in here, which is fantastic. It's awesome. Thank you again, everybody who's come on here. Really like, that everybody's able to come and enjoy the content with me. So Guido Sanchez here says, who's making Edmonton's picks and why do they let an intern make trades? That's a good one. So Sam O'Reilly, I'll be honest, I really like him. I think he's a good, talented player. There's a lot to like in terms of his overall play and his mindset, and he brings a lot to the table. So I don't know what the trades necessarily come into play there, but I do like the pick for them. 33 was Igor Chernyshov. This is a kid who's really highly thought of. Big kid at 6'3", 204. Really offensively creative player. He brings a lot to the game in terms of he's very physical. He's able to his straight line speed is actually really impressive. And I think to me, he's a guy who you can look at and say, he looks like he's got some top 6 upside. I was surprised to not see him in the first round. But he's a player he's going to bring a lot to the table, and he's definitely an impressive player. So savvy pick there by San Jose. Really like that pick for them. Looks like, Remote Viewer is listing a bunch of different prospects here. Do you want me to go over each one of these? Because I can. I'll try to do them in between picks if possible, Remote. So we got Julius Mietinen. Adam Jacho is a kid who I really think he'll go in the second or third round. Massive kid at 6'4". He's played a lot. He's been known on the prospect circles for a few years now, just because he's been able to play some tournaments as an underager. Like his game and like his overall approach, he should be a really pro-ready player. Andre Bacher, that's a talented player as well. I think he played in the major junior circuit this year, if I remember correctly. I'm doing this all off my head, so no notes, but like his game too. I don't like him as much as Jacho. Let's see here. 34 just went. Dominic Badinka, Czech defenseman, plays for Malmo. This is a kid who a great all-around defenseman. I like his skating ability, like what he brings in terms of his he's a bigger guy as well. He needs to fill out a little more. He's only about $185. But he's a really, great skater, good mover of the puck. He doesn't make dumb decisions. He's just super smart. And he's a player that you're going to really like. I think he's got some top 4 upside as well. Oliver Josephson. I'll be honest, I don't know much about Ollie Josephson. I just know his name. I've never really gotten a viewing of him, unfortunately. So that's unfortunate, but I'll research and get back with you on that, remote viewer. Nathan Villeneuve. There's some risk here with Nathan Villeneuve. I think he's a high-end prospect, but obviously there's the issue with him putting a vendetta out on Kashawn Aitchison. During the year, he got a 15-game suspension that later got revoked, so you're able to play in the OHL. I think he might slip because of that incident, to be honest, but we'll see where that goes from here. 35 was just made. It looks like it's Lucas Pettersson is the pick there, and then Charlie Ehrlich went at 36. Pettersson is a guy who's a little shorter, but he's pretty elusive. I'm surprised he got picked earlier than Zetterberg. I think Zetterberg's the top prospect out of the Swedes. But it's an interesting player nonetheless. I think it's worth the pick at 35. And then obviously at 36, Charlie Ehrlich is a guy who's a long, rangy defenseman, 6'3" and about 200 pounds. Brings a lot of his right-hand shot. He brings a lot of different physical elements to the game. I think his offensive game is okay. I don't consider it to be, amazing. But he's a guy who he might find more offense at the pro level. He's not a dumb player by any means. He's not a guy who I can see being a really, big-time player. I think he's got like maybe second or third pairing upside. 37, Alphonse Frisch. He's a Swedish defenseman, shorter guy, about 5'10". I think he's shorter. Right? No, he's 6'1". Sorry, 6'1", 197. I was getting confused with somebody else, but now that I'm thinking about him, good skater. I like his mindset in terms of how he thinks of the puck. I don't think his IQ is as strong as it should be, so I don't think he's got the top pairing potential, but I can see him again. Similar to like Charlie Ehrlich, I think he's a third pairing guy. Jerry, when does it start? The pick's already started. Tufana Tickley. Sharks cooking. Let's keep it rolling. Darn straight. Nothing wrong with Sam O'Reilly. You're right, remote viewer. Teddy Stiga. One of my favorite players in the draft. I really like Teddy Stiga. I think he's just a hound. I actually think Colorado might select him here. It wouldn't surprise me if they took Stiga right now. They took a goalie. I'm surprised the goalie went this early, but Ilya Nabokov went at 36. That's an interesting pick as well. I'm sorry, guys. Here, I'll give you the whole second round. That's interesting for Nabokov to go this early. I would have thought for sure he was a fourth or fifth rounder. Obviously, they like the game of him, and Russian goalies tend to do really well. So that's an interesting pick, though. Good for him. Like I said, with more about Teddy Stiga, I think Teddy Stiga to me, is an absolute puck hound. Really good offensively. I like him almost as much as I like Bednarik. But I think Bednarik's just got another edge to him that, I really enjoy and like in his game. Lev Shinnoff will be a Hall of Famer. Yeah, he probably will. Like his game as well. Sharks doing well in the draft. Sam Evans, I totally agree. No bling bling hockey. I like that name. Still shocked that Deminoff dropped to 5. I am a little bit. I think there was some hesitancy just because you don't know. He didn't translate as well to the pros as he should have. But that might be due to usage and ice time. So it just depends on who you're talking to. And, but overall, though, I think, there's some potential there with him. Another couple picks went here. So you got Gabriel Eliasson with 39 to the Ottawa Senators. And 40 was Julius Miettinen. Offensive guy as well. Eliasson is a rangy guy. He's a big guy. He's 6'7". He's about, I don't love his game. I don't think there's a lot to like. He's just a big human being. I liken him to like a Logan Stanley, a guy who's going to be in your third pair, but he's just there to eat minutes. He's really good tenacity, good approach to his game, but I don't think he brings a ton of offense. So it's a safe pick there for them at 39. I actually think he probably should have gone lower. He went 39 because he's 6'7". I'm just gonna say that. So thank you, No Bling Bling, for the Demidov comment. Yeah, I think he'll shock. He'll probably be a top 5 prospect. But I'm not totally shocked he went at 5. Guido, do an in-depth analysis of Mustard. Give the people what they want. So John Mustard is a guy who obviously came from U16 AAA hockey to the USHL this year and came in and was really played very well. It's a massive gap. Very surprised, that somebody can make that transition and do it as well as he is, which speaks to the player as well. I think there's a lot to like there. I can see him going in the middle of the second round, if not later. It makes a lot of sense. Andrew Basha just went at 41. I'm going to update here. Basha is a kid who's super talented as well. I think there's some limit in terms of his offense. So, he's a good skater. He's a bigger guy, but I think he's not as offensive as people would think. So I see him more as a checking line guy. Sorry, back to Mustard, though. Mustard is, a good straight line skater, good around the net, good hands. Shot is really impressive. His skating could use a little bit of work, but it's not, unteachable or, not fixable. I think he's going to need a couple years of college, but he'll find his way and he'll find his game. I think he'll be pro ready sooner rather than later. Thank you, Guido, for the question. He says Lego Flames as well. Badinka, good pick. I would agree. Jacob Rodriguez, I wonder where KVR will go. I would agree. I wonder where he'll go too. That'll be interesting to see where he goes. I think he's falling, obviously because of his knee injuries, and he's had 3 knee surgeries, I want to say, and he's already undersized at 5'9", and I think about $180. Didn't really score much this year. All those are recipes for him to fall probably towards the 3rd or 4th round, which is unfortunate because he's a great skater, even still with the knee surgeries, and still a great talent. So the Sabres just traded the 43rd pick for Beck Malenstein. So 43 goes to the Washington Capitals for Beck Malenstein. It's a new one there. Adam Kleber, another big guy, was just selected by Buffalo. A decent skater, good hands. That's about it. That's all I can say about Kleber. I don't really love that pick, honestly. Thank you for the question, Jake. That was awesome to fill in there. Remote viewer, I did not know about the Etchison controversy. You're welcome for that. Guido wants Jesse Pulkkinen for the Flames. I'd be careful on that. I think Jesse Pulkkinen's quite overrated. I think, you have one good season and people want to overrate you. I don't really love that happening. I think it's atypical for that to work. It did work with somebody like Mo Seider, but, that's not the common thing. That's not something you want to really root for. Some other guys to look at, Carson Wetch. I haven't watched a lot of Carson Wetch, so I don't really have an opinion on him. Same with Colin Ralph. Colton Roberts, I think he's a really tenacious player. I've caught little clips and viewings of him. He's a guy who I don't know that he's going to be more than a 4th rounder, if I'm going to be honest. Colton Roberts, I don't see a ton of crazy upside with him, but we'll see what happens. I think there's a lot to like with him, and even still as a player, but I think like I said, I think he's more of a 3rd pairing guy. Cole Hudson just went 43 with the Washington Capitals. Like that selection a lot for Washington. They need some puck rushing defensemen, and that's a great pick there. Let's move on here to some other comments. So Pittsburgh gets Luke Misa. Luke Misa would fit well in Pittsburgh. Good player, like his overall skill set. You're going to like Michael a lot more. Expect him to be a top 5 pick in 2025. Hiroki Josic. That's a kid who plays at the BCHL level, I believe. Bigger guy, good rangy skater. I like him a lot too. I think he's a guy who is a good project pick, and brings a lot to the table. So he's an interesting guy. Jack Berglund. Going really fast. No fanfare and drama now. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm trying to get to these comments as quickly as I could. Jack Berglund. I'll be honest, I don't think he's draftable. Good picks so far. As a Blackhawks fan, I'm happy with the picks, especially Sasha. The fans wanted to ice him in, but Sasha had some bite. That comes from Jacob Rodriguez. I don't disagree with that. I mean, Sasha's a guy you want him in your corners, and he brings a lot to the table. There's a lot to like with him, and we'll see what happens. But I'm excited for the Blackhawks. I think they got a great draft. So thanks for that question. Let's see here. We're going through as quickly as I can. Let me go to update on here. Harrison Brunicky just went for Pittsburgh at 44. The cool thing about him is, for those that are interested in non-traditional hockey countries, he's from South Africa. And he actually can represent South Africa in terms of, being born there. He could be a South African player for them in the World Championships. So interesting to say the least that's that he was the pick there, but good for him, and actually good for South Africa if he ever decides to represent there. Very cool for them to have that pick. Brunicky itself he's an interesting defenseman. Another guy who rose really late in the draft. But there's a lot to look at with him. I think there's he's a good skater, limited in terms of his offense. I think his defensive game is okay. But he can lot to work on for him for sure, but he's a project pick. Ryder Ritchie at 45, really savvy pick by Minnesota. I think he's a guy who brings a lot, good shot, good skater. We talked about him already on the stream, so I'm not going to talk more about him, but interesting pick there. Let's go remote viewer. Demidov is the second most skilled player in the draft. He's certainly top 5. I'd say that. Hot Take Hockey just subscribed. Good work. I was going to subscribe to you, actually, bud. I'm going to subscribe to you as well. Let's do some collabing one time. I just saw your videos the other day, so put it in the chat if you want to work together. We'll do a video together. Guido says yes, Basha. Obviously, a lot of people are excited about that. Andrew Basha, I want to say he's 5'11". Andrew Basha is. Let me double check offhand. 6 foot. So Bosch is listed at 6 foot. Come on, Marcus Kersey for Charlotte Islanders. Kersey's probably going to be a late round guy, ghostified, but obviously you might know him, I'm guessing. Yeah, a decent player in his own right. We'll root for him here in the chat. Pulkinen's got a mean streak. Remote viewer, Pulkinen's got a mean streak. Yeah, he does. He certainly does. I'm going to update elite prospects here. 46 is Tanner Howe. Tanner Howe is a guy who played with Connor Bedard a couple years ago. Another savvy pick. On his own, he's a pretty offensive guy. The only thing I don't like about him is he's a little bit streaky. I think there's a lot to, look at with him. But, he's once he finds his game, I think he's a guy who can put up 20 or 25 in the National Hockey League for sure. So, yeah, with Pulkinen, though, he does have a mean streak. I will agree with that. Not a botter goes on here. Beck Malenstein for Cole Hudson. This is going to be an interesting tree for Kevin Adams and the Sabres. Yeah, it is. But I like the move for Cole Hudson. He's definitely better than Beck Malenstein, no question. Hayes to the Pens. Kevin Hayes to the Pens per Sayre Valley. Wow. That's interesting. But good, solid trade if that's the case. That's really interesting, though. That's kind of cool. That's going to work really well. And they're obviously going to look to build around Crosby and Malkin and Letang and give them one last cup. So Brunicky, born in South Africa, raised in Calgary. Yep. It's cool, though, that, South African, technically he's the second ever South African to make an NHL appearance on a team. The first one, I want to say, or no, there's one other before him, but the Wings had Willie Coetzee come in for a couple of development camps as well. Wow, Tampa, I didn't realize this. Thank you for updating, Deja. The trade here, Tampa's traded Mikhail Sergachev to Ottawa for Connor Geekie, JJ Moser, a 2025 second, and pick 199. Holy heck. Is that legit? Wow, that's impressive. I can't believe that. That's I haven't seen it even on here either. If that's true, that's crazy. Who do I think wins the trade out of that? If I'm being honest, I think that's a great trade for Utah. For Tampa, I should say. That's a lot to get for Mikhail Sergachev. JJ Moster's a top 4 defenseman. Connor Geeky's going to be a top 6 forward. You add in a second in a 2025 draft that honestly is going to be a really good draft. I'm going to do a mock draft here in the near future, probably going through my top 20 for the 2025 draft, but there's a lot of depth there. So that's going to be interesting. Really thank you for the update there. That's going to be fascinating to watch here. So Detroit made their pick, clearing cap space for Stamkos, I guess. That's possible. That trade, in terms of the Sergachev trade, they're saying, Days is saying clearing cap space for Stamkos. I would agree. That's probably why they're doing it. Or for somebody else. Who did the Jets pick? The Jets picked Alphonse Frisch. He's a defenseman. He'll play at the under 20 level again probably next year, and he'll probably honestly play for Sweden in the World Juniors as well. So you're gonna get a viewing of him, Colin. Thank you for that. And then I'm going to update here, guys. 1 second here. We got Max Plant went to the Red Wings. Like that pick. Nice, solid pick for them. Works hard. I think he's more of a third-line guy, but, a decent pick for the Wings. I'm okay with that pick as a fan myself, but, I think he's an interesting player nonetheless. Thank you guys for all the comments, by the way. I'm caught up now. 48, Colin Ralph just went. Colin Ralph. I forgot he was the Shadow kid. Big defenseman. I have him here on NHL Network is 6'4", 226, which is a lot bigger than I anticipated for him. As far as I know, he's a shutdown defenseman. I haven't watched an actual viewing of him, but I know that that's what his play style is. They're going to announce the trade right now, it looks like, for Utah. Number 49 in the 2024 draft and the second round pick in 2025, which is previously acquired. Wow, 300 viewers, man. You guys rock. John Marino, number 153 in the 2024 draft. Okay. All right, so a couple of big swap there. Wait, John Marino got traded too. Wow. Hey, good for Utah, Arizona's not – the former Arizona management's not messing around. You get Sergachev, and then you go and get John Marino. They're looking ready to play, man. Obviously, Ryan Smith's pushing the owner quite a bit, but good on them. That's terrific. That's huge, man, to have Sergachev and John Marino be your top pair. Good stuff. Good stuff, Utah. I think I caught up with everybody's comments. So, again, thank you so much for listening and being on here. Really, 300 of you is fantastic. That's so awesome for you guys. You guys are awesome. Jake, thank you very much. You rock too. Much appreciated, man. If you guys could give me a subscription, that'd be greatly appreciated. I'm blessed to have you on here, and I'm blessed to talk hockey every day, man. So I can't complain at all. So we'll go more here. We got a few more questions. Where is Bouillard? Hasn't been picked yet, man. He probably won't be until the 3rd or 4th round, based on some of the guys that are available. I'm going to keep updating here. We got 49. We got Mikhail Yegorov. This was a guy who was highly thought of in the USHL. A guy who faced a lot of shots. I think the quality of the shots he faced was a lot of different shots that he had going on. he's going to need a couple years, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Yegorov. But I think he's a guy who needs a few years to really find his game. Big frame though, he's 6'4", really good fluid mover in the net. There's a lot to like there. So Bouillard, like I said, is going to probably be a third or fourth round guy. Colin Ralph, 57 games, 60 points last year, or 66 points last year. Again, that's prep hockey. It's impressive, but it's prep hockey. You gotta factor that into. I'd like to see some production at the college level for him, but that's impressive for him, despite the fact that it's prep hockey. I still have a John Marino Pens jersey, great defensive player. Yeah, he is a great defensive player. That was a savvy pickup by Utah. Tanner Howell, I guess I'm fine with the Wish version Bedard. I don't agree with that necessarily. I think he's a good player, Hackett. You should be happy with him. So 50 just went. Carolina just selected Nikita Artemanov. This is another guy who had really high end upside. A lot of scouts had him really highly ranked, somewhere closer to the first round even. I didn't see him there personally, but just my thoughts. I'm going to try and update my best available, by the way, guys, as I can. Obviously, you guys are putting a lot of comments on here, so I'm going to respond to those first. But I think what I'll do is after the second round, I'll update that and get more info out to you guys. In terms of like other guys who I think are available that could be picked. I like Marino. Yeah, I like John Marino too. What do you think about Kiwi Harhu? Unbelievable player, top 20 talent in this draft. The biggest thing is you have 3 knee surgeries, you're undersized, and you didn't produce this year. That's just a recipe to go in the third or fourth round, unfortunately, for Kiwi Harhu. Devils probably going to sign Pesci now. Rangers fan. Yeah, they probably will. I hope Kiwi Harhu lands in Chicago. Kiwi Harhu to Pittsburgh. Jack Berglund just went at 51 for the Flyers. Shattuck stacked prep hockey team. They are stacked. I would agree. They're a hell of a watch, though. I will say. I've watched some a few years ago. I watched a bit of Shattuck St. Mary hockey, but it's hard to watch every one of these levels. I'm going to try as much as I can, though, in the next few games here to really get updated with that. Friedman said on NHL Network, there is some hope that Trouba to Detroit can be consummated today. I would love that as a Wings fan. I just hope it doesn't give up too much. They already gave up Wallman for nothing. I hope that they don't do that again. I hope they don't continue to do that. So we'll see what the return is, but I like that. I like that that's a possibility. I hope the Sharks take Muse. I hope for your sake they take Muse because Muse is a hell of a player. Mustard could go soon. He should, I would think. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't. If Dallas can get Ustinkov, they would be stank loaded. Yeah, they would be stank loaded. I've watched Ustinkov actually quite a bit. I've watched probably 3 or 4 viewings of him. Good skater, really smart. I've never seen him turn the puck over. I watched him 4 times. I've never seen him turn the puck over. He's a guy who I think could go in the 3rd or 4th round. And you're going to really like him as a pick. I think he's got some definite NHL upside. We got monkey business goes. I wonder how far Kiwi Harhu will fall. It almost seems like he refuses to play for most teams. I don't think it's that as much as I think people are scared by the knee surgeries. Like there's a lot of injuries with him, and like I said, a hell of a talent. Definitely a youth prodigy. I mean, the kid was known from the ages of 9 and 10 years old already. But it should be interesting to see where it goes from here. So Berglund is a prototypical Flyer and has a mean streak. I'll give you a word for that, remote viewer. Like I said, I haven't really watched a ton of Berglund, so I'm not going to comment on people I don't really watch. Pulkkinen would be nice too. I want Nikita Prishapov to be drafted too. I think he'll be a late round guy, Zapx Light. I think there's a possibility there. For him to be drafted, it just depends on where you see him. So let me update elite prospects here. We're up to 53 now. We have, sorry about that, Leo Salin Walinas. drafted by the Sharks, and Jesse Pulkkinen just went at 54 to the New York Islanders. So obviously, with Pulkkinen, they like the edge there. They went and got an overager. Leon Moodley is a guy who is a good puck-moving player. Interesting player, lots to like there. Salinas, or Salin Walinas, sorry. He's a guy who I don't really love his overall game. He reminds me a lot of Axel Sandin Palika without the flash. So whether you like that as a player, not sure. But to each their own, right? Rocket JBS says, "What do you think about Montreal's picks yesterday?" I think I thought they picked really well. I was overall pretty happy with what they had going for their picks. You obviously look at what they had here. Sorry, guys, I'll come back in a minute. Demidov was a hell of a pick. Hage was an awesome pick. Nobody picked right now for them, but lots of like there. Then you go Montreal killed it. Montreal is the first round for sure. Damn, I wanted Pulkin into the Sharks. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Another good pick by the Sharks. Tyler Hunt design. If a team picks Alvin Boya late, they're getting a really sneaky good goalie prospect. Undersized, worth keeping an eye on. I looked into him a little bit. Like I said, I think it's possible that he could be interesting. There's a lot of undersized goalies, though, that I think I actually almost like more than him. I'm trying to think here. Let me see what I have on my list. I don't have anybody that's like better than him necessarily on my list, but he's interesting. He plays for Maine, I believe, right? I think I caught little glimpses of him. I'm trying to remember what game I watched his offhand, but interesting player nonetheless. Teddy Stiga just went 35 for Nashville. That's an awesome value pick for them. And then Lucas Fisher just got picked by the St. Louis Blues. If you're wondering who Lucas Fisher is the nephew of Yuri Fisher. So looks like there's a trade here. Walinas went to San Jose. Los Angeles Kings are on the clock. All right, so Tanner Jeannot all the way to the West Coast, the LA Kings. Wow, Tanner Jeannot just went to the LA Kings, guys. That's a match made in heaven. Tanner Jeannot fits the LA style so well. What a pick. What a trade, I should say. That for the 57th pick, it looks like. Wow. That's a hell of a deal. And they went out and get the goalie, too. They get Carter George. Wow. Very cool. Good for Carter George. Good player. I think he was the best rated goalie in this draft. I had him in the second round, so I had him probably closer to like 60. I think I actually had him at 64. So I wasn't too far off on him, but should be interesting. I like that, he went there. That's pretty awesome. Thank you, Deja, for that. Tampa trades Tanner Jeannot to the Kings. It looks like for a pick, which is awesome for Tanner Jeannot. Cool. So, yeah, Arif, sorry, I'll get to your question. What will the Leafs do? Depends, They could go a lot of different ways. The guy who I have 24 here, Benjamin Rautanen, he actually went to the Leafs development camp, actually, last year. And he's a player that I think they really liked. They just didn't sign. I would expect him to be picked somewhere today by Toronto. Guido Sanchez, wow, I thought Stiga was gone. Yeah, Stiga deserved to be a lot higher than 55. I think Stiga should have been in the 40 range. And with the next pick, we select YouTube and hockey. Jacob, you're gassing me up, man. You're gassing me up a lot. But thank you for that, man. That's very awesome. We're over 300 watching. Let's click the like. Keep up the good work, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. My feed is so far ahead of you in hot take. I try not to spam, though. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I'm trying. it's just hard to talk about each of these prospects and do it in an efficient way. So I'm trying to do as best I can. What is Justin Poirier's problem to be ranked so low when we look at his stats? With Justin Poirier, I got to look at his profile real quick. 1 second. Let me just look up here off camera. Oh, Big Homo. Okay. I mean, you're 5'8" and 180. That's probably why, honestly. That's the only reason why. He should probably be a 3rd or 4th round pick, though. No question. If he goes later in the 4th, it's a steal. Tyler Hunt design. Any reason Zetterberg has lasted this long? Surprised he's still on the board. Like I said, size again, 5'8", 160. Talent-wise, though, like I said, I have him ranked at 22. I think he's easily a first-round talent in terms of his goalie. I mean, in terms of his ability. Sorry, not goalie. Talking too much. I have Carter George is on my screen. That's why I said goalie. We've got 2 goalies already selected. Remote viewer. Both Poiriers are overrated according to Remote Viewer. I kind of hope the Panthers trade up and pick Kiwi Hart because I feel like he'd fit in with the rest of the Finns. I don't disagree. I think it would make sense for him in Florida. I just think at this point we're going to get him kind of later in the draft just because of all the injury concerns. Will Mitch Marner be traded? Probably not. I think they're going to find a way to sign him. Draft is flying by. It absolutely is. Looks like we might have a trade here potentially. Now it's starting to slow down a little bit. Where are we at in the draft? Just checking in. I'm going to refresh and tell you right now. We're at 58. Carter George just went, so we got 2 goalies now that have gone. 3 goalies. We have Ilya Nabokov, Mikhail Yegorov, and Carter George have all gone. Guido says mustard BPA at this point. Yeah, he's a pretty good player. I think he's close. Ramani should get called, eh? I would think before the 3rd round, David. Yeah, I would think he would be called. Yeah, Carter George, LA Kings did go with their own sound goalie. Yeah, Carter George, I think, was the top goalie in this draft, in my opinion. I think he really talented player. I like his overall game. I think he fights for pucks, similar to like UC Saros fights for pucks. He's a smaller guy, but man, is he good at finding position and really he makes a lot of demonstrative saves. I've noticed he makes a lot of like pointed glove saves. He puts authority in every save he makes. I like his game a lot. David says it's the 3rd round tomorrow. No, actually, the whole thing is, David, if you have 4 hours, you can stick around with us and hang with us 300 people. We're going to be going rounds 2 through 7 the whole time. I'm going to update my best available after the 3rd round if these managers would give me time. And I will absolutely get to as many things as I can. So thank you guys again. This is awesome that you guys are on here and communicating. Really appreciate it. Dej is here with an update. David goes, let's go. Darn right, buddy. Let's go on, man. Subscribers, hang on with me, man. Love y'all. There was a Russian goalie that was on Demonov's team that led their league. Yeah, there was remote. Yeah, I want to say that was Yegorov, right? I think that went. And then I'm waiting here. I'm flipping to get more picks. Let's see if 58 went. Nothing yet. It's probably going to be a trade is my guess. Timeout by Dorano. Thank you, Guido. Dave just got an update here. Tanner Janot going to the Kings. Tampa gets a 2025 second rounder and a 2024 4th rounder. Thank you for that on there, Deja. Really appreciate you. Let's look on here. Getting a trade here with Toronto. Let's see it.
The Toronto Maple Leafs have traded pick number 58 to the Florida Panthers in exchange for Florida's own second-round pick in the 2025 NHL Draft and pick number 225 in the 2024 NHL Draft. As a result of that trade, Florida is now on the clock. All right, so a couple of picks going in both directions here. The Stanley Cup champs, Florida Panthers, officially now on the clock.
All right, Florida just took the 58th pick. Trade, let's go. So Florida just took the 58th pick. I think it's a pick for pick trade, it looks like. Linus Eriksson just went for Florida.
2024 U18 World Championship.
Decent pick there. I like Linus Eriksson too. Like I said, I think Zetterberg is better than all these Swedish guys that have gone already. I'm very surprised that he's still available. But a good player nonetheless. I don't disagree with that, him being in the second round either. Another Bill Zito classic for Monkey Business. Nice. Why did Toronto trade for a 2025 second? They need picks now, LOL. Well, I mean, you got to get what you can get, right? Another pick here. Thoughts on Ole Josephson? I'll be honest, Jordan, I hate to say it. I haven't really watched him. I wish I had more info on him, but I don't, unfortunately. As far as I know, I remember him being a pretty big guy, though. Let me look here.
You have to understand that if you have that type of character, I think you're going to be willing to put in the work to improve on the hockey side.
Yeah, he's a guy. I mean, he's a late riser for sure. Josephson, I think he'll be a guy that a lot of people like. In a couple of years, he's got some more development time, though. I would say for Ole Josephson. There's Red Deer tends to have a lot of different physical guys that end up really playing on the edge. And that's just because of the way Red Deer plays, and they seem to develop a lot of guys like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if he came out and was a little bit of a rougher player than he shows even right now. But that'll be interesting to see what happens there with him. What's the website for Rafael Gravel? What are you referring to, Rafael? I don't know what you're mentioning on here. So if you're referring to the site I just refreshed, it's eliteprospects.com. Rafael. Where do you think Kiwiharu will be drafted? I'm thinking he's going to be a fourth-round guy now at this point. If goes 2025, yep, we talked about that already. Moisevich is a youngin, just had a 945 in the KHL. Yeah, he's the Belarusian goalie, remote viewer. I think Moisevich should be going here in probably the third or fourth round, I would think. Maxime Pellerin. Let me refresh my notes on him. 1 sec. I'll give you something here, Zapex.
They put in hours and hours and hours, and that's just that right. They're doing all that research that you just said, calling all their buddies, calling the people in the town to see what kind of kid he is when he's away from them. Yeah, teammates. That's important.
I'm updating right now.
It's a big part of the process.
Let's see here. 58. Looks like there could be another trade here, Jack. That's why there hasn't been an update. Maxime Pellerin, him as a prospect, I think there's he can't get drafted today because he's an 03. Zapex. So he's not going to be drafted today, but he can be looked at as I think he'll get some AHL contract offers if he hasn't already. At the very least, he could play in the East Coast League. But it'll depend on what teams really like him. I think he's a good player. I don't know. To me, I don't see NHL upside with Maxime Pellerin, to be honest. I see him more as a guy who could play in the AHL or the ECHL. That's just my opinion on him. You're welcome, Jack, for that on the update. Sorry about that. Moisevich, yeah, he's a big kid. He's 6'5". Deja Flames have done really well so far. I would agree. They've done a good job. Like their picks so far. I think they've done really well. Cool. All right, guys. You guys are killing it with the questions. It's another break here, so I might go a little bit into my best available. So obviously Camille Bednaric's still available. Henry Muse is still available as well. Frank Bernard, one of the all-time comments here. What do you think of Tri-Cities? Huge. Oh, that's a great one. Good stuff, man. I needed that. Thank you. Brian goes, "What up, Doe?" I didn't have any today, Brian, but I appreciate it. ET Soivinen, the website's eliteprospects.com. You can go right on their homepage, and they have plenty of people on here. So yeah, it'll be good here. We got another trade here coming.
Traded pick number 59 in the 2024 NHL.
Sabres trading 59 in Nashville, it looks like.
For pick number 77 in the 2024 draft, and Minnesota's third round pick in the 2025 draft, which had previously been acquired by Nashville. As a result of that trade, Philadelphia is now on the clock.
All right, so another swap here. Nashville trading away their 59th overall pick to the Flyers. So the Flyers will now be on the.
So the Flyers are on the clock now at 59, guys. So they got a lot of time here. I think they took a timeout to make a trade. That's why there has been as many updates. More per is right. It is eliteprospects.com if you guys are interested in doing it on your own. The Flyers are now picking, I guess. Up the Rangers will take Kiviharu, who I think EJ Emery and Aaron Kiviharu will work well. That would be an interesting pair. I would agree with that. 59 just picked was Spencer Gill, defenseman. I don't have a lot of viewings on him, so I can't really provide a lot on him. I apologize for that. I didn't really get out to watch Rimouski much. Deja Endu, he would play in Tri-City with some of the character issues there, LOL. Yep. We don't need to talk about Mitch Miller and Trevor Connolly today, but you're darn right. When's the next Habs pick? The next Habs pick is you know what? Let me pull up the draft order. I think you guys don't pick until the fourth round if I'm remembering correctly. Let's see what else here is going on. King rules, you can press F5 to reload. I would, but the streaming won't allow me to press F5 because it have multiple screens up. That's why it wouldn't work. Not the what up, Doe. That's an inside joke. That's good stuff. But yeah, no, that was messed up, Brian. You didn't have to do that to me. And then what's the Habs pick 70? Okay, it was the third round. So thank you, Corey, for that. Man, 260 people. This is awesome. I think I got up to about 305 here earlier, but greatly appreciate you guys. It looks like Carolina is going to take another pick here. Let me see. Yeah, we're waiting here for Carolina. Spencer Gill. Yeah, like I said, I don't have much on Spencer Gill. I haven't really watched him. I want Maximus Massé. Come on, Ken Hughes, do a trade. Yeah, Maxim Massé he's a player, man. Like I said, I have him at 16. I thought Maxim Massé would have been picked far and away earlier. I caught some clips of him, and I like his overall game a lot, actually. I've caught some international games of Maxim Massé as well, and he's definitely a guy who I think is very underrated and has not gotten enough eyes on him. So good call on that, Emmerich.
His coordination right now, 6'4", really good. He's a really good.
All right, let's see here. Guys, if you're wondering why the picks aren't going as fast, it's because they're definitely going slower. It's not me, which is good because it gives you time to breathe a little bit. But yeah, Again, if you guys like the content, please subscribe. I'm going to be doing a lot more live streams. I'm going to be doing a lot more content for 2025 draft and 2026 draft. And I'm even going to do potentially a stream for the CHL import draft if I have time. Would love to do one for that as well. So, please keep me posted on everything. And I try to avoid the run and gunners for the QMJHL from remote. That's true, but honestly, this Masse kid, he doesn't play like a Quebec junior league player. He honestly reminds me a lot of a Western leaguer.
Carolina Hurricanes have traded pick number 60 to the Columbus Blue Jackets in return for picks number 69 and 133. As a result of that trade, the Columbus Blue Jackets are now on. Columbus Blue Jackets
get 60. Carolina gets 69 and 130. Let's see here. I want my friend Raul Bayard. Oh, okay, so it's your friend. All right, now that makes a lot more sense. I understand that now. No Hitley. Thank you, Lab, for subscribing. Be like Lab, subscribe to me, man. I'm trying to get to 100 subscribers. If you could do that, that'd be greatly appreciated. Maybe I'm already there and I don't know it. Evan Gardner just went at 60. Another goaltender. We got 4 goaltenders, which doesn't really make sense to me, to be honest. This kid's a good goalie though. A shorter guy, but he's had a really good year. He had like under 2 goals against, 920 save percentage. Didn't have a ton of games though. So there's an issue in terms of can he handle a real good workload, but that's what the next couple of years are for him. So interesting that he went here at 60, to be honest. I think he's a good goalie. I just didn't, like I said, most of these goalies, I did not think were going to go in the second round. Is it just me, or does it seem like no draft picks come from the Western KHL teams like Kunlun Red Star? Well, Kunlun Red Star is just a garbage area for development. I'm just going to be honest there. I don't think it makes a lot of sense, to be honest, to draft from Kunlun Red Star. I just think they might cease to have a team here in a few years. It seems like, there's some – I don't disagree with that logic either. I think there's – I think Vladivostok is a Western one too, and I think they develop a lot of guys, but they're – like I said, you don't hear a lot more of those teams having guys as well. So we'll see. But, I don't disagree with that, actually. And neither does Lab, apparently. We got a French comment here. I think it's about Poirier. If he thinks he's gonna go in the 3rd round. I don't think he's gonna go in the 3rd round. I would probably suspect he'll go in the 4th. Camille Bednarik just went at 61. My top available is now gone, so we have him going at 61. That's a hell of a pick. I think the Islanders are another guy they've knocked it out of the park. Really love what the Islanders have done with this draft. They go and get Cole Eiserman, and then they come back and get Camille Bednarik. Impressive draft for the Islanders so far. I'll just say that. Let's go here to Rob K. You got around 70 subs now. Good job. Very cool. Thank you. Hopefully, hey, Rob, looks like, if you haven't subscribed, please do. Otherwise, if you have, thank you. Everybody else, please do. You have 270 of you in here. If half of you subscribe, I'd be a happy man. We greatly appreciate it if you guys can. How do you feel about the rise of college hockey? How many players are deciding to play there? I think it's because there's added security, Lab. There's a lot more opportunity for these guys, when they have college hockey looks. Sorry, my laptop blacked out there. Jake Battaglia just went at 62, guys, by the way, for Calgary. With college hockey, I think there's just more insulation.
I've traded Kevin Hayes and St. Louis's own 2nd-round draft selection in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for future considerations.
Kevin Hayes just went for future considerations, along with a 2nd to Seattle, it looks like. Or from Seattle to Pittsburgh, I should say. And then, sorry, back to the question lab. I think there's just more development opportunity for people in college hockey. And I think, you're going to see that. And then with the NIL deals, the name, image, and likeness, I'm actually going to do a video on this coming up here soon about how name, image, and likeness in the NCAA is going to change the entire hockey development model. You're going to have, the AJHL, the BCHL, the OHL are going to get a lot more guys that are going to feed into NCAA D3 programs. You're going to have the major junior circuits in the NCAA are going to be trading players left and right in terms of guys going to transfer from college to there and vice versa. The USHL might be absorbed under the CHL umbrella. I think there's a ton of different ramifications that could come from that. That's a good question, and I'll get more into that in a different video. So I think, Lab, you said you subscribed, so watch out for that video, okay? So many goalies in round 2. I agree, Deja. A lot of goalies here going on. We got 83 subs. Wow, you guys are awesome. That's very cool. Very happy with that. Like I said, I'm going to keep posting videos as much as I can and keep putting you guys in known on here. Let's get some likes on this video. You're darn right, Deja. Let's get some likes indeed. Sorry I missed it. Where was Kevin Hayes traded to? He's traded to Pittsburgh. Tyler Hunt design. Didn't Dubas just say the Pens need to get younger and faster than they trade for Shays? Make it make sense. They want them whatever reason they want to I don't know. They must really like Kevin Hayes. It doesn't make sense to me either, Tyler, but appreciate the comment there. Remote viewer, 88 subs. Thank you guys, man. You guys are awesome. If you guys can get me to 100 by the end of the stream, you guys are amazing. I'd be greatly appreciated of that. 63, we got Nathan Villanueva, and we talked about him earlier in this. He went in the second round, and Emil Vini finishes off the second round here. Emil Vini is a guy who I would have actually suspected to be one of the first goalies to be taken. Edmonton just took him at 64. Emil Vini is a big goalie. He's 6'4". This is a kid who I think is going to be pro ready in a few years. He's already got some under 20 game action in him. He played for the World Juniors for a little bit. For Finland, I think the kid's the sky's the limit with that kid. I think he's got the right frame. He's very athletic. Has been very good at all levels he's played at. It should be really impressive to watch and see where he goes from here. Battaglia went at 62. Is remote viewer said scoring fireplug 6'2", 205. Yeah, he's a bigger guy. He'll probably be. He doesn't look like him. Obviously, he's a player, and I'm not comparing him in terms of his overall game, but he's got the Dino Ciccarelli kind of build, where a really thick guy who can get to the front of that, score the dirty goals. He's never going to outskill you, but he's a guy who can ram pucks through and get you to where you need to be. Let's see what else is going on here for some of these. If you guys are giving comments in different languages, I'm not going to know what the heck you're talking about. If somebody could translate them, that'd be great because I'll answer them. Camden, he put on here, I think Lars Eller is heading out for Hayes to be the new 3C for Pittsburgh. Lars Eller, honestly, keeping them both would make a lot of sense. Kevin Hayes is more of a fourth-line guy anyway. Having that center depth would be massive for Pittsburgh. That's my personal opinion, but even though to Camden's comment, even though he's older as well and we're trying to get younger. Yeah, exactly. Dubas he's fit. He's trying to balance being younger, but also trying to make Crosby, Malkin, and Letang happy. Quinn Meek, how is Romani not gone? That's a good question. I think he to me was one of the better overager prospects that's available. I'm very surprised that he hasn't gone yet. He will go before the end of the day. There's no question there. Remote viewers got a little bit of a scouting report if you guys want to read in here. In transition, Big Tagler relies on impressive one-touch and quick possession passes to the middle, slows down, letting opponents charge at him and slips a pass through him. Along the boards, he draws pressure, meets the opponent with his shoulder, and then accelerates in the opposite direction. So it should be interesting to say the least in terms of what he can bring. Like I said, that's what Dino Ciccarelli used to do, that where he would draw people in, and then allow people to come into his orbit, and then he would either drill the puck in and find open space, or he'd find a lane, or he would go at it. So, it's not terribly off there. I'm sad for Kiwi Haru. I am too, because the kid's a hell of a talent, and he should have obviously been, really killing it from there. So he'll find his way. I think, I look at this and, Cam Fowler fell, at one point in time. Nick Ebert's another guy who was really thought of highly. Nick Ebert was supposed to be a top 20 pick in his draft year, was the last pick in his draft year. And I believe that was 2011 or 2012. It happens. So it just depends on who they are and what they do. Let me check here. Sorry, guys. Let me refresh this here to get to the third round. We got Maxime Massé went 60. So Will Scahan went at 65. Maxime Massé went at 66. John Mustard finally at 67. And Ethan Procision at 68. Anaheim there with 2 picks. Good picks there by Maxime Massé and Ethan Procision. Really like those players as well. Thank you, Triplets Gamer, for that. Sorry, I had to update and refresh. Good picks there from everybody. Where are the Habs picks and where do they trade? Alpha Male, just go to Elite Prospects and type in the draft will be on the homepage. You can pick it out from there. Sheridan puts on here, who are you most excited to see come out of the AHL that you think will come out this year? Shane Wright will definitely come out this year, plays for Seattle. I think he'll be a guy who he'll play in the NHL and probably play regularly. Hopefully Jonathan Berggren will come out for Detroit. I think obviously Edvinson's going to come out full-time for Detroit as well. I think that'll be interesting. Maverick Bork for Dallas is another guy who will come out and play full-time. Already kind of did in the playoffs, same with Logan Stankoven. There's 5 right there I can give you. Are nice names that are going to come out eventually out of this. And some more Pierces, same more Pierre, but I hope the Rangers can grab them with their 4th rounder if that makes sense. Yeah, when's Kiwi Haru going? He's going to be robbery. One would think soon, right? One would think soon. I'm going to update my banner real quick, guys. So I'll do one quick refresh real fast. Noel Franzen got picked in Atsus. Wow. Montreal took Saku Koivu's kid. Atos Koivu. Yes, you heard that correctly. That's Saku Koivu's kid. They obviously like Saku. Now they get his nephew. That's pretty awesome. I'm going to update my banner real quick, guys. One sec. Here with some of the best available so you guys can talk more about some of these prospects. So now we got Henry Muse is still there. Let me add in some more prospects here, guys. Give me a second here.
So again, the NHL program is helping this young player out. Fascinating to see where it goes. Really, you have to look at prospect. Like he really look at that big face stuff. Like there's a lot of hope go there. He will put his back up a bit. Talk about Maxi. But actually, you know, you gotta get some love. But this is a really good player from the other completely. Like comparable to the NHL baseline low. That's time. Like kind of goalie like.
All right, let me save here, guys, for you. And then that's the new best available with some of my newer picks as well. Like I said, I only ranked about 50 guys, so. Let's go back here to some of the stuff. A little late, but Massé finally got picked. Great pick by the Ducks. I would agree. Maxime Massé is a guy who should have gone arguably in the late first. Good pick by them. Oilers took a goalie, LOL. You figured they would, right? Mustard win, obviously. Montreal picked Saku's son. We talked about that. Yes, Eastman, he is the son of Saku Koivu. Thank you, Triplets Gamer. Sorry, I've been going back and forth. 3 Czech players were picked, not 2, by the way. That's on Elite Prospects, Andrew. I think it's because one of them's a dual citizen. That's probably why the numbers are getting mixed up. Let me go and refresh here for you guys. 71, nobody's picked yet. Koivu is a really good player, though. I will say it's not just because of the fact he's, Saka Koivu's son as to why he got picked. He deserved to get picked on his own accord. So he deserved a lot of that. The Chicago Blackhawks, man, if you're a fan of the Blackhawks, you guys have a hell of a draft so far. I like every player you guys got. Everybody's, really talented. I think you got, a great acquisition by the Caps. Tyler updates here. Logan Thompson to the Caps per Kevin Weeks. That's pretty awesome. Is there a return on that, Tyler? If you can type it in, that'd be great. Hard for me to try and research everything at the same time, so you guys are awesome for updating on here. Triplets gamer, I'm excited to see where Jan Golishich and Zach Peltier are going to be. Zach Peltier, I don't know if he's going to get drafted, man. I think he's interesting, but I just don't know if he's going to get drafted. But I think Golishich, I could see Golishich getting drafted. Probably a late round guy, but I could see it. It's for I didn't even know he actually played for Gatineau. But Golishich to me is a guy, being from Slovenia and coming to the major junior is a pretty massive step, and he did it pretty well. I think Golishich is a guy who definitely deserves to be a 6th or 7th round pick. The goalie Peltier, I don't know. I don't think he's going to get picked, but I will say this: he's probably going to get a development camp invite. I don't know to who or where, but to be able to be a starter, good for him. Calvin McCarr just signed a 2-year, $1 million extension. By the way, guys, so we shall see what happens, but. Yeah, so sorry, I'm getting updated here with the questions. I was hoping for Mase, but I'm okay with Koivu. Yeah, I would be too. No bling bling, I would be too. Weird trade for Vegas.
NHL Draft to the Buffalo Sabres in return for picks number 76 and 161 in the 2020.
Another pick trade here, it looks like.
Buffalo is now on the clock.
All right, so the Colorado Avalanche traded 71st pick to Buffalo in exchange for pick 71 or 76 and 161. So Buffalo on the clock. All good on the Sabres.
Okay, so I'm assuming Lab, it's got to be for the Vegas trade. So the return was a 25 second and the 83rd pick. Okay, odd. That's very low for Logan Thompson. But whatever, it is what it is. Brody Zemer just got picked by, I think Buffalo. Yeah. And then AJ Spelcy just went to Chicago as well. AJ Spelcy's an interesting guy because Spelcy almost played football. Big kid, big athlete, only really focused on hockey the last couple of years. So you're betting on him to develop a lot and find a lot more of his game and find a lot more of his talent. Chicago again hitting a project and running with it, man. Another solid pick. Brody Zemer too for Buffalo. Nice pick. Not the biggest guy, but man, is he a workhorse, Brody Zemer. Let's see here. So thank you guys. Peltier ranked 8th among goalkeepers in North America. Yeah, probably. It's probably Central Scouting who probably ranked them. Let's see here. Camden 2nd and the 3rd. That's probably regarding that trade. Waiting for Xavier Veilleux to be picked. Let me remind myself of who that is, actually. Okay, going to Harvard. Good for him, man. Wow. Is he a lumberjack, it looks like? Is he a lumberjack? Yeah, he is. Okay. Xavier Veilleux. Yeah, Veilleux, he's got that late round profile there, Rosalie. That should be interesting to see. Henry Muse dropping so much. I would agree. I'm very surprised that he has not been picked yet. Great skater, good offensively. I don't know if there's character issues with him, Jim, but it's interesting that he's dropping as much as he is. Henry Muse, there you go, 74, right on cue. Right on cue, Jim. So Calgary gets Henry Muse. Very solid pick again by Calgary. More than deserving to be, picked. He's probably disappointed he's a third rounder, but you know what? He definitely deserves being picked. It doesn't really make sense. Alexis Bernier for Baie-Comeau, picked there by Seattle. It's a marginal pick. Not really crazy interested in that, but Rosalie saying that Xavier Vieux was 78th in the North American list. Yeah, that sounds about right. Usually because you got him and a bunch of other Europeans. I mean, to me, that's going to rank as a 6th or 7th rounder if Central Scouting is going to rank him like that. Let me just go ahead and update here, guys. If you guys could, like I said, we're 2 hours in now. We've probably got another 3 hours left, I'm assuming. Please subscribe if you guys can. It'd be greatly appreciated. I really enjoy if you guys could, engage in the content. It'd be awesome. We'll be putting out a lot more content here in the near future with a lot more about next year's draft. Any questions you guys have on prospects, different things like that, I'd love to do it. I could do some live Q&As as well. Let me know what you guys are interested in. I'll make some more videos around you guys. So greatly appreciated that you guys are all on here. Super pumped to have all you guys on here. So guys and gals, sorry, I shouldn't exclude females as well. Guys and gals. Let me go on here. So a little bit of a break here, it looks like. I'm going to do another update to my best available banner real quick, guys, if you don't mind. Oh, you can see my ugly mug. There we go. All right, so coming back with that. Oh, whoops. Actually, 1 second. So there's my best available updated now, guys. We got Kiwi Harhu, we got Zetterberg. Aiden Park is another guy we haven't really talked about. We'll be super excited for seeing him getting picked. If you're wondering, he is related to Richard Park. Richard Park played a long time for the Pittsburgh Penguins. He played for Vancouver for a little bit, I think, and a couple other teams. We got, different guys that we can talk about here. So thoughts on Walter Lindbergh. Thank you, Moa, for that. Let me get to some of these other comments, and I'll talk about him. It is shocking still that KVR who is dropped. I would agree, Turva.
NHL Draft of the Washington Capitals in exchange for picks number 82 and 146. As a result of that trade, Washington is now on the bottom.
So New Jersey trades back. They trade away pick 75.
So, yeah, Walter Lindbergh. Honestly, I love this kid's game. I've watched probably 3 or 4 viewings of this kid. I just think he's fantastic. Like, it just, he's not really viewed as being a super high-end guy. But, you look at the point production. He's a shorter guy, really cerebral player, averaging over a point per game, both in the playoffs and at the under-20 level for Skellefteå. Real sleeper pick, in my opinion. I think there's a lot to like with Walter Lindbergh. Another guy who I actually had in my best available that just went is Ilya Protas, related to Alexei Protas, going to the Washington Capitals. He just went. I'm going to flip it for you guys. This kid's massive, 6'5", 200 pounds, playing for the Washington Capitals in a few years. Going to hopefully play with his brother. Really like Ilya Protas' game. Yeah, that's my thoughts on Lindbergh, Moa. I really like him. I think nobody talks about him, and it doesn't make sense to me. I would think he's going to get drafted. If he doesn't, he's going to be a hell of a guy to watch going into next year's draft, or somebody will sign him. I think Boyard's next. We'll see, buddy. Eastman, 6 players from last year's NHL draft played in the NHL last season. It's going to be less this year, Eastman. I really only think it's going to be the chances, honestly, of some of these guys playing in the NHL are very unlikely. I think Mac and Celebrini probably will, and that might be it. Unless Levshunov just blows the water out in Chicago, I don't see a lot of these other guys going right to the NHL. So we'll go on here. We'll go to the next guys. William Zellers just got picked 76th overall. And Zigo Gustafson just went later. So Zellers is another guy. I watched him at the Ivan Holenka. I think it was the Ivan Holenka, or it was in one of the under-18 tournaments. Really talented. Good scorer, good nose for the net. Really, really decisive in how he shoots, but he's a good shooter. Like his overall game a lot. I think Zellers has got a lot to like there. There's a lot of picks going into the third round I think are great value picks. I don't know much on Vigo Gustafson, so I don't want to comment on him. So we'll go here. But best fit for Max Swanson, Tyler Hunt. I'm North Dakota for next year. But outside of that, I would say I could see Carolina taking them. I could see like a team like San Jose taking them. I think both of those are interesting fits. I think those could happen. We got another scouting report here from Elite Prospects from Remote Viewer. Muse is a smooth, skillful defenseman, crafty activation, poised under heavy fire, and rush defensive skills. Thank you for that. Nameless, what do you think of Liam Greentree? Love Liam Greentree. I think he's super talented. He did a really good job down the stretch there for Windsor. Good high offensive ability. I love his game. I think he's just super impressive. He will. I forget who picked him actually. Who did pick Liam Greentree? Fan. Sorry guys, real quick. Greentree, LA. LA's got a hell. He fits LA to a T. Really, really awesome. Yeah. So thank you for that. Yeah, I think Liam Greentree is going to be an NHL player probably within 2 years. Sheridan got on here. Absolutely love this podcast, especially for someone just getting into the hockey world. Subscribe. She's preaching. You better listen. Remote viewer. Greentree is a good pick. Needs to catch up on his body a little bit. I would agree there. Vendetta. Dang, Sellers and Kleber, neither going to Minnesota hurts me. Well, I know you got to have your Minnesota boys, right, Vendetta? That's too bad. I mean, you can get Aiden Park. He played for Shattuck. That would be an interesting guy for you guys. Trying to think of who else is a Minnesota affiliated guy. Logan Sawyer went. There we go. Montreal took him at 78. Love that pick for Montreal. Logan Sawyer is a very, very underrated player. Super talented. He's done a great job. Like, he's good stuff for them in Montreal. Really doing well there. Anaheim, Terrence Smith. A lot of people like him because he can break out the puck really well. Doing a lot of impressive stuff. Super, super interested to see where he will go. I think his game, there's still some work to be done in his game. He's a little bit too flashy at times, and at times it can lead to some irresponsible puck play. But Terrence Smith's a guy who you want to bet on just because he's got that one really high-end skill, and that makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, good stuff. So then, all right, cool. Look at that. So we got everyone should subscribe. Yeah, thank you. Remote viewer, 99 subs. Oh shit. Okay. Vendetta, you know your stuff. I do what I can, man. Like I said, I'm obsessive with this type of stuff. So this is my life. This is what I do when I'm outside of work and when I'm out with my girlfriend and just hanging out and not with family. This is my life. So I appreciate you. If you like it, Vendetta, if you haven't already subscribed, please do, man. I'll be putting up a lot of different stuff here. So Marty Foster, picking up a second-round pick from a bad team and getting a bottom 6 upgrade for nothing isn't bad work at all. Hayes can still pass, and Pens have a lot of young wingers who can shoot. Yeah, I think that's the thought, Marty. They're going to definitely look to see, what they can do with Kevin Hayes. how can he bolster and fill in the roles to help Malkin help out. Obviously they lost Jake Gensel, so they need somebody to help distribute to Crosby, Malkin, Letang, and the rest of the group. Emmerich just a couple people just subscribed saying they're 100th subscriber. Candler plays and Emmerich, you guys are the best. You both are equal in my eyes, so I love you both. Sawyer to me, I think, is the guy Red who as far as Sawyer goes, like he's coming from Brooks. It's a really talented tier 2 system, and a lot of tier 2 talents, you got to get into certain franchises in order to become like a really developed pro. He's obviously come in and torn up the world, going from even the AJHL to when they transitioned to the BCHL, and in both leagues he's been great. So he's talented. He went to Stansted Prep before that. Just super impressive in terms of how he's gone about his business and as a player, and I think his upside is just through the roof. You're going to look at him more as a project guy, but he's a definite talented player. Me too. Respect. Insta stub. Thank you, Vendetta. You're the man. Brian's giving me a shout out. This is my stepdad, guys. My mom and everybody they're all promoting on here, which I appreciate. So thank you guys so much for that. Remote, we're up 103. That's what's up. Let's get to 200, eh? That'd be awesome. You got 300 people on here. Let's give me to 200. That'd be greatly appreciated. Guido goes, hi, Dad. Very nice to see you, man. That's awesome. All right, refresh the page, dude. You want to do this podcast? That's what I thought, JN. Obviously, I'll refresh when I can. So we got 80. We got Andre Bacher. He's a talented player in his own right. I think he's an overager if I remember correctly. Interesting player. I'm surprised he was still available, but I like the pick there. And then 81, Andre Kos. I don't have much on him, to be honest, so I can't really give you an evaluation on him, but that's okay. Candler plays. I want the Canucks to take Mateo Fabrizi. If you don't know him, search him up. He's tall and plays not as physical as Zadorov, but still plays like Zadorov. Yeah, he's a massive human being. He's like 6'5" and 240, I want to say. The only thing with him, honestly, Candler, is I think he's a little slower than you need to be in the National Hockey League. So his skating's got a lot of work, but he's a force, man. Like he can hit. He can definitely he's definitely not weak, to say the least. But I think he needs to lean into his size a little bit more, realize he's the biggest guy on the ice, and if he can do that at the pro level, he'll find himself like a Radko Gudas type role, or even like a Francois Beauchemin type role. Such a good podcast. Tried the Rangers when covering the draft. They had questionable knowledge and didn't show or pay attention to picks, so thanks. Hey, Corey, I appreciate it, man. Like I said, I'm going to do a lot more content, so greatly appreciate you being on here. Ask any questions you want, man. I'll answer them all. Emmerich Bisson, who is the most underrated player of the draft to you? Oh, there's a lot. Every year there's a lot, though. I would say I think Consta Helenius, Emmerich. I think to me he is he's fantastic. I think that he will be an NHL player in 2 years. I think he's the guy you're going to watch. I think Buffalo is the perfect system for him. He's going to fit in really well there. He's really impressive. I got to say, he's the guy to look at. Daniel Krefall, this is great since I don't have any of the ESPN channels anymore. 2 calls, see most games on when I work second shift. Hey, Dan. Thank you, bud. Subscribe when you can. I'm going to be doing this for all the major events during hockey as well. So I'm going to be plenty of content pieces for you guys, and hopefully, be able to upgrade and really, provide more production to you guys. This is me just doing it from my home and doing it by myself. So greatly appreciate you guys. So thank you for the compliments. VD plays 107. There we go. That's what's up for the subscribers. Let me refresh here, guys, on this. We got 82. Carson Wetch just went for San Jose. Good pick there by San Jose. Nice offensive player. good all-around player as well, defensively responsible. He brings it, and he brings it all the time. He's just a good, hardworking player. Savvy pick there again by San Jose. San Jose is doing a great job here picking these guys. Got another scouting report here from a remote viewer. A do-it-all winger. Sawyer's game is built on work ethic and motor. Constantly looking to pull defenders off puck. Tactical pace allows for deft entries into soft space where he can work one-touch passing and shooting. Pretty well described there. Where do you watch this list, Turva? It's on Elite Prospects. I'm trying to go as fast as I can, but obviously I'm breaking through all these picks and researching at the same time. So, you just go on Elite Prospects. It's listed on there. So, am I crazy for thinking Colton Roberts is a steal here? Not yet. I mean, I don't think he's a steal yet, but I think once you get to like the 110s, yeah, I would agree. Cole Hudson is the most underrated. Cole Hudson's pretty good. He could be definitely under that watch for sure. Zach Soroy, what do you think about Dean Letourneau? He's a unicorn. I'll just say that abruptly. He's 6'7", I think he's 230. Played some prep hockey for St. Andrews College, which is known to produce a couple different pros. Even Chris Draper's son went there and is now at University of Michigan. He's going to go to Boston College. I think his production at the U18 level is really impressive this year. But that being said, he is a big guy and he's playing, with a lot of different potential. I just think there's just a lot of things he's going to work on. But I look at him as a higher scoring Brian Boyle. That's who I would compare him to. So, Zach, thank you for that question. Greatly appreciated. Hellenius is great. Definitely agree. Let's get you to 150, and I agree. I've seen Hellenius clips, and he'll work great to what Buffalo wants with their young core. Yeah, exactly. I think there's just a ton of real good skill. I got a highlight video of Hellenius as well if you guys want to familiarize yourself with what I'm talking about. I talk a little bit in the video, but it's a little 30-second clip you guys can run through after this podcast if you guys want. Calgary picked Wetch. They indeed did. I'm going to go ahead and refresh real quick. A couple picks went. Moistovich went. We talked about him earlier in the stream. Again, 6'5", massive human being, Belarusian goaltender, really good player. And then another goalie, Kirill Zarubin, went as well for Calgary. Let me just go ahead. I want to Google Zarubin real quick. I think I've looked at this kid's listing before, but I don't remember a lot about it, if I'm being honest. 6'4", 170. Yeah, I vaguely remember this kid. Okay. So it should be interesting. So, let's get that. Love that dog too. I love that dog after But look at you guys. This is awesome. You guys are all with each other and just enjoying each other. That's awesome. Let me see here. You think Parker Alcos would go? Let me familiarize myself with who that is. Defenseman for the Oil Kings. Let me see. Parker Alcos. I've never watched him, honestly, Z, so I don't want to talk about him. Based on his statistical output, I think he's an overager candidate for next year if he really blows up. I just don't think it'll be this year. Teddy, got him for future considerations. Thank you, Teddy, for that. Never heard of the goalie Calgary got. I've never watched him, so I don't really know a ton about him. But his statistical profile is pretty interesting, and he's a big guy at 6'4" and about 200 pounds. So should be interesting. I played against Letourneau in prep. Oh, okay. This is cool. Thank you, Zach. Really quiet player, but ended up with 5 points on the stat sheet. Yeah, I would expect that because he's just a big guy, and he was just ripping it up, man. So very cool. Thanks, Zach, for that insight. What round is it? We're in the end of the third round here, Nick. Vendetta. Hagen Burrows is my last hope for Minnesota. Yeah, that would be – he should definitely get picked today. I don't know by who, but he should definitely get picked. Andrew C says I'm assuming it stands for check. Why wasn't Adam Jetcho picked, bruh? He's a little slow. That's why. Like, in terms of his skating, he's a little bit slower. His pace isn't as high as it should be. For as big as he is, he's a huge kid, 6'5" and like 210. But man, is he good. He's a force. I just think his pace is a little bit slow for the National Hockey League, and I think he's got to work through it. But somebody will pick him probably in the 5th or 6th round. Kevin He, that's another kid who I'm very surprised has not been picked yet. I'm gonna go refresh real quick for you guys. These few picks have just happened. I'll get more into their analysis in a little bit. Yeah, no problem, Andrew, for the opinion on JHO. Kevin He, man, he's a workhorse. Kid goes out, he's super fast. Plays for the Niagara Ice Dogs, for those who don't know, in the OHL. I like the pace he plays at. He's super quick. I think he's got more offense than he shows. He should be picked here in the 4th or 5th round, in my opinion. What picks do the Leafs have? Hockey's life. Go to Elite Prospects and find it yourself, man. I hate to say it, but I'm just busy talking about all these other prospects. Where's Luke Misa? Should be picked, Andre. Unfortunately, don't know why he's not, but he should be picked. Did the Bruins pick in either round 2 or 3? Again, Nick, I would look at Elite Prospects to tell you that question. Andrew J. Our remote viewer says Adam JHO needs to catch up with his body and his speed will improve. Exactly. Yep, that's exactly what he needs. And Vendetta agrees with him, so that's cool there. I'm going to go ahead and knock through the rest of these here. Pikkarainen. He's an interesting player. Good pick here in the 3rd round. He brings an interesting skill set. Not exactly a blazer by any means, but he's a good player. There's some development time with him for sure, though. Luca Morelli is an interesting guy as well. He's a guy who's going to rise, I think. There's a lot to like in his game, too. Got some offensive playmaking ability. I don't think like I said, he's got 6 goals here in the OHL. So, for him to play next year, I would expect him to have a dominant season in the OHL and then go from there. Miguel Marquez. This is a kid who's always been able to score. I've never really watched him, though. I just caught clips of him every once in a while, but I like what I see in clips. Sarainen, the goalie for Seattle. That's a kid he's a pretty good goalie, too. I like Vinny better, which obviously Vinny got selected higher. I think he makes more sense there. Thomas Lavoie, I don't really have much of a book on him. 2 other guys that went. Eric Smetenko plays for St. John's Sea Dogs. This is a kid who he's a pretty good all-around player. I like that pick for Washington as well. And then Herman Traff. Herman Traff is a guy who just runs, man. He just runs and hits and just fights wherever he can, man. He's a battler. I like what he brings to the table. For the Bruins question from Nick, Tyler answers it for you. Next pick is like 122 unless Sweeney moves up. Thank you for that, Tyler. Luke Misa is a good pickup this late. Somebody should get him ASAP. Totally agree, Tanasi. I think Luke Misa should have probably been at the very least, he should be at the end of this round. If not, he should have been earlier. What did you think of the Danford pick? Danford to me, he's just 3rd pairing to me, man. Like, just a meat and potatoes guy. There's some offense, but he's not anything that you would be, you're not writing home to mom about him. He's just there. He's interesting. I don't even know if he's going to be enough to be a pro, to be honest. I think he'll be enough to play at the AHL level. Maybe might slide to the East Coast level. I just don't really see a high-end prospect out of him, which is why I was surprised he went in the 1st. I know I talked a lot about Kiwi Haru, but you think he'll drop to 130? I mean, he might not even be drafted, Lab, at this point. Like, I'm not sure. Like, I think he'll be drafted. He should be drafted, but it'd be a mistake not to get him pretty soon. Guido talks about Ustinkov. It's another kid. That kid should be picked pretty instantly, pretty soon. Important question. Do you think the Utah Hockey Club should find $1 billion shot letting the legacy remain in Chicago, LOL, or in Calgary, sorry, LOL. Yeah, it's a little rude. I'm not going to lie. I definitely mocked him at 9 thinking he was going to go to Calgary. But yeah, Utah, I mean, they got to go with what they got, right? Like, they got a really good player here in TJ Ginla. I think he's going to He's got all the work habits. He's got great character. I've listened to a few interviews of him. Really well spoken as a person. He's got captain material written all over him. So I'm not surprised Utah went and got them. I think Utah's done quite a good bit of business the last 48 hours. More pure. Where is Aaron? Good question. Why is Kiviharu not picked yet? Again, same question, good question. Do you think the Canucks will make any trades to do with the draft? Probably not now, Realms. Probably not now. But I bet you before July 1st they will, and they'll probably find a way to deal Zadorov. That's just my opinion. Demidov will be the second best player of the draft, so I'm happy with the pick. All right, hey, as long as you're happy, man. Like I said, that's important. Lab, thank you for your input. Appreciate it. Richard Seaboard, where do you think Zetterberg goes? He was projected to go so high, but might go in the 4th. Again, the NHL is a bunch of size queens. I'm just going to say it. They're a bunch of size queens. That's why, to be honest. I mean, that's if you're going on talent alone, Zetterberg should have been a top 20 pick. He's unbelievably skilled, great talent, good skater. He's got it all. He's just small. So, you're looking at Johnny Gaudreau went in the 4th round. So you're looking at him. He's smaller. So, like, people are going to be weary, unfortunately. It just is what it is. Kiwi Haru, everybody's – oh, sorry, Lab. I will refresh. We got one more pick here. Jack Pridham. I think his dad is the assistant GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs, by the way, guys. So Pridham is an interesting guy. I don't think, to me, honestly, it's kind of a nepotism pick, if I'm being honest, in the 3rd round. I see him more as like a late round guy, like 6th or 7th round. So, okay player, but it's just interesting. Mostevich to the Golden Knights. Yep. Sorry, I refreshed. Lab. Thank you again. Michkov and Demidov scrapping should be fun. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm personally higher on Michkov than I am Demidov. I think Michkov has the same upside as Bedard. I'll just say that out front. Every time I've watched Matvei Michkov, I've been blown away by his game. Super impressive, and I think Michkov he's fallen victim to kind of some anti-North American treatment, in my opinion. You guys are going to see Michkov coming in the NHL, and I'm telling you right now, he will put up 70, 80 points next year. Mark my words. Tanasi, not only does the NHL love ties, but I find sometimes during the interviews or late-stage scouting, they discover something that throws people off. That is why Yzerman went to 20, Tanasi. I think Yzerman, to me, should have been a top 10 pick, no question. I had him at 4. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it either. It's a stigma that's out there, and I think it's something it's unfortunately it's going to pervade it until somebody wants to change it. But I don't disagree. 114 subs. You guys are the freaking best, man. Jack, I will refresh. Thank you. There's only a couple picks that have gone. Let's relax, people. So we got. So Melvin Fernstrom went for Vancouver. Really high-end prospect. Like him a lot. Good offensive player. Good skill. Great ability. Hiroki Josic, another guy. Great savvy pick by Nashville. Both of these guys are guys who should have probably gone higher in the draft. Both of them are very offensively gifted. Good talents as well. Brandon Pridham. Vendetta said that's Brandon Pridham's kid. I believe it is. Yeah, I want to say it's either his son or his nephew. Crazy stat, 3 players under 6 foot win the 1st round. Yeah, that's a shock, isn't it? Imagine Demidov and insane line. I would agree. We refreshed, all that's good. And then so we got Adam Jachel just went, guys. So I'm gonna refresh again. There we go. We got our answer there with Adam Jachel, right? That is the end of the 3rd round, guys. Or we have one more pick, before the end of the 3rd round. So greatly appreciate you guys being on here. Cybor here. Richard Cybor, sorry. Or Skibor. I don't know how to pronounce it, but if it's Skibor, I'll pronounce it that way. Yzerman all-around game was questioned, especially in his own zone. I get that. Like, a lot of people have said that, but like, so is Ovi, right? Like, Ovi, he's putting up better goal scoring than Ovi was as an 18-year-old. Like, that's pretty unbelievable. And like, the fact that people are so concerned for whatever reasons, I don't know if there's other character things that they're found about him. It's just kind of interesting, to say the least. Tanasi, if you get time, where does all this info come from? LOL, you work in hockey? Tanasi, I wish I worked in hockey. I just have watched hockey for a long time. I'm 28, so I'm turning 29 next week, but I've watched hockey obsessively since I was like 7 or 8 years old. So it's just me watching hockey and just being obsessed with it for 20 years. That's mainly where the info comes from. J. Cho goes, what pick have they gotten new? They are now in the 4th round. Gabriel, thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and refresh one more time because Vidi Väisänen went. Defenseman went to Utah. This kid's really highly thought of. I don't necessarily agree with the public scouting community on him. I think he's okay. I just don't see pro upside. So Vertigo now. Craig Conroy has had a really good draft so far, looking like a great GM for Calgary, actually trying to rebuild the team finally after years. I really like what Craig Conroy's done. He's done a good job in the last 2 days. I would agree, Vertigo. What do you think about Beckett being 3rd pick overall? He should have been 15 or 20. That's my opinion. Obviously, you go for the players you like, but I think they could have traded down. That's just my opinion. And if they would have traded down, I think they would have gotten a lot more than just Beckett Seneke. Conroy is Calgary's savior, convinced ownership to rebuild after forever. Yeah, they probably did say that. Happy early birthday. Thank you, Lab. Fenstrom's a good pick. Yeah, I definitely agree. Vendetta says you could easily work in hockey. Wish it was easier to get into. Yeah, you and me both, man. But maybe I'll build this YouTube channel up to where somebody will want to pay me a good amount and probably pay me more than I make full time. So we'll see what happens. One day, right? Connie is rocking it and not drafting little boys. Interesting take there, remote viewer. No, Boyard's not gotten picked yet. My mom giving me a shout out. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate you. What do you think of Kevin He? Aaron, if you were here like 40 minutes ago, I was talking about him. But Kevin He, I think he's a really tenacious guy. Really good straight line speed, really fast as well. Good accelerator. I didn't mention that earlier. Offensively, I think he's got more offense in his game. He hasn't really brought it out in the OHL level yet. But greatly appreciate what he can do. Like, I think he's got a lot more talent, and I'm surprised he hasn't been picked yet, Aaron, to be honest. I'm very surprised by that. Hi, Ma. Thanks, Guido. Remote viewer, I'd love to be in scouting, but I'm an older man. Never too late, man. Never too late. I would love to be in scouting as well. Put it out there. Put your feelers out to whoever you know in the scouting community, but we greatly appreciate it. What number does the 4th round start? 98. I'm going to go refresh real quick. There's a couple picks that have gone on since. We have a wild off-the-board pick here. So we got 97. We got Sharaven. Matvei Sharaven, I should say, sorry. I don't know a lot about him, to be honest, so I can't really comment on him. This Gregor Bibber kid, way off the board, like crazy off the board. I don't think anybody had him ranked. I don't think anybody remotely had him ranked. I only vaguely knew about him because I, do a lot of stat watching and can kind of see that. But this is a guy who, I'll be honest, like, very shocked he's even drafted. Doesn't really project that well. I think the most points he's had in a season, I just looked it up, was 5 points. Not really sure what Utah tees at. That's very interesting. 4th round started. I just refreshed. Thank you, Jack. Have you also emailed 100 Scouts management to get a shot? I wish, buddy. I haven't, to be fair, but maybe I should. I should show him these clips, maybe, right? Sharaven should not have slid thus far. You probably know more than I do about him, remote viewer, to be honest. I've heard of him, But I'll be honest, I haven't really looked into him that much. I had some other names I looked into a little bit more, but Ikwani says, just learned about Toronto's trade. They completely shat their pants. You said it, not me, right? So yeah, if you guys want here, I'm going to refresh a little bit more. Nashville took a goalie, Jacob Malota. I don't have much on him either. The 100 guy to 100, Alexander Blay. A lot of scouts had this guy as the top-ranked QMJHL guy. I personally believe Massey is a better player than Blay is, which is scouts seem to agree with me on that. That's why he got picked earlier. But Blay is, in his own right, is a good player. I think at 100, it's a really savvy pick. It should be interesting. It's should be interesting to watch, though. I'm very curious to see, where the rest of these guys go. But I think Blay is a guy who there's some potential pro upside with him. My dad's a scout. He's definitely got connections in that world. What part of the world are you in? I'm in Michigan, bud. I'm near the Detroit area, so I grew up a Wings fan and stuff. But I've been watching hockey all my life. I played roller growing up and couldn't afford to play ice, but played high-end roller for a really long time. So, yeah, thank you for that, Tanasi. Shirovin, very solid, stay at home D that can contribute some scoring, shutdown guy. That's what his profile seems to be, like, based on what I've been reading. Thank you for that, remote. We got Owen Protz, which I'll be honest, I've never heard of Owen Protz. Tanner Henricks, I have a little bit of knowledge on him. Another guy who's kind of a shutdown defenseman. I don't know a lot about him either, to be honest. But we'll see. Is Kiwi Haru still alive? Yeah, it's a very good question. Not really sure. Richard Cyborg, go Wings. Go Wings indeed. Go Wings indeed, man. Yeah, it's pretty wild that he hasn't been picked here. Very surprised by Aaron Kiwi-Haru not getting picked. At this point, I'm surprised about Alex Zetterberg, too. Aiden Park and Rotsinen and Sawyer I can take off. I just realized he was picked. So let me update my banners real quick, guys, and then I will refresh afterwards. So Sawyer was already picked. All these other guys are still on now. So this is like where I have these guys now. This is like the guys I think that are left on my list that I think are still draftable. I have some other guys on my list who I like a lot, but they're like very niche. So we'll see. I mean, I think let me update here on some of these. So Bednarik was picked. I'm just updating another off-screen map for me. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Okay, cool. So we got another 103 just got picked. So let me update real quick for you guys. Gabe Smith was picked from Moncton. Again, I unfortunately I wish my Q viewings were a little bit more this year. I know a little bit about this guy, but not enough to comment on him. Lucas Alinas. This kid's a really tenacious puck mover. He had a couple really good weekends in the OHL during the year. Kitchener Ranger pick. Really more of a checking line guy, but a really savvy pick here by Ottawa. I like the checking line upside of a kid like him. So we bounce back here. Let's see here. So I'm gonna bounce back real quick. Canucks have picked Justin Poirier. Yeah, Justin Poirier's not been picked yet. Should be interesting to see what he can do to get picked. I think he should be picked by the end of this draft, no question. He might be a 6th or 7th round guy though for Poirier. Alexander Desmarais. Sorry, I meant to pronounce your last name correctly. What do you think of the MBN pick? Ranzek Nygaard, I think he's just super safe, man. Like, as a Wings fan, I'm tired of the Wings not going for high upside guys. They tend to go for really safe guys, and that's cool. It leads to decent success. But sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and get some higher upside guys. I think he's impressive for being, from Norway and being from a non-traditional hockey country. and just playing really well. Like, he's a talent. I think he's going to make the NHL. I think he'll be probably a middle six forward. But I just think, being a fan, I have a little bit of a bias in terms of like, he's a great pick at 15. I think he fits well at 15. I just think that he's just too safe. I don't see the top line upside with him. Vendetta, I'm starting to sweat that Roberts goes to Minnesota. He might. No bling bling hockey. What's your favorite team? I'm a Wings fan. I grew up in Detroit, so I'm about 20 minutes from Detroit. Well, actually 30 minutes down from Detroit, but I grew up in a suburb of Detroit called Warren. It's actually, fun fact, the hometown of Eminem. But I'm on the better side of Warren. Remote viewer. I'm from Central Alberta, but disabled and love to watch video, though. Hey, good for you, remote viewer. And, I'm all about disability awareness myself, man. Good on you, and, hope you're well, man. Emmerich, a lot of these guys will not play in the NHL. I mean, that's probably true, but, a lot of these guys are going to go to play in the AHL or the ECHL, or you're going to see them in the Swedish leagues. And for people like me that watch these kids all the time, you're going to hear these names again and again. Hello, Sharks Fans Podcast. Hey, Jacob Boyd. Okay. I missed you talking about Carson Wetch. How is this kid? What do you think of his game? Carson Wetch, to me, I talked a little bit about him earlier when he was picked, but I'll talk about him again. Carson Wetch, to me, he's, a good offensive player. I think there's, some things I think he's got to work on in his game. He's obviously not a finished product, but I think there's a little bit of a Ruby in him, like there's some definite skill. He's definitely scored, at youth levels and done really well. But he's got some more things to learn in his game still. I think there's still some scoring things, but he's a good pick in the third round. I wish I could give you more analysis. I'm running behind on picks, so I'll give you more in another time, Jake. Tanasi, oh damn, we're close. Maybe I have to connect and see if I can get your name in an amateur scout circle. You know your stuff more than most. Hey man, that'd be awesome, dude. I appreciate it, man. We'll talk. Let's talk offline. Send me a DM on the channel. That'd be awesome. What happened to Peoria? Is he still available? He seems to be. Yeah, I mean, he's still available. A lot of Q watchers. You guys are awesome. You guys feel like half of you guys are from Quebec, which is cool. Another guy who I think he should be a lot higher. I thought he would have been picked in the third round. We're in the fourth now, and he's still not getting looked at. So it's interesting to say the least. Ollie Josephson just got picked. A lot of you guys were talking about that in the stream. I wish I could give analysis. I just don't know him well enough to talk about him. Trevor Hoskin, they picked a kid from the OJHL, which is super interesting. I believe Hoskin is also an overager, I want to say. I want to say he's like an 04. Yeah, he's an 04. He's a double overager who just got selected. That's pretty crazy. Good for him, man. You don't see too many double overagers get picked in the draft. That's pretty unbelievable. With Hoskin, he's a guy who's a late bloomer. He's probably gonna go play D1 hockey next year. Probably he's got a couple years. He might even be a 4-year guy, to be honest. So, but that's a really interesting pick there by Calgary. You don't see double overagers really get picked. I heard talk about Kiwi Haru in the first, second, now the fourth. I mean, hey, that's how it happens sometimes, Jack. That's just the draft in general. That's just how it works. Wetch is a power forward type, Guido. Yeah, I remember reading that he was, but thank you for confirming that. I didn't want to say something without really knowing it, So thank you guys for that. I feel like the Habs picks now are just not eye-catching right now than Quavu. I mean, you're not going to get anything too crazy here in these middle rounds. You probably will closer to like the lower rounds, but we'll see. Wings are going to use free agency for top guys. Yeah, they will for sure. That's why they got rid of Wallman. They got $30 million in cap space. They're going to definitely do that. Double H, throw the link in your bio and direct these draft position questions and save your breath. Yeah, you're right. I could do that. That's a fair point. I feel like I'm doing okay, though. I mean, if you don't think I'm doing okay, I guess you. Sorry, Keith. That's why it's so important to draft well. Yep, agree. What do you think the future looks like for ASP? I just updated, by the way, guys. So I have pick 107 up. Hiki Royanen. I'll get into him in a little bit. I hit refresh already. Vertigo. Oh man, I shouldn't drink coffee. I'm jumping on now. For fuck's sake, that's funny. Mo, what do you think about ASP? ASP to me, I think he's a good player. I don't know if I see top pairing out of ASP. I think he's solid. Again, I think he was a little safe even when he was picked as well. I don't know. The upside to me isn't really that impressive. I don't know. Like I get that he scored a lot in the Swedish league. I hope he comes over and really plays well. He'll probably play another year in Sweden and then go directly to the NHL. I just hope he comes and he's able to translate really well on North American ice. I just don't know how easily that can be done for him. I'm not as bullish on him as a lot of people are. But if he can work through it, I mean, if he's got the tenacity and the work ethic, more power to him. I'm not as high on him as everybody else. I think it's not an immediate thing that he'll be a top 4 defenseman. Sounds good. Got through these. Sorry, guys. One sec. Kiwi Haru kind of reminds me of last year's top international ranked goalie, Helmnemo, whose draft just flatlined and get drafted. He could. That's possible. Poirier just went. Actually, Poirier did not go yet, man. Not really sure where you saw that. So we refreshed this now. Hiki Royanen at 107. He's interesting player, really good playmaker. Kind of reminds me a lot of Otto Kivimaki, who the Wings took in the 7th round in 2018, I believe. Similar type player, really good passer. His scoring ability is good, but I think he still needs a little bit of work. His shot's a little weak. Skating is good, though. Like that pick for them in Philly. Luke Osborne for Youngstown. I've caught games of him, but haven't really noticed him. Okay pick there for 108. I don't know. I would have probably taken him later. Not really crazy about that one for Buffalo. Where's Clark Caswell? Clark Caswell has not been picked yet. That's a kid who should really be drafted before the end of this draft for sure. Luke Misa and Romani still being available is crazy to me. I agree. I think both of those guys should definitely get picked, no question. 300 people watching, which is so awesome. Thank you guys so much. Jeff Lemmy's a 5'7" defenseman. No way he gets picked, in my opinion. Kiwi Haru's 5'9", actually, Jeff. And it's the 3 knee surgeries is why I think people are concerned. The Calgary trade, no, they didn't. 118 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. Emmerich, you said Clark Caswell. You have 53 on your list. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it's crazy to me that some of these guys are still available. And Kiwi Haru at 42, I could see that as well. See, hey, Keith doubted me. Don't doubt me, Keith. I'm just messing with you, man. I appreciate you being on here, honestly, but yeah. So looks like we're waiting here. I think there's a trade coming. Yeah, nothing yet. We're just at a standstill right now. So, let's see. We got half the Florida Panthers comments are saying draft Kiwi Haru. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, there's just a lot of – I mean, people have been watching Kiwi Haru now for a lot of years. So, it's not surprising there's so much hype around him. It's just a shame that, a few knee surgeries and being short leads to you being picked later than you probably should. Thoughts on Sergachev to Utah? I think that's a savvy move by Utah. They really needed some high-end offensive players in their defensive core, and he just knocks it out of the park, man. There, between that and having Between that and having John Marino, I mean, they're going to have a hell of a duo there. Can somebody post Calgary's return on trade? Yeah, somebody post that, please, because I'm not going to be able to look it up. Romani needs to get picked up, put 60 goals in the O this year. Yeah, he should. At the very least, if not, he'll be invited to some camps. There's no question there, Nolan. Thoughts on Kieran Walton? Massive guy. Big, huge human being. I like his game a lot. I think I don't know why I thought he was a 2025 guy, but Kieran Walton. Let me double check here. I'll give you an opinion on Kieran in a minute. And so I'll come back to that. Is it possible to play in the NHL after your 100th pick? Ask Pavel Datsyuk, ask Brett Hall, ask a bunch of different guys. They all have been picked after the 100th pick. Henrik Zetterberg, too. Some guys don't even get drafted, King rules. Kevin He just got selected at 109 guys by Winnipeg. Love that fit. Love the fit there in Winnipeg for Kevin He. I think he'll rock. He'll be a rock star in Winnipeg. Apparently Logan Thompson was supposed to sign autographs after the draft. Wow, that's awkward. That's really awkward. Manzano, thank you, buddy. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you. Become part of the family. I'd love to do these live chats with you guys and talk more about hockey and keep you guys informed, man. I love doing this. It's my passion. So, Kevin He. So, Calgary trades 107 to Philly for 150 and 177. So, that was the trade there. Thank you, Tanasi. He to the Jets is awesome. Does Justin Poirier get drafted? He should. If it's true that Florida's trying to trade Aaron Ekblad, what team has the best trades in terms of capital with prospects and draft picks? Detroit would be cool. If they'd be willing to trade to Detroit. I don't think they're going to trade in division. Carolina would make a lot of sense. Minnesota would make a lot of sense. Just depends. But I think those would be some there for sure. All right, caught up with the comments. Thank you. Let me look here. We got another pick that just went, guys. Sorry. Let me just update. 110. We got Elliot Gronwald. I think this guy's kind of slow in terms of his feet. He's not a very fast skater. I don't really love his game overall. I think he could have been picked in like 200s. Yeah, that's just how I feel about that pick. I don't know. It's not a yeah, glad he got drafted. Well deserved. Yeah, it was well deserved, Aaron. Great. Kevin He should have gone earlier, absolutely. Let me look here. I just got trolled by someone saying Poirier went. Yeah, like I said, I had to double check myself. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he wasn't picked, but I'm running through 150 names here, so give me a break here. Emmerich said it will be 115, predicting it. Yeah, I hope so. I like I said, I think Kiviaru's he's gotten a raw deal. This is a funny story, guys. If you guys want to hear this about Kiviaru. So Kiviaru, I think the U18s, I want to say this is like a year ago, he showed up to the rink earlier than his team did, and he tried to get through, and he had a badge, and he was showing security, and they thought he was a little kid, and they didn't let him in the building. And so he had to get verified by his coach in order to get into the building, which is very unfortunate. Maybe that's another reason why, they probably think he's not draft eligible this year. I don't know, but it's an interesting thing there. But it's all good there. So Lab's rooting for 130 to go to the Rangers. What are you guys making up here? That's awesome. Love it. 308, guys. You guys are the best. Half of you guys, if you could subscribe, you guys would be the best. Got a few picks here that just went. 111, Chase Pietola. tough customer. I like his game a lot. College player, which is weird to see drafted, but good on him. Like to see that from Pittsburgh. I think it makes a lot of sense there. They have a lot of success with college defensemen, like they had with Justin Schultz, when he got traded there, and then they've also dealt with Chad Weedle and a few others. So makes a lot of sense there. Ottawa with Javon Moore at 112. This kid is a good player, man. High school hockey player out of Minnesota. Surprised there haven't been more high school kids picked this year, if I'm being honest. I think Hagen Burrows is another kid you got to look at that will probably be picked probably closer to the 5th or 6th round. And so I would greatly appreciate, I think it's sorry, I read a comment. But Javon Moore is a guy there's a lot of upside there, a lot to like, very athletic kid. Very impressive, like super explosive. Like that pick a lot for Ottawa. I get mini Anthony Duclair vibes from Javon Moore. That's what I would say. Thomas Mercick, this is another young guy this is a guy who a great pick here at 113. First off, Mercick to me is always been a goal scorer, always put up a lot of points, very creative, really high IQ, good skater. He's not a lot wrong, but he doesn't do a lot of things amazing either. So he's just a very safe pick. I like him a lot, though. He's had a lot of hype from a very young age, and he's lived up to the hype and then some. And good for him to get selected in the 4th round here. It's very impressive. Remote, we'll see you in a bit, man. Enjoy your walk with the dog. Subscribe. Good work today, G. Appreciate you, Jerry. You're the best. Thank you. Vendetta, I'm like really mad the Wild didn't take Roberts, Misa, or Romani there. Yeah, I mean, but like I said, I think the Wild, Javon Moore, you're gonna like, man. I'm sorry, not Javon Moore. Sorry. They took. What did they take? I forgot offhand. That's okay, but I wouldn't worry about it, man. We got a couple more guys here. I'm gonna refresh. Then I'll get to your comments in a minute. Nicholas Kempf just went for Washington. He was the backup for for the U18 program. Okay goalie. I don't think he doesn't. He's kind of like Alex Nedeljkovic. He doesn't really deal with a lot of high volume shots. I don't, for whatever reason, it just doesn't really work for him. One sec here. Sorry, guys. I just think I don't really think he'll make it as a pro. Kevin. Nothing about him really seemed like he was going to do anything. There's a triple overage who just got selected. Dmitry Gamzin was the backup for CSK Moscow for the New York Islanders. So obviously, must have been Sorokin's goalie coach who recommended that one because that's an interesting pick in itself. We'll see what happens here for the rest of this. I'm going to refresh one more time. Another goaltender. This is a guy I've actually gotten a viewing on. San Jose really likes their niche prospects, man. Christian Kirch plays in the Swiss Under-20 League. This kid's pretty talented. Honestly, Christian Kirch is a guy who I'm not surprised he's drafted. I'm surprised he's drafted as early as he's drafted. When he doesn't deal with a high volume of high danger shots, he's really good. He's very stable. Not super athletic by any means, but he's just a good stand-up goalie. Kind of old school in the way he plays goaltender, but like that pick a lot for San Jose. That's a sneaky move. A lot of sneaky picks there. Let's see here. What do you think of Viggo Gustafsson that got drafted by Nashville? I'll be honest, Bert, I don't really have info on him. So I'm sorry about that. I can look up some stuff for him, though, if you want me to. Lab, I'm surprised about Zetterberg and Misa as well. They could be steals. They should have been. They both should have been picked already. Same as Zetterberg there. Goalie domino effect, absolutely. Kiwiaru definitely out of this draft. Yeah, it's wild, man. I don't know. It's a weird thing going on, but we'll see what happens. It's just kind of crazy how all this is happening. It's pretty wild. So let me just bounce out of here real quick, and then I'm going to go ahead and update. Got another pick here, Blake Montgomery for the Lincoln Stars for Ottawa. Blake Montgomery, if I remember correctly, isn't he the guy that left the London Knights? me double check here. I'm getting him confused. No, I got him confused. My mistake. I'm trying to remember if I watched a game of this kid or not. Yeah, okay. I did see a game of this guy. Good skater, big entity. I'm talking about Blake Montgomery here. I like his game a lot. I think there's still some learning things with him, but I think there's a lot to like with Montgomery. You know, there's a limited upside. He's a guy to watch. He'll probably play another year USHL hockey, and he'll go to Wisconsin after. It looked like I just looked him up, and yeah, we'll see where it goes. Bert saying yes, you should look him up. He's a very underrated player. Vigo Gustafson, right? I'm gonna look him up off screen here real quick. So he plays for HV 71. Okay. It is funny that Nashville would pick this kid, though, to be fair. Like, it's just really funny. This kid, wow. He's never scored more than 4 goals in a season. That's interesting. Probably a good defenseman, though, I would think. If you're that high on him, Bert, I mean, I'm sure there's some reasons behind it, right? Okay, I'll look into him. I'm curious. Who's the next QMJHL kid to get picked? Let me think. You know, there's some 04s in the queue that I'm surprised haven't been picked already. One kid I really like in the queue that I've watched a couple times is Yon Loshing. I think he should probably be picked before the end of this draft sometime. I also think Antonin Verreau. You know, I'm very surprised. The dude's put up 80-plus points for 3 years and hasn't been drafted. He's got the Alex Zetterberg syndrome. He's 5'7", so maybe that's why. I don't know. But I think both of those guys should at least get some looks. And then, like, Triplets Gamer has been big on Jan Golasic. I think Golasic is the guy who should get picked later on as well. So that's my thoughts there. Speaking of Jan Golasic, just went to Tampa. Okay. I thought you were just joking about that. But Jan Golasic going 4th round. A little earlier than I would have thought, but hey, you guys knew it better than I did. So good on him. Nice to see a Slovenian get drafted. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, that was a solid call there, Triplets. Yeah, I think Kiwiharu, who knows, man. Like I said, I think a lot of this is just injuries with Kiwiharu. Yeah, should be interesting here. Let's we'll keep going here. Let me see if I can update what pick is Montreal next. I honestly, yeah, just look it up. Sorry, Red, I can't really tell everything. So we got to keep running. So
You don't stand your deck.
I for right now, because they're in commercial, I'm gonna do one more refresh just to see if they pick out in commercial. They haven't yet, so just finishing up at the end of round 4 here. We're gonna have I'm gonna go a little bit more into some other guys here. So there's Benjamin Routinen kid. He's an overager. If you look him up, he played for Liga this year. I love this kid's game, man. He's so talented. Really cerebral player. Can score at will. Really just an overall very talented player. I think Routinen, to me, should be a guy who's definitely picked before the end of this draft. I talked about Lindbergh earlier. I will get more into – I'm going to get to your comments in a minute. Maxim Velikov is a kid in the MHL who I think he should be picked as well. Late born 05, first year being eligible. Sneaky skilled. I like his speed as well. Plays for I want to say he plays for the CSKA Moskva NHL team. A really talented player in his own right, and it should be well looked at. 28, we got John Morello. We have one kid picked from the OJHL already, and Trevor Hoskin. John Morello is another guy who should be looked at from the OJHL. I believe he plays for Aurora in the OJHL. Really super talented player. Great straight line speed, can score. Has put up really impressive production for somebody who's a draft eligible in the OHL, because usually those guys are playing in the OHL. So obviously he's looking to go the college route. And we'll see, where we go from here with them. So 119, your boy got picked finally. You're Raul Bouillard. Let's all rejoice for King Rules. Well done, bud. You got picked. Jamie Cotterill, just a little late to this. Thank you, Jamie, for being on here at all. Really appreciate it. Any goalies taken? Yeah, there's a ton. It started in the second round, which is really surprising. I think there's like 8 goalies taken right now. Have you liked what Seattle has done? Yeah, I have. I think Seattle's done a good job. There's been a couple weird picks for them, but overall, I think they've done a really good job. Can Montreal pick Eric Berger? I don't know if they're going to want to, Red. Berger's okay. I don't know if he'll get drafted. So we refresh there. We're all good there. And then finally, I want to just talk about Max Swanson real quick. Max Swanson, to me, again, similar thing to Alex Zetterberg. Another guy, really high-skilled, going to go to North Dakota next year. Super talented. He's just small. He's actually even smaller. He's like 5'7", 150. But, man, is he a workhorse, and, man, he can play make with the best of them. Both him and Zetterberg are going to fall. Probably if they both don't get drafted, they're both going to be guys who you look at and think should be drafted. We're going to go here now to I'm going to refresh again. Victor Johansson just got picked for Leksand. I don't have much tape on him. Aaron Kiviharhu, 122, guys. It's been done. Minnesota took him. Oh, boy. That's going to be – put a W in the chat for Vendetta, man. That's going to be awesome. Vendetta's got to be screaming around his room right now. But good on them for getting Aaron Kiviharhu. Obviously, he was my best available. Really savvy pick by Minnesota there. Jake Fisher for Colorado. Jake Fisher is a guy who's an overager. Really solid pick. Played high school hockey last year. His first year in the USHL this year. Good player. Super talented. Like the game a lot for him as well. Colorado always drafts well. To no one's surprise. It's good stuff for them as well. I don't know much on Johansson, guys. I'll be honest. I just don't have a book on him. Let me go ahead and remove Mr. Kiviharhu from best available so I don't have to talk about him. And now we're moving into where is Henrik Zetterberg going territory. That's where I'm at. So, or not Henrik, sorry, Alexander Zetterberg. Monday Monkey Business. I was hoping you would follow the Panthers. I think we all were, man. I think we all were for your sake. Other than Vendetta. Vendetta obviously wanted it for Minnesota. I don't blame him. Everybody would want him. So we're moving up here. We got another pick that was just made. Simon Pierre Brunet plays for Drummondville. A lot of QMJHL defensemen love in this draft, which is interesting. Everybody kept saying this is a weak draft. This is a weak draft, for the Q. And so far, it seems like a lot of people like these. They like the players, obviously. They're showing clips of Kiviharhu right now, obviously dominating. Yeah, now it's officially time to root for Alex Zetterberg at this point. Man, 269. You guys rock, man. I can't believe I started the day with 59 subscribers, guys, and you guys have probably doubled it, is my guess, which is awesome. Greatly appreciated. You guys rock. Keep working it, man. Keep letting me, thank you to the algorithm. You guys rock, man. Greatly appreciate it. And excited to be providing the coverage. Up to 127 subscribers. So you guys are just You got to the bee's knees, man. This is very cool and super honored and blessed. So thank you again. We got Riley Patterson was just picked out of the Barrie Colts. Lots of like out of that kid, man. Very skilled player. Almost went to U of M. Like that a lot. I think he's super talented. Underrated player. Savvy signing there by Vancouver. Siratsky, sorry. I don't have a book on him, unfortunately. Seems intriguing, though. If he's got half a point per game as a defenseman in the MHL, there's probably a lot to like with him. I just don't know much about him. Landon Miller, same thing. Don't have a book on him. I've never really watched Landon play at all. But good on him, you know. Sorry, actually I right-clicked on something. So, yeah. And then we're going to refresh here. Already did. And we got Victor Noringer is the 127 pick here. Let me look up this guy, Victor Noringer. Plays for Falunda. Interesting. Okay. Big kid, too.
So when we do the family that we're going to get drafted next, we plan to get drafted next, and then watch the celebration of each family.
So, all right, so let's see here. We got Detroit go goalie. Yeah, Landon Miller. I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about this guy. Like I said, I don't think if I were to rate the goalie prospects for Detroit, I would say Augustine Kosa. I would probably put this kid with Carter Gielander without really knowing. And then, yeah, so that's what I would rank. So it's good to know that, you know, you can never have too many goalies because you never know when they pan out and when they don't. So, yeah, it should be interesting. I think there's a lot to look at and see here. But diamonds being made, pressure each other for those two spots. Oh, yeah, for sure. Rich, that's what they got to do, man. I think I'm going to try and get some viewings on Augustine. He's in Plymouth, Michigan, which is about 40 minutes from me next week or next month. So I'm going to try and get some viewings of him at the World Junior Summer Showcase. So I'm going to – hopefully I'll have some viewings and I'll be able to report back on some stuff, which will be cool. It's deliberate. Surprised Leanders hasn't been brought up yet. I agree. Yeah, Ryerson Leanders he's a goalie, man. Like I would have probably picked him over Landon Miller if I'm being honest. Leanders is a guy who I think he's super talented. I really like the approach he had. Like, you know, it's just yeah. I'm very surprised actually he hasn't been picked. That's a good point. Still on 127, by the way, guys. So that's why I'll refresh once more. But unless it just changes, it did. Hagen Burrows goes. There you go. The Tampa Bay. Hagen Burrows goes. No surprise there. Jerry goes. Do you think the Wings should have drafted Wallstead? I do. I know at the time there was concerns about concussions with Wallstead. Wallstead had, I think, 2 concussions before the age of 18. So I think that those were – and not a lot of people report on that for whatever reason. But he had – I want to say he had 2 or 3 concussions before the age of 18. And I think people were worried. And so that's why it didn't really work out. Jack already refreshed it. I'm as updated as it gets. Monday Monkey, Emil Vinny already went. He already went. I think he went in the end of the 3rd round. He got drafted. So, yeah. So I think, yeah, that's what I think happened. I think they got scared by the concussions, Jerry, and I think that's why it didn't work. So I think that's why they went Kosa. What do you think about Hayes picking or Montreal picking Hayes at 21? Love it. I think I had Hayes at 8. I think he's a top 10 talent. Montreal walked out with a really good first round last night. Hayes is a really high offensive talent. just very talented, super skilled. Great ability. There's a lot to like there with Hayes. Great job for Minnesota taking him. Yep, I would agree. Justin Poirier soon should be. Kiwiharu, yep, he's finally taken. Whether I lose my head on the Kiwiharu pick for Minnesota will depend on the pick at 140. Yep. I would agree. Let's refresh here and get you guys some updates. You got Simon Zether going with Florida at 129. Good player. Like that pick a lot. Nice savvy pick there for Florida, 129. Tyler Thorpe at 130. Good sneaky pick there. Good pick for the 5th round. And Colton Roberts finally goes. San Jose gets Colton Roberts in the 5th round. Very interesting. We'll see how it goes. So Emmerich wants Claire Caswell to Montreal. Nice. Tyler Thorpe just went. Luke Misa good. Yeah, Luke Misa's very good. His brother's even better than Will. I'll say that. Michael Misa, watch out for that kid in next year's draft. Chad Colson, how do you think these guys, or how do you think Craig Conroy has done in Calgary? Really good, honestly. I think his draft has been excellent. I think he's done a great 48 hours for Calgary, and this is where the upswing happens for them, right? I hope that they're able to kind of go and get out of this dark period. And you got a good coach in Huska. I think there's a lot to like there in Calgary. I'm going to go ahead and refresh one more time. Luca Cloutier, picked for Chicago Steel. To have that high of an average on a team dominant like the Chicago Steel, that's kind of worrisome. Chicago Steel is always a really dominant USHL team. So to be a 3.68, I don't know if that's really great. So I don't know. That's an interesting pick for Colorado. I don't necessarily agree with it, but Emmerich, top 3 next year. James Higgins, Roger McQueen, Porter Martone. If you want to look, Emmerich, I got my top 10 for the 25 draft in another video. I would have you look at that, and if you go ahead and comment your thoughts on that when you look at it. I have Higgins at 1. I think I have I have Anton Frondell at 2. That's a kid who's gonna be really impactful next year. I think he's a super talent. And then I got Misa at 3. Martone's at 7 for me, and McQueen I don't have at my first actually. Tyson Price. I live in Sandy, Utah, about 10 minutes. I live in Sandy, Utah, about 10 minutes south of downtown Salt Lake City. I got to meet Josh Stone last night at the draft party for the new NHL team in Utah last night. God love you. Very cool, man. Hey, that's freaking cool, man. I wish I would have been there too. That's awesome. I don't know if you meant God love you, but if you did, appreciate you, Tyson. I'd love you more if you subscribed, and hopefully you did. Knowing we could have gotten Roberts and then blah, 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 at 140. Yeah. It's okay. It'll work out, Vendetta. You'll be able to find it there. Tyson says, I want to attend at least one regular season game with the new Utah hockey team next season. Tyson, I think they're going to be called the Yeti, man. I'm just going to say it. I think they're going to be called the Utah Yeti. I think with the black and blue scheme, it just makes sense. And then it's deliberate. Didn't have Misa drop into the 5th. Nor did I. Hey, Tyson, did you just come over from the THG stream? Chad Colson. Hey, if you guys are coming from the Hockey Guys stream, man, shout my name out in there. I don't want to take away from the guy, but I think he does a great job too. So I'd love to collaborate with him. So please shout the name out in there. That'd be awesome if you guys could. Monday Monkey Business. Do you think Brizgalov's kid is going to get drafted? He should. Yeah, I think he should. He would probably be a 7th round guy because he hasn't played at a high enough level yet. He's playing in the NCDC, which is a step below the NAHL, which is where Connor Hellebuck was selected. I I think he's got to step up another level before a lot of teams I feel like would be comfortable drafting him. But I could see like Philly drafting him. That's just my thought. Remote says Charlie Elick still available. No, he's drafted remote. Someone with the name McQueen needs to be drafted by the Lightning. That's next year, New Quinn, but yeah, that's a good call. Emmerich, your last video was 2 months ago. Yeah, I have it in what was the draft? I think it's the All Out Prospects video. If you look that up, it's in there. I'm going to do a 2025 mock draft soon anyway, so just pay attention for it in the next coming weeks. I'll put a post up about it. You a random bro, get a job. Cool, man. You get a job. Jens Olsen. I think they should keep the name Utah Hockey Club to get some European vibes. I don't. You got to sold me a little bit on that, Jens. I'm not gonna lie. Guido Sanchez, Yeti. That's what I think personally. I think that's going to be the name as well. I got to refresh, guys. I'm like 4 picks behind. Let me go back here. We got Oscar Voye playing for Carolina. Really like that pick as well. Super savvy pick there. This Mike is Vekvunogs. Never heard of him. I'm gonna read more on him. That's an interesting pick. Owen Allard. This kid played at the World Juniors this year for Canada. He was the only undrafted kid playing for them. Obviously, I figured he was going to get drafted. This is a good slot for him, though. Good pick by Utah. This Eric Walinas, limited games this year, so obviously that must be why I don't know who he is. Savvy pick there by Ottawa, it seems like. We'll see what happens at the upside there. Ivan Yunin, don't know much on him, but another goaltender taken. Very interesting. Benoit Mallet, what is your top 3? Are you talking top 3 for this year? What are you referring to, Benoit? Ben Volka, refreshed, just did. And I'll refresh again just to make sure. Joel Svensson just went for Chicago. Interesting, okay. Don't have a big book on Svensson, to be honest, but I've seen the name. It makes sense why he would be selected based on his production that's shown there. Utah's Mormons are all Europeans. I have been to Utah, so I'm assuming you're right. Monday Monkey Business. I feel bad for the announcers. I don't, because I'm providing more info than they are. So I feel like they're just chilling right now. You know. Your 2024 draft top 3 best players. Thomas Boutin. I'll need to check some info on that Montreal goaltender they selected. Yeah, that's Thomas. I don't know who that guy is. I'll be honest. I think you can ask a lot of people. They're not going to know who that guy is. Unless you're watching Latvian hockey, I'm very surprised that anybody would really know who he is. So that'll be interesting. Benoit for my 24 best 3 players. Macklin's 1. I would say Lev Shanov will be 2. 3 for me is a tie between Zane Parekh and Konsta Helenius. I think those are my guys that I think are going to be really thought of very highly. So I think those are my top 3 there, Benoit. Thank you for the question. Alex Zetterberg, again, I know I'm not picked yet. Remote viewer, the Utah proselytizing elders. Nice. Monkey Monday Business says, I feel bad for the announcers having the same names like Brandzak Nygaard and Vance Vinogs during games. Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. I like to think I'm pretty good, but yeah, no, it's definitely tough. Gavin McKenna is so good. He's so young. Oh, I know. Gavin McKenna is the early 2026 number 1, no question. It's him and nobody else. And it's funny because he's Connor Bedard's cousin, actually. I don't know if most people know that. But, yeah, he's Connor Bedard's cousin. So, makes sense. It obviously runs in the family. So, run on goalies, area scout selecting. Yeah, I would think so. I'm going to go ahead and refresh real quick, guys. Got a couple more picks that just came in. We got Max Graham, who good player. Makes sense for him to be a late-round guy. And Sebastian Soini. Soini, I don't think should have been drafted. That's kind of surprising, but, maybe somebody knows more than I do. What's a use? Sounds like some sort of moose. I think it is. Okay, I'm happy with Soini. Love Roberts way more, but oh well. Czechia is already setting 6 players in the NHL draft. It's quite surprising to me. Honestly, get on them though. Check the Czech development system. I'm telling you, Jan, look up a kid. He's a few years out still. You guys can all remember this on the stream. Dominic Zalesny. He's a 2029 draft eligible. This kid is unbelievable. I'm just going to put that name in your guys' notes right now. Super talented kid. I think I read his stats somewhere. He had 300 goals in a season. He was putting up Gretzky numbers at 9 kind of thing. That style of play. So look him up. Dominic Zalesny. That's going to be a kid for the future. Mark my words. Viggo Bjork. That's another guy who is a very talented player as well. I think for 2026, I see him being a top 5 guy for sure. I think he's actually my 4, if I remember correctly. Or no, actually, no, he's my 2. He's my 2 in 2026. Sorry, my mistake. I have Gavin first, and I have Viggo Bjork second. Then I have what team do you think has done the best job drafting so far? It's hard to say. There's a lot of really good teams that have drafted well. Montreal's done a good job. I like Chicago's draft a lot. Yeah, I like that. Those would be the 2 probably. Montreal and Chicago right now that I can think of. Emmerich goes celebrating 1, Demidov 2, Levshunov 3, 4, Lindstrom 5. Sorry guys, I had a bit of a cough there. Jens Olsen. My kid played preseason games with Brandstad Nygaard. Who's your kid? Jens Olsen, or is he a draft eligible guy? Interesting. Okay. And then Viggo Bjork doesn't impress me. Have you viewed him? I would assume you probably have. So he's got a lot of points, obviously, right? But is he playing in a weaker division? I'm curious on that. Put your thoughts in on the comments there, Jens. You seem to be pretty well connected. I'm purely honestly, I've not caught anything other than highlights of Viggo Bjork, so I haven't watched a full game of him. I plan to watch more of him because I think he's a really, the stats are the stats, So I'm very curious, why you're saying he doesn't impress you. Craig Button had Soini at 83 and Flo had him at 89. Right-handed D, that's about the only reason. Fair enough. From Hope you're not a Button fan. I'm all right with Craig. He's a nice guy, it seems. Rasmus Oranis is a good player. I do have him tracked, actually. I haven't watched the game. Like I said, at these younger drafts, I'm going to try and watch some more games of this year. So I want to get more info on that. So if you got links for Swedish hockey games, man, I'd love to know them. I know it's out there. It's Swedish hockey something, but I haven't really delved into it much. But I appreciate you, man. If you haven't subscribed already, Jens, I'd love to talk to you more, man. Please subscribe. Olsen, definitely a Norwegian name. You just confirmed it's Swedish. On the opposite, I think it would be interesting to see your opinion. Who was drafted the worst so far? Oof. I don't know. Nobody outwardly is drafted that bad. Let me think about that, Thomas. I'll put a comment in later. IFK Ore. I think that's where Uranus is from, right? Yeah. I've seen a couple of games of Big O. Okay. I wish the draft was still 10, 15 rounds. Well, it used to be back in the day. It used to be that long. It was 9 up until like 2002, I believe. Emmerich, what's Flyers doing taking Jet Luchenko and Cole Eiserman still here? Yeah, that's my thoughts too, Emmerich. I'm of the opinion that Eiserman should have been picked in the top 10, probably even top 5. That's just my thought. Let's see here. It's deliberate. I thought Ottawa reached a bit for Yakimchuk. I would agree. I think they did for sure. So we got more picks here, guys. Sorry, let me run through these picks and I'll get back to the questions. Clark Caswell, 141. There we go. Congrats, you guys. Caswell gets picked as well. Chase Wutsky. Savvy pick there by Minnesota. He's a good goalie. I don't remember when I watched him play. I think it was before he played for Red Deer. I think I watched a game of his. I liked his game. I think he was like, this is a couple years ago. I think I watched it. I just was throwing on hockey TV one day and happened to watch it and saw him and thought he was a good goalie. Nate Miskey. I'm surprised I don't know more about this guy, actually. I don't know much. It's probably because he plays in Victoria. I haven't watched the Victoria game this year. I'll look up more on him. John Whipple for Detroit. Yeah, it's kind of a meh pick. I was not impressed when I watched him. I thought he was very, very much like on the outskirts of the U18 team when I watched him play. I never really was caught by him in any reason. I just think I don't see him as a translating pro. William McIsaac. I don't have much of a book on William either, unfortunately. So it's deliberate. I thought Otto reached a bit for Yakimchuk. I would agree. I had Yakimchuk being late first. I didn't have him going as high as they did. They obviously like the athleticism, though. I had 3 tabbed to watch, 2 of them picked so far. The last player I had tabbed was Liam Danielson. Let me refresh myself on Liam Danielson. 1 second, guys. Oh, okay. This guy. Okay. Yeah, so he's an interesting player too. I almost ranked Liam actually. Will. I think I had him probably slotted for like 40 or 50 on my list. So he would have been coming up here on the best available. So good call on that, Will. John Whipple, like I just gave you, Rich, I just gave you a little bit of synopsis on John Whipple. I mean, he's a mad player. John Cahoot, I'm from Czechia. That's why it's super surprising me. I was not expecting to have picks that high again. But then again, Hasek was drafted at 199, turned out to be the best in the 83 draft. Yeah. Well, Hasek at that time, too, was 6'1" and about $140. So he was only 140 pounds to 6'1". So I think a lot of teams thought, they were probably scared off by that, too. And the fact it was, different time, really different time in history. So, yeah. So, then we got Let's Go, finally, the GOAT to Kraken. Talking about Caswell, very nice. Let me refresh here, guys. A couple goalies went off the board. We got Veti Loivaara just went. Interesting that a goalie went from the under-20 Swiss League. I'm sorry, not Swiss League, Finnish League. Doesn't happen very often, which is interesting. Marcus Gidloff. This kid's a big, huge frame. I think it's their second goalie, actually, that the Islanders have taken. So that's an interesting pick there. Noah Powell. Liked this kid's game a lot. Savvy pick there by Philly. Very, very good pick there. So Yakimchuk picked too high. Blah, blah, blah. Yep. And then I'm going to go to Benoit. No drafted player from Slovakia. Surprising. There's some guys that I have on my list from Slovakia, but they're not very well known, and I think they need another year. Michael Ivan is a guy. He's an 05 born. He's a guy who I think should get some camp consideration for sure. But Slovakia didn't have that great of a year, to be honest. I didn't think a lot of these guys – I don't think they have a lot of great draft eligibles this year. If you look at next year, though, they got Luka Radojevic. They got Pobazal's coming up in 2026. They got Juraj Rausa. The next couple of years, they're going to be fine. Panthers made a trade. Chad, what are your thoughts on Zane Soul Train Parekh? I like the Soul Trade. Very funny. Love Zane Parekh. Gotten many in-person viewings on him, and he reminds me so much of Jamie Drysdale when he played in the OHL. Just super talented. It dominated the ice. Wasn't even close. Yeah, it was just an unbelievable pick by them. They've done a great job with, he's just done a great job in his own development. I think he's really talented. He'll be a number one defenseman through and through. Really, really excited for him. He'll be a great prospect. Jens, you should watch some of the IFK Ore games. Oranas and Arvid Janssen are very good. Janssen will play for Orebro this season. Okay. Thank you for the notes there. I'm actually going to mark them down. Thank you for that. I'll come back and I'll let you know. Remote viewer, those picks are going to come now. There is a break, so it's still at 148 right now, guys. As far as I know, we're already halfway through round 5, which is cool. John Whipple sounds like a name someone made up on the spot. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Corey Dennis correcting me, thank you. 05 is when it changed from 9 to 7 rounds. Thank you. I was about 10 years old, so thank you for remembering it better than me. Sorry if I made you sound old, Corey. Thorpe, what is Thorpe's upside? Thorpe to me is a middle 6 forward. I think he's more of a third line guy, but he'll be a guy who's pretty tenacious, and he likes his puck battles. He's pretty driven, and because of that, it's going to produce some offense. Anyone else very curious on where Shatan Jr. goes to? I don't know if he's going to go. He might be the one goalie I think, or sorry, not one goalie, one Slovak I think would go. So yeah, I could see that happening. And then let's see here. You just like to name future considerations. That's funny. Jens Olsen. We have a channel run by the Swedish Federation. It costs some money, but you have to change the country to watch. I think you do, actually. I think you have to have a VPN, a remote viewer, to watch it. I have to figure that out. Is Demidov to steal the draft? No, Constantinius is. Zach, great pick. Excited about Zane. I don't blame you, Chad. It's not possible to take videos from the Swedish channel and post to YouTube yet. Hopefully it will be one day. So Prats' upside. I don't know much on Prats, so I can't really talk about him. I'm sorry about that. Leafs pick. They're picking here at 151. Let me refresh here real quick, guys. A couple picks went. Oh, there you go. They just went. Luke Misa finally goes at 150. Calgary again, man. Calgary's killing it. Eunice Siralainen too. Savvy pick there by Tampa Bay. Both those guys are really impressive. Miroslav Holenka. I've tracked this kid. I've not watched a game of him yet, but he's got some intriguing upside. I actually think it's one of my favorite picks Toronto's made. Actually, is that 5th rounder they just made. So hot take. I think you're gonna like Holenka. Peoria is still available. Yes, Peoria is still available. Luke Beast picked by the Flames. Sorry, I'm old. Always dreamed about being a scout or some NHL job. You and me both, brother. You and me both. You can be part of this community. Thank you, Corey. For Norway, this draft is a grand slam to have 2 players picked in the first round. It's going to be amazing, and it's going to be huge for the Norwegian hockey program. Hey, David, I'm going to give you a couple more names to look out for. Look out for the Aram Olsen brothers, William and Nicholas. Both of those guys look like they could be first-round talents. There's a few more that are Norway's coming up, man. Everybody talked about Germany a couple years ago. Norway's showing a real bump up to the international world. So pay attention. I'll probably do a special on Norway and maybe a special video on them, but they're on the up and up, man. Shatan Jr. to the Devils. Had to LOL and had to make others laugh. Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. Vidi Lorihara, amazing goalie. Of course, he enjoyed fast food and burgers so much, but what a talent. Vidi Lorihara. Sorry. Enjoy fast food and burgers so much, but what a talent. Is there something you know that I don't about Vidi Lorihara? I mean, they say he's 207 at 6'4". Is he really bigger than that? That's an interesting take. Add more there, Kuiper. Hone in. I don't know what you're going for here. Yeah, Kahoot. Nice pick by Toronto. Yeah, I agree. That's a great pick. Russian guy. If somebody could translate that, that'd be great. I don't know what he's saying. Hopefully Misa grows a bit more. There are some Norwegians in Mora's IKJ18. Yeah, there is. What's his name? Let me find out who they are, actually. Good call on that more. I'm going to update in a minute, guys. Yeah, it's the guy Jens is talking about is Finkenhagen. His name is Lucas Nikolai Pedersen Finkenhagen. Yeah, that's a long name. That would be the longest name in NHL history, by the way. Fun fact. If he were to make the NHL. Did Toronto trade Marner yet? No, they didn't. I saw something online showing the increase of NHL players in Southern USA. I wonder if we'll be seeing more players in the future. Oh, you will for sure, Monday. Yeah, no question. I'll probably do a video on that too. I definitely think that's going to happen in the not-so-distant future. Demidov the best. Thank you for translating. He's pretty damn good. Poirier, yeah, everybody's talking about Poirier, man. He's the new guy here. Let me get back here. I'm going to get back to the comments. Let me just look real quick. There's a few picks that just happened, so let me update you guys on those. We have Alexander Plasovsky. Another interesting pick there by Toronto. I don't have a book on him. Alex Check. I'd heard about this guy. I don't know much about him, though. Interesting pick there. I really like these next two picks. Boston, Jonathan Morello. I was just mentioning him. He was in my best available. Great pick there by Boston. And Marcus Leponin. I had him ranked in my first round, and he really just never really did much more. I don't know. I tried to be impressed by Marcus, but he just, I don't know. He was kind of flat for me. But it's good to see that, he got picked. I think he definitely deserved to get picked. So, good on him. Morello he's a blazer, man. Super fast, really agile, good scorer. He's got it all, man. I'd love to see this kid in the NCAA. He will be in it next year, and we'll see what else he's got going on. So let me bounce back up so you guys can see the latest. I'll go back here. Schmid to Vegas. Is that true? That's interesting, too. Poirier still not drafted yet. I think Noah Steen and Elias Wathie might have a shot at getting picked. I agree with Noah Steen. I don't – who's the other guy? What's his name? Elias Wathie. Yeah, Noah Steen I definitely agree with. I really thought the Leafs would have picked Romani. I think they will. Kieran Walton. Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Sorry, man. I was supposed to get back to you on Walton. Let me get it back here. I think Walton will get drafted, though. I think he's just a talented player. He works really hard, super driven. I think he definitely should be picked here in the 6th round, no question. Justin Peoria just got drafted, guys. Just went to Carolina. I'm gonna update now. There we go. That's the end of him now. And then you got Obitsev for Toronto. They're really leaning into that Russian scouting. Wow. Interesting there. And then Nilo Pekka Muhonen. There you go. Nailed it. Everybody talked a lot about this kid. Surprised he was in the 5th. But he had a lot of hype around him. I'm pretty surprised that, he was there. So, good pick there by Dallas. Louis Vara is a slim fit guy. Okay, good to know. That's why I was confused by your question. Thank you for that. Peoria in Carolina, great. He was. Did Kraken just get a good player? Sorry, one sec. I don't know who you're referring to for the Kraken. So let's look here. I'm going to get through these contents, guys. So I'm going to get past the Peoria contents. Hockey's Life, there's been a bunch of big trades. I would look them up. Peoria and all that. I got that. Carolina staying best in rounds 2 through 7. They're very good at it. Chad, can you tell me anything about Andrew Bosch? I don't know anything about him player comp. Andrew Bosch to me, who's a good player comp? Maybe Matt Cullen for Andrew Bosch to Chad. Maybe Matt Cullen. I don't think he'll play as long as Matt Cullen did, obviously, but a guy who's not a great skater but good, smart offensive player. That's what I would think. Brian, did I block my mom? No, I didn't block my mom from commenting. I don't know why she can't comment. Let me just go here one sec. I'm going to refresh because a few more picks just came in, guys. We got Nathan Aspinall, a savvy pick here. Huge kid. He's like 6'6". And Connor Clattenburg, another good player. Nice pick there by Edmonton. Like the pick for both the Rangers and Edmonton there. Jen saying the question is if the Russians will be allowed to play in the NHL in the near future. That's going to be interesting. What do you think about EJ Emery? A big athlete, super skilled. There's a lot to like there. You're just building on potential for him. Sasha makes a good point. Lottery tickets from this point. To a point, yeah. 80 in the scouting ranks. What the heck? Yeah, I know. It happens, Emmerich. All right, let me refresh here real quick. So Max Curran just got selected by Colorado. Savvy pick there. Max Curran's a good player. Like his game a lot. I didn't know he was Czech though. That's interesting. Just sub. Thanks for answering questions. Thank you. Hey, Chad, you're the best, man. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm glad you guys are even watching. It's very good. VD Places. How good is Montreal? They're looking pretty good, man. Looking pretty good. As a Wings fan, I'm kind of worried. We got 162 here.
The Golden Knights hold the 3rd round pick in the 2025 draft to New Jersey in exchange for players Alexander Holtz and Akira Schmidt.
Wow, Holtz and Schmidt just went to Vegas. Wow. Okay. Very interesting. Wow. Okay. Very, very interesting there. So let me get here. How good is Montreal? Yeah, all right. Talked about that. Jose Duarte Zadorov on Vancouver offered him a contract. He said no, GM wouldn't overplay any players. Yeah, they don't want to overpay for whatever reason on guys in Vancouver. I'm not really sure. And then let me get back here. I got to refresh 1 second, guys. Anthony Romani just got picked, guys, so that's a new one. Start around 6, he gets picked. Really savvy pick there. Ty Henry, don't really have thoughts on him. I don't think he'll make the pros. I'll just say that. Jens Olsen, NHL will be like the NBA soon. All very tall players. Yeah, they will. A lot of players like that. Zach McCoyan, thoughts on Trevor Connolly? Top 5 skill, bottom 10 character. I'll just say that. I think the things he did when he was 16, yeah, it's wrong, but you're old enough to know better. Thankfully, he's reformed. He's not like Mitch Miller, Mitch Miller's too stubborn to realize what he did wrong. He's at least reformed, and I can give him a lot of credit for that because a lot of kids that are that young don't necessarily do the things they need to make things right. So I give him a lot of credit there. That being said, I think he's on talent alone, he's a top 10 talent in this draft. I think it's a good spot for him in Vegas. He's going to fit in really well with the culture there. And I think he's just super skilled. I look at him like a Trevor Zegras, and not because he just shared the name. Tiny players. All right, I'm going to get through this here. No Bling Bling Hockey says, what kind of videos you plan on doing during the season? I'm going to try and do some mock draft videos, and then I might do some prospect updates. And then I do like to focus on international hockey as well, so I might be doing some international hockey interviews. I've contacted a few different – sorry about that, no bling bling. I don't know what you heard, but I'm going to do some prospect videos. I'm going to do some mock drafts for 25 and 26, and then some prospect updates. And then I'll also do some international hockey interviews as well with some non-traditional hockey countries. That's another focus of mine I really enjoy. And so I'm going to probably I have some contacts in some different areas that I've DM'd, and I'm looking to maybe provide more insight and highlights into what they do from Greek hockey or Macedonian hockey or different countries. I think they deserve a spotlight too. We got a big steal there from Deliberate. I would agree. I think Romani is a great pick there. Let's see what else we got here. Thoughts on Rutger McGroarty? What would you get up from Detroit if they try? I'd be willing to give up like William Wallinder for Rutger McGroarty. You probably would have to add because Rutger's a better talent than William Wallinder, but I'm willing to give up him and a few others. Should be interesting. I think there's I would love to get McGroarty in Detroit though. Emmerich, I already talked about Demidov a few times, so I don't want to get too into it. Hockey is fans. Hi from Latvia. Cool, man. Hey, subscribe to the channel. I can talk more about Latvian prospects if you want. Waiting on the third Latvian to be drafted. Yeah, Matejko is an interesting pick. I'm very curious on him. And the goalie I don't know much about. So we'll see what happens here. I don't have any Latvians that I have slated to be picked for the rest of the draft. There's a couple next year that I'll talk about that are pretty good. I think Martin's Clout Cans is a kid who we watch out for. And that's one kid to look at. And also just, they have a few other really talented kids. Oliver's Morniques is another kid to watch out for. He's a 2025 guy. There's going to be a good year for Latvia next year, hockey. So stay tuned. Vegas got Schmeen. Yep, I already talked about that. Do you think Linus Eriksson was a good pick for the Panthers? Yeah, I think it was fine. I don't have a strong opinion on it. Cesar Garcia, talk about the Anaheim Ducks prospect pool and how they're doing, and I'll sub LMAO. All right, man. You got to hold yourself to it, though, man. If I put the video, I'm DMing you. I'm finding a way. Zadorov got that offer. Okay, and then Cesar says, hello from Mexico. Hey, very cool, man. Why is it doing that? Sorry for the internet, guys. I don't know what's going on. But, Very cool that you're from Mexico, Cesar. That's awesome, man. Let's talk more for sure, man. Like that's terrific that you're on here. Hopefully you're subscribed. I'd love to see that in my analytics. Matejko needs to step up his attitude and he'll be in the NHL. Didn't know he had character concerns. It's interesting. Thank you for that. Benoit Malay, who are your top 10 players under 20? We're including NHL players. Let me refresh real quick, Benoit, and then I'll answer it. Let me go here. All right, nothing so far. I would say Bedard 1, Michkov 1A. They're like 1 and 2 for me. I would say Gavin McKenna is definitely up there. He's 2026 eligible. I think after that, those three really stick out to me for sure. Sorry, why am I blinking on some of these other guys again out there right now? Slavkovsky's up there for me for sure. I like Shane Wright a lot. There's 5. I've got too much on the brain to give you a top 10 right now. Sasha Radeka. Are there any Mexican players? No, not for this draft necessarily. If you're interested in following any Mexican players, there's the Valencia brothers, Luis and Eduardo Valencia. They're both playing pretty high-end North American junior hockey. So, if you're interested in following a Mexican player, those would be your guys, honestly. And there's a few others that are playing in the NA3HL or the NAHL. That's still, pretty high-end juniors. So there's a few out there. They're just not – they're never going to be NHL guys, though, unfortunately. Will the Oilers make a trade today? Probably not. There are those from non-traditional countries that are often overlooked, even Mexico as a league. So Jens, thank you for bringing this up because I have some guys here listed that are not going to get picked today, but I'm going to do a video on sleepers that should have been picked in the 2024 draft, and most of them are going to be from non-traditional hockey countries. So I'm going to place a focus on this channel on that as well. So Jens, if you like that as well, feel free to subscribe. I'm going to talk a lot about non-traditional hockey and how, like he said, it's very often overlooked. And then we got Matej saying, thanks for live streaming the draft. I hope we'll see at least a few more Czech players, even though I'm not so sure about it. Can I ask where you're from? Also, I wish you a good day. Thank you, Matej. I'm actually from Michigan. I'm in the Mitten State in the U.S. and closer to the Detroit area, so I'm a big Red Wings fan. Obviously, you got to be Czech, so feel free to leave your location here too. I think I want to assume you're Czech, but thank you for that. So let me refresh. A couple more picks went, guys. Jared Woolley went for 164. That's kind of a bad pick, to be honest. He could barely play in the Memorial Cup. Luke Ashton, another one that's kind of a throwaway. Ben Merrill. I don't know much on Ben Merrill, but that's an intriguing player. He's gonna play for Penticton next year. Ben Merrill. Not a terrible bet on the upside there. That's going to be interesting to say the least. Let's see here. So I refreshed, guys. Thank you. Cesar, there used to be a Mexican hockey league, believe it or not. Sadly, COVID killed it last I heard. I think it's back up, Cesar. I'm not 100% sure, but I remember seeing stats for this year on Elite Prospects. Let's see here. Wakely should be picked. Dalen Wakely, yeah, I think he might be picked here. If not, he should definitely get an AHL contract or at least an offer. I like that as well. Any Estonia players? One kid I really like for this draft, I don't think he's going to get picked, but his name is David Timofeyev. He plays in Finland. Sorry. He plays in Finland. He's a really talented player. I think he's been vastly overlooked because, it's Finnish junior hockey and people don't scout it as much as they used to. I would look to him to be maybe a potential overager candidate. I would like to see him get picked, though. I think he's one guy for sure. So the name is David Timofeyev. Outside of that, that's the only Estonian that I have ranked for this draft. And I have David at like 41 on my list, so I don't think he'll get picked. Past like 30 on my list, I didn't think these guys were going to get picked. So thoughts on Saleyev? Is he a top 10 talent? I think he's Nikita Triamkin 2.0. He's going to play one season in the NHL and bust out. I think it was a horrible pick by New Jersey. Let me go and refresh here for you guys real quick. Another couple picks just happened. Wojtek Hradek and Timur Cole. I've heard about Cole. He's an interesting prospect. Never heard of Hradek. So I was extremely excited about the possibility of getting Nygaard on the Blackhawks. What is Detroit getting, and why should I be excited about Boybear? Well, thanks for coming on, Brendan. Nygaard is just very blah. I don't know. Like, he's a good player. He's well-rounded. He's consistent. But he's not a top-line guy. He's just not. I think he's going to be a second-line, probably a second-line or third-line center. He'll fit well in your middle six. He'll be defensively responsible. Now the more I'm talking about him, I think he reminds me a lot of Franz Nielsen. Similar type player, very like Nielsen in his prime, I think is what he could be ultimately. And then why should I be excited about Boybear? I think honestly he's got great straight line speed, super tenacious, really good with the puck. He's just an all around really solid player. He's not bad at anything. He's not super great at anything though. The best attribute that he has, I think, is just being as tenacious as he is in the work ethic. And if you have that, you can get a pretty good player. So thanks for the question, Brendan. Greatly appreciate it. Do you watch OJHL? I've watched a few games. I try when I can. I try to watch about, I'm watching all the Wings games, obviously. So when I can, I try to watch about 140 a year if I can. At least, most scouts are putting in a couple hundred, but I'm reading a lot on these guys and focusing on. So that's why I know a little bit at least. So, but I love it. So thank you for the question there. Cesar Garcia. Oh, let me Google that real fast then. Yeah, that's one guy I know of for sure. What are your thoughts on Matejko being invited to the Caps summer camp? Well, if he gets drafted, that's just common practice usually. He's going to go to their development camp and then you'll just see what happens. So it's just that's more just part of the process. I hope my friend Thomas Galvas gets picked today. I think Thomas Galvas, I thought it was 25 guy. Let me double check. I thought he was a 2025 pick, but if he's not, I'm very surprised he hasn't been picked then. Oh, no, he is. He's 24 pick. I'm shocked, Tomas, that he hasn't been picked, actually. I totally forgot about him. Good call. I hope he does, too. Darcy says, here, let me refresh again before I get talking too much. We got Stepan Gorbanov for Florida. Like him as a player, he's interesting. Bit heavy-footed. That's what I would say about him. Hunter Lang. This is a kid who's a good checker, pretty tenacious, more of a checking line guy. Malofsky, he's a little bit soft, more of a perimeter player, but a skilled player in his own right. Patrick Geary from Michigan State. I watched some Michigan State hockey. I don't notice him very much. I'm surprised he was drafted. Let me go on here. Is BCHL looked at in today's draft? I don't think it's looked at is not enough as much as it should be, honestly. That's a good point. I don't think they look at it as much as they should. I think there's a lot of things that they miss often. I'm going to update my best available in a minute too, guys, so you guys can get my full board. Let me just move this off here. And then, all right, caught up with Geary. I'm going to get to the questions in a minute here. Let me just update my banners, guys, and I will be right back. Hide.
172. After that, 173. William Potoff for the Philadelphia Flyers. Back down to Detroit.
There we go. So I got those guys who still left of my 6 in the top, my picks that I think are going to get drafted. Everything after 29 are guys that I have listed, but I'm going to feature them maybe in a later video if they're not drafted. But BCHL-wise, there's a lot of guys to like usually, but I don't know if there's going to be too many more drafted, unfortunately, because it's just not valued as much as it should be. So thanks for that question, Darcy. Much appreciated. Hopefully you're subscribed. Sasha Boyver is a great one-timer. Yeah, I did hear that. So where's Galvis? Yeah, it hasn't been picked yet. I'm pretty shocked by that. Nygaard was just a very safe pick. I agree. Deliberate. AB, did I say he was a center? My bad. I meant wing. In Sweden, if you're not picked for TV pucking, you're just one of thousands of players each year never scouted. Yeah, TV pucking's a big deal. I don't think there's a video on YouTube about that, actually. I'll do a quick video on that. A very cool tournament. It's kind of similar to the Little League World Series in America. For those that don't know, TV pucking is a huge tournament and has a lot of ramifications for a lot of Swedish hockey players. So far, the Panthers have drafted all international players. Have they really? That's pretty crazy. Brendan, yeah, you're welcome, man. Panthers, 2 Swedes, 2 Russians, pretty wild. Is Constant playing in Buffalo next year? No, I think it'll be the year after. Is John Mustard an NHL talent? I think he is, yeah. I think it's going to be a few years, but he definitely will be, Brendan. Which teams do you think will make the playoffs this year? Sabres, Wings, Sens. It's going to depend on the offseason, I think, for the Wings. I think the Wings are the other favorite right now. Trying not to be biased with that. And then, yeah, we'll see here. Sorry, let me update real quick, guys, because I have a fascinating little story on one of these guys here. So we got a few more guys picked. Ilya Petov. Heard about him. Good prospect. Really like the pick there. Don't know much on Stevie Lavoskar. Una Väisänen. I really like the game on this kid. I think he's super talented. I'm going to get to the Wings pick now here. Charlie Forsland. This kid is – you talk about under-scouted. We were just talking about TV Puck and Jens Olsen. This kid wasn't selected by any of the Swedish academies. He's been playing in Hockey Etan, which is the third-tier juniors. And I'm telling you, this kid is a stud. This is a great pick by Detroit. I'm very happy with that pick for Detroit. He's going to be – I mean, this is similar to, like, them drafting Datsuk and drafting Zetterberg. Finding a guy in these under-scouted areas – excellent pick here for Detroit here at 176. Love Charlie Forsland. Eric Jameson, interesting player. I don't – it's a good pick here late. You can't really have too much of an opinion on it. Yusuf Väisänen, I think, is a great player as well. Peter Sikora, funny, it's almost identical to the actual Peter Sikora that played in the NHL, but good player in his own right. But, man, I'm really excited about the Charlie Forsland one. I had him ranked in my 3rd round, Charlie Forsland. So, really like that pick, actually. So, Jerry, you're going to like the Charlie Forsland one. That's a guy to watch. That's a Håkan Anderson special right there. And then same thing for my other Wings friend in here. I can't remember your name right now because I'm seeing too many names. But you know who I'm talking about. Is there any overage players drafted this year yet? There's been a few, yeah. If you go to the Elite Prospects link on there, Jens, you can sort based on ages. I want to say there's been like 5 or 6 at least. Deliberate says, how Cristoforo hasn't been picked is giving me a headache. Yeah, he's a talented player too. I like his game a lot. It's interesting to say the least. I think he's a guy who deserves to get drafted for sure. If not, he's going to camp invite, no question. Cesar, it's so weird to see Zetterberg still on the board. His stock must have really plummeted. I just think it's because he's small, Cigar, unfortunately. That's just the way it is. You know, if you're 5'7", for whatever reason, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's just people think there's something wrong with you. I don't know. Hell of a player, though. It doesn't make a lot of sense at all. Ustinkov still available, too. That kid should be drafted, no question. Definitely agree with that. Romani as well. He was already drafted though. I like Romani a lot. Rumor has it that Trouba will go to Detroit. Yeah, I hope he does. I just hope it's not for a crazy return. Galvis will be a great value late. He's on the smaller side, which is making him fall. Exactly. He's a good player, though. I really like him as well. Jens, it's very rare that anyone from Hockey a Ton is drafted. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I can't believe that he actually was. I was fully expecting him to be a camp invite, so it was very cool that he did get drafted. I like that a lot. And good for them. It's not necessarily the fact he wasn't even in the Ellis Svensson is pretty unbelievable, let alone getting drafted. I think the only other guy I can think of is I think Jonathan Erickson was, and I think Edler was, if I remember correctly. Brendan Vasco says, what are comparables for Artem Levshunov, either best or worst? Best case scenario, I think he's like a Simon Edmondson. I think, worst case scenario, I don't think there is really. I mean, I think he's a can't miss guy, Brendan. I think he will definitely be very impactful in the NHL. Hunter Lang, 6'6", 192, right shot center that can score, picked by Calgary. Yep. Does Toronto have any more picks? I believe they got one more pick. Overagers. Yeah, I think Charlie Forsland's an overager. Yeah. Weisenholt's panned out yet. I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, he's got a hell of a shot. He's got good ability. He was around plenty of offensive weapons. I think it's between the years. I think him and Philip Zadina are of the same ilk. Guys that are really talented, great shots, good skaters, but not great. All in between the head. It's got to be what it is. Pontus Holmberg was drafted from Hockey a Ton. Thank you for that. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you for that fact. Let me update real quick, and then I'll get to the next two questions, guys. We got a few more picks that just came through. Xavier Veilleux. I like somebody we just talked about him in the stream, actually, weren't they? Yeah. Got picked by the New York Islanders. There you go. Trent Swick, huge kid from Vegas. He's like 6'7". Feisty guy, really good potential, like his overall game. Savvy pick there by Vegas in 6th. Caden Pietra, love that pick too. Watched him quite a few times in Flint, being from Michigan. Tampa Bay, perfect fit for him there. Austin Bertovic, I've gotten some viewings of him. I think the scoring, he scores a lot as a junior, but I think his scoring doesn't really translate. So I'm not really sure what his projection is, which is why I think he's picked in 6th. I'm going to do one more refresh because a couple more guys went to. Albin Sandin. I'm going to look at him real quick. I actually don't know much on him, and I don't know much on the other Russian guy, Shokran. I don't have a strong book on either one of them. Oh, Albin's a double overager. There we go. Played for Frölunda. 18 games. Honestly, doesn't seem that impressive. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem that impressive there. I think the Canucks take Zetterberg. Well, they haven't. So, we'll see what happens there. Vancouver should take Team Sweden. We got Ducks pick Vernovic. Yeah, we just talked about him. What do the Islanders do now? Trade for another pick. They got one more pick, I think, Jack, if I remember correctly. I think they still have their 7th rounder. 185, Torrey Pittner just went. I have a little bit of a book on Torrey Pittner. Good skater. Good with his efficient movement with the puck. He doesn't waste energy, which is good. Not a blazer by any means, but he's just smart. Nothing overly crazy impressive about him. He's just, like I said, he's just a smart player. So let me just update you guys. Yeah, so I still got a few guys here that I'm surprised. Where's Alexander Zetterberg? Not picked. Why is there no need for Maxim Vihovsky? Let me look up Maxim Vihovsky real quick. Oh, he's okay. He's like right on the border. It looks like Maxim Vihovsky. I think Christina. I think he needs to get into the Czech league. I think before he gets the notoriety he probably deserves. He might be a better player than we realize. So just to watch for him, I guess. Do you think Jack Devine will go NHL? He should. I think his skating will hold him back though. He might be one of those they call them the quad A players. You know, the guys that can't make they dominate the AHL, but they can't make the NHL. He's in that. He's kind of on that Mendoza line, so it's possible, but we'll see what happens. What's your projection for Merrick Van Acker? What should he work on? Merrick Van Acker to me is he's a middle six forward. I look at him like a Tyler Bertuzzi light. I think he's really tenacious on pucks, really tough, willing to fight, very very much a passion player. I think the thing he could work on, his boots could get a little faster. He might, he's not slow by any means, but if he got a little more speed, I think he could work like like a Matt Martin. He could work like a Tyler Bertuzzi, like a bruising kind of style. And he likes to wear down guys. So I think, like I said, I think Chicago knocked it out of the park with the draft. I think they've done a great job. So that should be a good pick there. I'm going to go ahead and move up a little bit here. We got two more guys. Kieran Walton. We were just talking about him. He got picked. There you go, Winnipeg. Savvy pick there. Like that a lot. I'm glad he got picked finally for a guy in the chat. And then Loke Johansson. I don't have a book on him, unfortunately. I just did Sasha. Sorry, you probably typed it in as I did it. Jordan R. That's savage, buddy. That's savage. I like that though. Like how you maybe try to do that. How many goals have Yuroslavsky got this season? He might score a lot. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say with him. I think he's grown into his body a lot in the second half of the season. I think if I were to guess, I'm going to say like 24 goals. And then I think and his ultimate peak, 35, I could see out of Yuroslavsky. Just now, do skill defense. Oh, yeah, I was going to read that. I forgot. I almost did it. Lab 1212. Who do you want the Rangers to draft here? Alex Zetterberg. Lab. I mean, that would be my obvious answer. If not, Aiden Park's a good solid pick too. Yeah, any of those guys that are listed there, I think, are really solid for the Rangers. So we got Fyodor Avramov, another guy. I've heard of him, but I don't know much about him. Somebody talked about Parker Alkos. He got picked in the 6th. There you go. Happy for that in the stream. And then Ludwig Lofton. I read about this guy. Again, another weird pick, though. Like, I don't know what they're scouting for in that region. Like, I don't think these kids are going to translate. It's just a very odd selection there. But you know what? Good for – is that the 3rd Norwegian pick? Yeah, it is. It's the 3rd Norwegian pick. So good for Norway. I don't think he's as good as Solberg or Nygaard, but it's interesting. Interesting that there's the 3rd Norwegian. That's pretty cool. Nico Gredig just got picked. Yeah, just got put in the chat. Let me see who that is. He's from the Swiss League. And then Dallin Wakely went at 192. Dallin Wakely is a guy, somebody mentioned him in the chat earlier. Definitely deserved to be drafted. So good for him to close out the 6th round. So that's awesome. And then Rico Gredig. I don't have much of a book on Rico, actually, to be honest. I don't know much about him. I kind of wonder why he got picked, honestly. But That's okay. I mean, you're just throwing darts here. Some scout probably got mad and just said, "Hey, I want these guys." So I don't know much on Rico, unfortunately, Lab. I'm sorry about that. And I don't want to lie to you guys and tell you guys something I don't really know. Like I said, all this has been off the dome, by the way, guys. I don't have notes or anything. This is all just off my personal knowledge. So, Hunter St. Martin. I don't know who this guy is either. Let me see. Hunter St. Martin. He's from Medicine Hat. Okay. Let's look him up. Interesting. Okay. This guy's got a weird profile. Hunter St. Martin. Interesting pick there at late. So we're going into here. This is the 7th round, ladies and gentlemen. 7th round. Here we come. It's been a hell of a time, eh? It's gonna be the last round here. We got probably another half hour left. Maybe a little bit more than that. I'll probably go to about the 5-hour mark, and then I'll stop. So let's see what we got going here. What do you think of Tanner Howe? Somebody had a really funny comment that Tanner Howe is the Wish version of Connor Bedard, which I thought was hilarious. But Tanner Howe he's a good player, shorter guy. He's got a little bit of Braden Point in him, just in terms of how he puck chases really well. He's not as consistent, obviously, as Braden Point. He's not nearly as good as Braden Point is, but the mindset's similar. So I think he's an interesting player. I would be curious to see what others, what other good teammates around him will do, because he obviously produced really well with Connor Bedard. I'm sure with better talent, he'll rise to the occasion. So lots of like there with him. And then, sorry, what number is the set? I don't know, Jack. Honestly, I don't know. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and refresh one more time. Got 2 more picks here. We got Yaroslav Korostelyov and Joe Connor. Joe Connor I could talk about. Just a menace. Really good skater. Kind of a pain in the ass to play against. But not in a Brad Marchand style way. He's just really, he works you down and he works you hard, but he's very nuanced about it. Talented player, like him a lot. Korostelyov, I don't have a book on Korostelyov. I'm not really sure with him necessarily, but I can't believe we have 208 people here. This is awesome, man. You guys are the best. Greatly appreciate you guys and everybody that's coming here and commented and stuff. You are just the bee's knees. So I greatly appreciate you guys. I mean, we're coming on here on the 7th round. Like I said, doing this 4.5 hours is tiring. I haven't gotten up to go to the bathroom. I've just been living it up and enjoying talking prospects with you guys. Like I said, greatly appreciate what everybody's commented and everybody's done here. We still got a little bit of time left, but like I said, if you haven't subscribed to me already, I have an Instagram. It's I'm actually going to put it in here on the banner. Probably should have done this earlier, but I didn't want to be a distraction. Let me get to it here. So these are all my channels. I got Hidden Hockey, all on Instagram, all lowercase. Twitter, Hidden Hockey, uppercase. And then obviously if you're here on YouTube, just hit the subscribe button. We really appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys that are on here and have done, have been providing such an easy thing for me. Been very appreciative. And then let's see here. So AB Wings. Let's see here. Zeberg to Wings 203. That would be cool, wouldn't it? We got a few more here. William Nickel. I caught him at the Memorial Cup. He caught my eye once or twice. Interesting prospect, but I wouldn't think he's going to be a guy who makes the pros. Lucas Van Vliet. Another guy, decent player, maybe a 4th liner one day. James Reeder, like that kid a lot. Very, very, he's got good puck savvy. He likes to pass the puck a lot. He's just a good player. Just a coach's player. is what I'd like to say of him. AB wins Zetterberg wins 203. Wouldn't that be fitting? I hope that happens, man. You and me both. What are your thoughts on Frank Nazar? Sorry, one sec, guys. Thoughts on Frank Nazar? I love him. He's a local guy here, actually, for me. He's about Mount Clemens is a suburb of Detroit, and he's about 10 minutes from me, actually. I have friends who actually know him pretty well. Just super smart, good skater, works hard, like flies up the ice. He's going to probably be NHL ready next year, is my guess. I don't think he'll play this next season, but the season after, he'll be NHL ready for sure. And I think he'll be a good line mate for Connor Bedard. Hoping the Panthers take Zetterberg. I would hope so. Piss in a jug, way the road. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's what I should do. My girlfriend would love that. What do you think of Nick Lardis? Nick Lardis is an interesting player too. Another guy who's just super, he grinds you down. He makes you work hard. He brings up other players. Like, he's just tough, man. Like, he's just a tough guy. And not in the traditional way of toughness. He's not going to go out there and fight. He's really smart about what he does in the corners. I'm really impressed. Nick Lardis, to me, is going to develop into a very, very nice pro. I look at him, who's a good comparable for him? Probably like I can't think of a good comparable for Nick Lardis. Maybe like a Josh Norris. I think he's like that if he can stay healthy, obviously. Unlike Norris, but I think he's that kind of player. I think Nick will be a top. Who's he talking about? Oh, Nick. I think he'll be a top nine guy. He's quick though. Yeah, he is. He's very fast. Remote viewer, I thought the same thing. Yeah, sure thing. Is the nickel pick good by Edmonton? Hard to say. Sad Ben Affleck. Great name, by the way. Hard to say. I don't really know much about him other than I've seen him play once or twice. Like he was noticeable, but not to like the point where I would be like taking away anything from a game from him. But he wasn't like invisible, which is a good thing. So that's good. That's a good start at least. Dubuque Saints. I'm from Dubuque. I love Reeder, and we just got Lucas this year too. Very cool. Yeah, like I said, I think Reeder's a stud. He's a good player. I like what he has. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh real quick for you guys. Sorry. A few more picks came in. Noah Steen, somebody mentioned him earlier. He just got picked again. There's 4 more. That's the 4th Norwegian picked in this draft. That's massive day for Norwegian hockey, and good for them. They've had players like Espen Knutsen, Matt Zuccarello. There's a rich hockey history in Norway that's not really talked about. So it's good on them for them to have a really good time here. So I'm happy for Norway. I don't know much about Leahy. Whoever made that comment about the name. I'm goalie. The Florida goalie just had an insane name. Yeah, I'm gonna try this name here, guys. I think the name is Dennis Gabdrachmanoff. Wow, nailed it. I think I nailed that actually. I don't have a book on him at all. I've never heard of him. I'm impressed I got that name. Let's see here. We'll keep going. What do you think about the rumors that the Islanders might get Patrick Laine or Nick Ehlers? Nick Ehlers would make a lot of sense. Pairing him with Matt Barzal, that'd be great. Laine, I don't think Lou and Laine would get along. Lou Lamoriello, can never see him going for Laine. We got Jens Olsen says it's so important who you play with, and that is mostly luck. Some can score 100 points one season and 25 the next due to bad neighbors. Very true, Jens. Very true. Matthew Leahy, Mr. Leahy. Nice. Noah Steen, also more IK. Yep. I think, they're teammates, actually. Him and Brian Nygaard. Marcus Kiersey from the QMJHL. Not picked yet, for whatever reason. Not really sure why, but he's just not picked yet. Let me go ahead and refresh here. A couple more picks came in. Jacob Fibbiger. A lot of people like him. A lot. Seattle, that's a savvy pick by them. He really improved through the season and got a lot better as the season went on. Austin Baker for the National Development Program. Another guy who I didn't really notice that much. This kind of reminds me a little bit of Carter Mazer, just in the 7th round. Kind of meh on that. Buffalo, Vasily Salinov, playing in the Alps League. Interesting, an Austrian kid, which is the second one actually too. Zelenov is a guy I've heard of before. He's actually a pretty decent player. Really like the overall game he has as well. Pretty talented player. That's a savvy pick there in the 7th round for Buffalo. And then Austin Moline, another kid from Shattuck St. Mary. They love that program, man. Him and Colin Ralph is another guy who was picked earlier in the draft from Shattuck St. Mary, playing their prep team. Very impressive stuff. They went about their business, and that's just interesting pick there. I'm going to read more about this Florida kid in a minute. I don't really know much about him, but yeah, Kiersey. I think at this point, there's some other names ahead of Kiersey. I think he's going to be a camp invite. Carts. That's just my personal opinion. We're going to move now to Red Wings 01. Good to see Norwegian hockey finally make some headway. It's been long overdue, man. You guys said Martin Janssen's a good player. He's no 4. I think he should have got some NHL looks or at least some CHL time. But, you guys, there's some talent in Norway. I think it's an ignored country. Mr. Leahy, LOL. Yeah, that is kind of funny. Get Draftman off. Well done. Thank you, remote viewer. I appreciate it. Chuck Leahy, what's next? Nice. I think LA's pick was very smart. Man put up a lot of points. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Reader's a talent. Reader will not be picked, but can he be signed after the draft? Technically, yeah, he can. He might want to be drafted, but he could technically be. Yeah, could technically be yes. Gonna buy a jersey with Geb Drachtmanoff on it. Nice, fun. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. All right, let me update here, guys, because I had another guy come off my list just now. We had Harrison Menigan. Good pick here, actually. I've heard of this kid. I thought he would have been drafted a little bit earlier. Nice, savvy pick here in the 7th. And then Max Swanson. Massively good pick here by Pittsburgh. Max Swanson's 5'7" and about $160. My God, is this kid good, though. Really talented. Super smart kid. Very similar to Alex Zetterberg, which is why it's very puzzling that he gets drafted and Max Swanson. Max Swanson got drafted and Alex Zetterberg's just sitting. And then Fisher Scott. I'll be honest, I have no idea who that is. Very surprised by that too. We got 5 left off of other people here. Cool. Jordan's really trying, man. You were really trying, bud.
To recognize the significant efforts of Bill Miller in the NHL events department. Bill has worked tirelessly for the past 27 years, helping us execute signature events at world-class level. And the draft was always one of Bill's favorites.
What's that, guys? I'm just looking up something.
Bill has decided to enter into retirement. Please join me in thanking Bill Miller for his work and in wishing he and his family the best in retirement.
Congratulations to Bill Miller. 27 years. Even this year was the final straw. The undertaking of that experience here. Unlike any other venue we've ever seen before for a draft or anything. It's literally not take place. We're the way to go exercise. We believe this is going to happen more than 2 months back.
Carolina with the gem, hopefully 580 pointer. Who are you referring to? Carolina. Oh, Abramoff, probably. Yeah, hopefully. And then we got Keats Fawcett needs to get picked. He'll be a camp invite, I think. Honestly, he's probably a decent overager candidate for next year too. We'll see what happens though. The Thrill, Holtz to Vegas. Yep, we got that. Vancouver will take Zetterberg. One can hope. Buy he t-shirt. If you don't like it, you can add an S. Yeah, very good, Jens. Very good. Fisher Scott played for the Saints. Okay. All right. Can you provide a little insight on him then, Dubuque? I haven't watched him play. I don't know. I know more about Reeder, but I don't remember a lot about Fisher Scott, if I'm being honest. Pierre Dorian's son. Is that actually Pierre Dorian's son? Man, that's nepotism in the NHL. It's just picture perfect, man.
In 2024, going to Montreal Blues. Officially on the clock here with their final pick in this year's draft. Round 7.
Man alive.
Do summer Europe at the Home Depot, so you can dig into more projects, pack in more flavor, and dial up the deal. However you choose to do it.
Man. Okay, so I'll start here then. I don't know much about Fisher Scott, so Dubuque's going to update us on that. Antoine Dorian being Pierre's son. Looking at his statistical profile, it sounds like Pierre Dorian made a phone call with the St. Louis Blues and asked for him to get picked. Bakar Kanan, I don't have a book on him, but obviously there's a pretty good staff in the BHL, so he's got to be a decent talent. Let's see here. Evermoff 6'3". Okay, I didn't know that. So good to know. Strong two-way offensive defenseman, great leader too. Thank you for the scouting report there, Dubuque. I feigned ignorance there, so I greatly appreciate you talking about him. Give me a little bit more info than I needed. Got 183 on here still. That's just fantastic, man. Like, greatly appreciate all you guys who've stayed on. Like, just awesome stuff, man. Like, blessed and honored to be doing this stuff. And, you know, I started the day, like I said, with like 59 subscribers. I'm up to 142. Can't complain, man. This is awesome. Very, very cool. Remote viewer, very good point. Nepotism is a problem everywhere these days. You are darn right, remote viewer. You are darn right. Let's look here to see. Let's see if there's any more picks. There might be one or two more, I think. Yeah. Matvey Korotsky. Okay. Good statistical profile. I don't know much on him. There's a few guys left. I'm going to go ahead and update my best available one more time. And then we will get on the road here. So Max Swanson picked. I got 5 more guys that I think could have been drafted. Like I said, I made a small list this year. I think this draft as a whole is pretty weak comparatively to some other drafts. Like, I've been watching drafts now for probably 20 years, and this might be the weakest draft I've ever watched, actually, in terms of like the talent that's available, things like that. Are the Flames done picking? I believe they are, remote viewers. So at the very least, guys, if you guys are leaving because you're done with your picks, it's been real. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Otherwise, super, super blessed and happy you guys were on with me. I had a tremendous time. Love talking hockey. I could do this probably for another 4 hours, but you guys would probably have me pass out after about 7 hours. So you probably don't want me to do that. So we got Washington just traded for the 212 pick, I guess. So they must have like a guy in their second round they probably wanted. Maybe this is Zetterberg here. We got okay, interesting. So we got snap. There's a real chance Zetterberg might go undrafted. Gosh darn. I know, that's crazy, right? It's unbelievable, but we'll see what happens, man. I'm very curious myself. on what's going to happen here. So Jens Olsen. Next, we'll see Bettman's son drafted, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, Miro Shatan. Somebody was wanting that earlier, right? There we go. Miro Shatan just got drafted by the Capitals. Wow. There we go. He got the pick, man. Then Eric Paulson picked afterward. Eric Paulson, that's a savvy pick. I watched Paulson play quite a bit. Man, the Dubuque Saints guy, you're getting a lot of love here in the 7th round, man. Paulson's a good player. Like his offensive upside. I like he doesn't wow you all the time, but when he does, there's games where he can put up a few points on you and make sure that he's doing the right thing. So, like that pick there. Another Latvian. There we go. Somebody else is talking about Latvians. Darrell Zoljenksis. He's an interesting guy. I like him a lot, actually. I think he could be, I don't think he'll be a pro by any means, like at least in the NHL scheme of things, but he might be a good Euro defenseman one day. But it's good to bet on the upside there. I think he's worthwhile drafting.
USHL. He's from Strona, Sweden. He's passed over to the last 2 NHL drafts, so congratulations to him getting picked here in round 7.
I think the other trend we've seen throughout this in the 2 Norwegians taken in the first round yesterday, that had never been done before. 1 Norwegian had never picked in the first round before. So you see the global awareness and what the National Hockey League can be, the impact it's having across the world. The countries, we've seen it in Switzerland, Germany.
All right, let's see here. We got a little bit of time left. Yeah, 29 points and J20 initial. Yeah, it is pretty good, Jens, for Aljonskis. Yeah, I think there's some skill there for sure. I can't remember if I've ever watched him before. I don't know if I have. I think I was trying to watch somebody else one time. Might have caught a game of his. Christian Humphreys goes at 215 to Colorado. Colorado making good savvy picks as well. Good on them.
Retiring from the National Predators after 20 years. Tony, I'm probably only your president, and I know you've had no personal battles here with cancer. Glenn is a 2-time cancer survivor, and today is his last day on the draft board for the National Predators.
Yeah, Christian Humphreys, man, that's a good, solid pick. Nice move by Colorado. Shatan, yeah, 6'7". He's a big boy. Miro Shatan wasn't a big guy, though, so I wonder what kind of behemoth he married as a wife. That's kind of what I wonder.
When you get together and you're able to share something, with each other and celebrate what he's done for his organization, what he's done for the league, for all the players who've been part of helping them develop. It's nice to celebrate that. It's nice that our people in our name are.
Yeah, and you know what? For people out there that want to be National Hockey League.
All right, guys, they got 7 more subscribers to get me to 150. If you can, before the end of the stream, please subscribe. If you haven't done so already, shame on you. Because this has been 4 hours of me providing my time, making sure you're informed on the draft. So I'm Uncle Sam in you right now. Find a way, subscribe, get engaged in this content. All right, I'm going to go ahead and refresh one more time. Oh, oops, sorry, wrong page. 216, we got Sam McHugh. Caught a game of his. There's about Jens. There's about 20 picks, or no, less than that. Probably like 15 picks left. So there is 9 picks left. 9 picks left, Jens. How the F is Galva still available? Good question, Machi. I'm not really sure. I just can't put it up there because you're swearing. But yeah, it's I'm not sure. Chad Colson, do you think the Flames are done trading off players? Would you move Kuzmenko or keep him this year? 225 remote viewer. They have a compensatory pick. Would you move I would probably move Kuzmenko. I don't know. Like, he's going to go back to Russia, I think, eventually. He kind of reminds me a lot of Dmitry Yaskin in terms of, like, good skilled players, guys that could play in the NHL for a long time, but he would make sense for him as a person to make more money in Russia. That's my personal opinion. And then I think they're going to lean on youth in Calgary, Chad. I think that's going to be the move. They're going to want to lean on youth. They're going to want to find, the next perspectives of things, and, they'll make sure they get there. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Oh, okay. 217, Nikita Khrushchev. He just got selected as well. A couple people wanted him picked. So, yeah, there we go. 174, guys. Man, you guys are hanging in. Oh, we got 9 more picks left, ladies and gents.
London, what they do well in London is like you always hear about the high-end guys. You always hear about them, right? But these are the guys, blue guys.
There we go, 148. Hey, we're 2 subscribers away from 150. Please subscribe. If you're out there and you haven't subscribed, please do. We're 2 subscribers away from 150.
Speaking of USHL, Bauer Berry. The Oilers have selected Bauer Berry from the ski in the USHL.
Bauer Berry. Okay. It's a nice name. What a hockey name. Bauer Berry. Muskegon Lumberjack. Okay. I don't remember this guy, actually. I don't think I've ever watched him play. Leanders. Somebody mentioned Leanders in our stream, too. Went to 219. Better late than never, right? Better late than never. You got Jens. You got 6 duds. Let's hope they come out now. Yeah, right? Come on now. Let's bring it up to 150 here. We're so close. And then Chad goes, yeah, I like Kuzi and Sharon Govich, but I think we trade Kuzi and trade deadline this year. Yeah, I would think so. I feel like Mackie Samskovich is going to be a bust. Honestly, being from Michigan, I've watched a lot of viewings of him. I really, really like Mackie Samskovich. I think it's super. I think he's super, super good. If he busts, it's because either he's in a loaded Florida lineup or something's going on. There's just something else going on that's going to cause it to be a bust situation for him. Jax, my man, thank you for subscribing. So we'll see there, but Mama G, thank you for that, Mom. It's deliberate. Leander is getting the Dustin Wolf treatment. Yeah. Ryerson deserved to get picked a lot higher than he did. I'm very surprised. Do you get paid anything when drafted? No, not until you get a contract. Once you get a contract, that'll happen. So, but usually that's what you're working to get to your ELC is basically what happens. So if you're getting paid, you're the first rounder who's getting the ELC contract for $725 or $900,000 a year. Good question, though, Jens. What do you think Chicago will target in free agency? Anything and everything, to be honest. I mean, you saw how they just haven't really done well. So, I mean, they're going to look to fill. I mean, obviously they got Bedard to supplement and get around. It's just there's a lot to look at with him. So I'm sorry with Chicago. You just got to fill it around Bedard. Really, is what it comes down to. Anything to supplement them. Who's getting Stamkos? Hopefully Detroit. That's my hope. But Realistically, I'm not sure. Honestly, I think realistically Detroit, but it just depends on who can have the most cap space. Fun fact, I myself will be playing for the Motor City Gamblers next year. Oh, okay, cool, man. Awesome. So you'll be close then. You'll be playing at Troy Sports Center. Now it's called Buffalo Wild Wings Arena. Yeah, we'll chat offline. Cool on that though, man. Appreciate that. Chad Colson, that Dustin Wolf story is awesome. Dude stayed with like 4 picks left. Dustin Wolf himself is an awesome story. That dude's a short guy. But God, is he good. Dustin Wolf deserved to be picked a long time ago. I'm going to go ahead and refresh, guys. I'm behind here. So let me get here to the 220. Krutov, interesting player. Carolina just continuing to build up really good. They did really good in the latter half of this draft, just picking guys off. Good job from Carolina. Vancouver, this Sansonens, I don't know who the heck this guy is. Isn't very good, though. Obviously, that's something's going on. That's an interesting pick because I don't know what is going on with that pick. Let's see here. He's just big. That's all he is. Wow, that was a weird pick. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, all right. Remote viewer, who has a lot of kept. Oh, talking about Stamkos. Okay. Who's your favorite team, Jax? Detroit Red Wings. I can't hide my bias, unfortunately. Chad Colson, Stamkos to Utah. That would be interesting. I could see that happening. They got enough space. Awesome. Keep us up. Yeah, keep us posted, Dubuque. That's pretty cool, man. 154 subscribers, though, too. Is that me? No way. Hell yeah. There we go. Very cool. All right. Remote viewer. Congrats. I wish you. Oh, it's talking to Dubuque. Hockey's life. Do you think that Topi Niemela cracks the Leafs lineup this year with Toronto's defense situation, also their cap situation? I wonder if the Leafs are going to bring him up this year. I'd be surprised. I think he might still be in the AHL for a little bit. Not that Niemela, it's not Niemela's fault. But I think he just might be a numbers game for him, unfortunately. I just hope he doesn't get Frankie Corrado'd and can't make it work. So, all right, 1 second, guys. I'm going to go, guys and gals. Here's the rest of the draft here. I'll get into this more. I don't have much on Samuelson. Finn Harding's an interesting player. That's a good savvy pick by Pittsburgh. Don't know much on Bergkvist, and I don't know much on Nathan Mays. That Nathan Mays pick is the last pick of the draft. So that's just the last one. So I appreciate you guys for being on here. I'm going to stay on here for a little bit. Just to answer all the rest of these questions. And then I'm probably going to log off here in about 10, 15 minutes. So we'll see how it's going. And, if you guys have more questions, feel free to put them in the chat. Otherwise, if I don't get to them immediately, put them in the comment section. I'll respond to them later. So you don't have to necessarily put them in the live chat. You can put them in like the comments underneath the video as well. And I'll respond back to whoever I didn't get to today. Yeah, that's my thoughts. So hockey's life on Topi Niemela. Sheridan, let's go Red Wings, darn straight. Yana Stanova, who is your favorite team in the NHL? Mine is Florida. Yana, mine is the Detroit Red Wings. Chris Tanev to Toronto. Is that official, Jordan? I know you've been messing with me the whole chat, man. I hope you're not messing with me. McDowell, Woodley, Cervelli said that Montreal were over Stammer and Keener in the offseason. I could see that. Montreal seems like a guy that would make sense. They seem like a player that would make sense. Jax, I'm a heartbroken Oilers fan. It's all good, man. You guys are going to be more than fine. You'll be all right. As a Flames fan, I was so happy to see Kachuk and Bennett get the cup against the Oilers. Was icing on the cake. Oh, I'm sure you were loving it, man. That's a nice that's a nice thing for you over there, Chad. Jens Olsen, is it an average year when it comes to distribution between countries? Yeah, let me look at the countries right now. Here, let me refresh real quick just to make sure. I think, yeah, good. I mean, an amazing year, honestly, for Canada. That's a lot of players to have out of one country, just in general. USA, that's kind of normal. Russia, that's a lot of players for Russia. Sweden's kind of low. Sweden usually is around 30, 30 to 35, so that's surprising. Finland, also kind of surprising. I would have thought like 25. The Czechs, good year for the Czechs, honestly. You didn't have like super high end talents, obviously, but great, pretty decent year for them. Norway, it's unbelievable for them. That's like unheard of for them. They have 4. Switzerland, that's a pretty average year for them. Belarus, not too bad. Latvia, same thing, not too bad. Slovakia, you look at 2022, they had 2 in the top 5. So for Slovakia to only have 1 player in the whole entire draft is stunning. That's probably the biggest shock, honestly. That and Sweden. Austria, that's pretty on average, and Slovenia, that's pretty on average. It's pretty on average as well. To get anybody selected from those minor countries is a pretty big deal. Thanks for the question, Jens. Oh snap! Yeah, Zetterberg actually went undrafted. That's crazy. You and me both, man. He'll be an interesting camp invite. I'll probably do some more on like my best available that were left, and we'll see what happens here. But yeah, it's very crazy. I love Tanev. Zetterberg, no. Bowerberry, you know much about him? I honestly don't, Sad Ben Affleck. You've asked me a lot of questions. I feel bad because you've been asking questions I don't know. So I apologize. Trust me, you just happened to got me a couple times where I don't know where I'm talking about. Calgary Flames, yep, go. Elliot Friedman, sorry for the trolls earlier. Love the content. Thank you, Jordan. That was funny though. Appreciated the humor there. You're the best, man. Thank you. The 08 will be a bad year for Sweden. COVID caused a lot of problems here during their development. Oh, I'm sure it did. Yeah. That's a big year, right? That would have been their 13 or 14-year-old year. That's like right when they're starting to go into their academies, right? So that's no surprise at all. When will Demidov play? Probably, I think he said he's playing through next year, and then the year after he might play. So that's the question there. VD plays. Let's see here. No German. Yeah, no Germans. There wasn't really anybody worth picking. The only guy who I've heard of that might have been interesting was Paul Mayer. And I think it's Paul Meyer, actually, technically. Bigger defenseman. And, he was linked at the early part of the year to be drafted, and he just obviously fell out of favor. Germany getting no picks is a surprise too. They produce players like Drysdale. Draisaitl. It is and it isn't, honestly, David. I would say that next year will probably be a little bit of a stronger year for them. If they maybe get like Avit Oswald was another guy that might have been drafted, but he'll get a camp invite somewhere. Yeah, so we'll see. Sad Ben Affleck, all good, bro. Was just wondering, so many players. Oh, I know, man. Like you said, you got me in a couple of my weak spots, but hopefully you subscribed. I appreciate you guys being on here and stuff. It's very appreciated. Yeah, I'll get to where I can. Benoit, do you want to see Perron back in Detroit? I do personally. Yeah, I think his skating really dropped off in the back half of the year, but I think there's a lot of potential still for him to be an effective player here in Detroit, and the team really likes him here. So it would be very surprising if they didn't. Seasons were stopped. Yeah, that makes sense, Jens. W draft by the Habs. I would absolutely agree. They did a great job today. Crazy that Tanev got traded, but Tanev to Toronto has been a thing for months now. It was supposed to happen at the trade deadline. It didn't. Now all of a sudden it happened. Very interesting. It's very curious. So I'm not going to get too much into it, but Toronto got what they wanted. Good on them. Hey, Hayden, in your opinion, how have the Canucks been doing today? Let me review their draft right now. Now that all the picks are over, I don't have to do this so fast. Let me look. Looking at Vancouver here. So there's their picks there. I like the top half of their draft. I like a lot better odds plan than the bottom half. I think your best player out of that grouping is Riley Patterson. Riley Patterson to me is going to get some good OHL time. He'll develop, and I see him being a middle six guy for sure. Romani, I think, given the right implementation, I think he'll go to Utica next year and probably play for your guys' AHL team and need a couple years maybe there. Fernstrom is a project too. Fernstrom's a guy who might take a little bit of time to develop, but he will in time, and he'll make sure he's got the right things going. And there's a good upskill and high upside with him. I'm not as big on Elkos, and I don't even know what that last pick was for Vancouver. So that's just my thoughts. If you were Edmonton, would you re-sign Draisaitl or trade him? I would try to re-sign him as much as you can. I mean, it's hard to say that you wouldn't, at least try your best to do what you can and, keep him, because obviously him and Draisaitl, they're working magic during the regular season. They just happen to run into a really hot team in the playoffs. It's not on them. That's just the way it was. Zapex Light, I'm so happy that Prishapov, you were the Prishapov guy. Okay. Yeah, for sure, man. Like he obviously, he projected like a player who deserved to be drafted for sure. So it's good to see that he got rewarded for it. Chad says Chris Tanev is underrated. I would agree. They won't be able to afford everyone back. And so many players was drafted and never got to the NHL. Maybe 10% of these guys will make it. That's very true. I'm trying to be positive on a lot of these guys, but he's right. Yeah, you guys get there. I feel like you should trade. It would be pretty top heavy. I mean, yeah, it depends on the return too. They got to handle all those players and then the amount of contracts they have. You're only limited to 50 contracts. So, and I think Edmonton's, I don't know off the top of my head, but they're probably pretty close. Jordan says, are you going to be live for the free agency frenzy? I'm going to try, Jordan. We'll see. I don't know if I'll be first day because I'm actually working, unfortunately, on the first day, doing my actual full-time job. So I will do my best. If not, I'll do like a recap or something. I'll make sure that something comes out. Nathan May's probably size the relief for sure, definitely. And then Jens, I saw Harley for sale for $50, and it was just a dressed up bike. Nice. All right, cool guys. I've gotten through all the comments here. This is your last shot to leave any comments. I'll respond to all the ones you guys have in the next till about 3:50, or at least in the next 3 minutes. Sorry, I'm thinking Eastern time zone. Put them in the chat below. Outside of that, any questions after 3:50, I'll just answer as a comment on the actual video itself. So, as always, guys, I greatly appreciate all of you. I just met a lot of you today for the first time. Keep the conversation going. Obviously I want to build this out to where I can make it monetized for myself as well as, have you guys get the content you guys want. So, I really appreciate everybody that came on today. Super, super blessed to have your time. I mean, I can't believe I had 100 people here for 5 hours. It's pretty nuts. Feel free to leave your questions down below, like I said, and I'll get to them. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. I'm sure a majority of you, if you stayed on for 5 hours, you've definitely already subscribed. I think you know what I can provide. And so let's see here. We got Clovis TV says Daniel Ustenkopf, Tomas Galvis, Marcus Kersey, Alex Zetterberg, Gidloff, and Lacerda, your big omission. Gidloff did get drafted, actually, Clovis. He got drafted in the 6th round, I believe. Let me find it for you. There you go, 147. Somebody drafted Gidloff there. And then Lacerda. Yeah, that's an interesting. I would agree with all those. All those guys should have definitely been drafted. But they're going to get – I hope most of them get camp invites. I can see that happening for sure. You got Chad says, great job, buddy. Looking forward to talking to hockey, brother. Yeah, absolutely, man. Like I said, I'm going to be putting up a lot more live streams, different content pieces. So thank you for that, Chad. That means a lot. I'm going to let you guys do your bicycle chat in the chat whenever you want. Wings fan also, how do you think we did with the draft? Who are you hoping we re-sign or sign? Let me go over the draft one more time for the Wings. When you're talking about it, it's hard to remember who has what, so I'll remember it eventually. Overall, I'm not overly thrilled with the Wings draft. I like the Forsland kid a lot. He's super underrated. That'll be a kid you're going to see really get some upside here in the next little bit. I think he's a fascinating player. Whipple to me he's meh. Landon Miller, I don't know much about. Becker could be interesting. Max Plant's okay. Franzek Nygaard's probably the guy I'm second most excited about after Forsland. And then the other two guys, based on what Dubuque said, I mean, Fisher Scott seems interesting, and Austin Baker's just kind of a meh pick. So that's what I think I'd give it like a B-C for their drafts. In terms of who they're going to re-sign and sign, it just depends on what they can afford, right? I'm going to try and hopefully they get some big name. They got so much cap space. They're going to have to get somebody here, right? Like that's the goal. So I would say I'll get back with you, Jordan, actually. I'm just too tired to analyze it right now. Remote viewer so happy with the Flames draft for a change. I don't blame you at all, man. Don't blame me at all. Martin Robble, website name, please. Well, the website's Elite Prospects, Martin. If you just type in Elite Prospects. Nothing that happened tells me we should have gotten rid of Wallman. Yeah, I agree, Sheridan. Who's the best goalie taken? I heard the Oilers got the best goalie. Out of the goalies, let me look real quick. Sorry. I'm going to get to the goalies. The 24 picks. I'm going to get out of here. Go to all NHL teams. I would say LA probably got the best goalie. That's my thought. I think LA got the best goalie. That's my personal opinion. I like Vini too, though. Vini is solid, so I don't disagree with Vini either. But I would go George, Vini, probably Nabokov after that. McDowell says, should Montreal try trade like they did with Doc and Newhook? Possible. Yeah, they could try. Just depends on what they do. Yeah, it's possible. Yep, happy with the Flames draft. If only we can get Hans to get going. He will. Yeah, he will. Jen says Gidloff. I haven't watched enough of Gidloff to know, so Jen's might be right. Remote viewer, good day, hockey fans. See you again. Definitely will. Thank you, Remote. Christian Dvorak needs to be traded to Utah or something. I would agree. Trouba to Detroit. Sorry, 1 second. Just getting caught up. Yeah, Trouba to Detroit. Sounds like it's more than likely going to happen, but it'll probably happen in a couple days. All right, y'all. I'm gonna log off here. Again, feel free to leave everything in the comments below. Greatly appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. Thank you again for everything, and I'll see you guys around. Bye.